In a country with largest number of population, it's difficult to reunite separated children with their families. But Mona Chauhan has taken up this task upon herself. Mona Chauhan, currently the superintendent at Chacharoli Balkunj in Haryana, has reunited about 700 missing children with their families in the last 10 years.
हमने आज तक जो है इन 10 वर्षों में लगभग 700 मिसिंग बच्चों को उनके परिवार तक पहुंचाया है। अपने इस काम से मैं बहुत संतुष्ट हूं, 100% संतुष्ट हूं और मुझे ये भी लगता है कि कहीं कोई मिसिंग बच्चा मुझे अलावा भी पता चलता है, अपने होम के अलावा, मुझे ये लगता है कि काश मैं उस केस में भी कुछ हेल्प कर सकूं।
While sharing one incident, the officer revealed that a girl who got separated with her family 7 years ago and she refused to reveal her identity. But Mona, through her relentless efforts, contacted the girl's family, who presumed the child was dead.
जब इस केस के बारे में हमने कंसर्न डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, कंसर्न थाने में पता किया तो सर उस केस में उसी लड़की की पड़ोस के एक व्यक्ति पे अपहरण और हत्या का केस दर्ज था। पुलिस ने लड़की की कस्टडी हमारे से लेकर उसके 164 के बयान करवाए। लड़की के उन बयानों के आधार पर उस व्यक्ति को दोष मुक्त करार दिया गया और वो उस केस में हम ये बोलना चाहेंगे कि 2 लोगों को जीवन दान मिला है। एक बच्ची जो अपने परिवार में पहुंची है सकुशल लगभग 6-7 साल बाद, और एक वो व्यक्ति जिस पर झूठा केस या झूठा मुकदमा दायर किया गया था।
Several such stories of Mona Chauhan has touched the lives of millions. Through her grit and passion, she continues to unite the lost ones to their respective families. Network 18 salutes Mona Chauhan's undying spirit and unconditional service. Her inspiring story is a true example of She Shakti who believes मैं कर सकती हूँ।
आसमान ही नहीं, मैं अंतरिक्ष भी छू सकती हूँ। सरकार हो या कारोबार, हर बागडोर संभाल सकती हूँ। उठाए अगर कोई दुश्मन आंख, तो करारा जवाब दे सकती हूँ। कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर सबके साथ बढ़ सकती हूँ। मैं कर सकती हूँ। सोच की दीवार हो या बंद हर किवाड़ हो, अपने हौसले से पार कर सकती हूँ। देश के निर्माण से लेकर दुनिया को आगे ले जाने में अपनी भागीदारी निभा सकती हूँ। मैं शी शक्ति हूँ। मैं कर सकती हूँ।
Indeed, an inspirational story to end this bulletin, and well, we will come back with more more latest developments right here. But for now, that's it from my side. Thank you for watching CNN News 18.
Now, 2 or 3 general points, if you would like me to speak now on Mr. Rahul Gandhi's speech and Mr. Amit Shah's speech,
okay,
or I can come on that later.
Rahul Gandhi, the highlight of his speech was him saying that BJP has killed Bharat Mata in Manipur, that BJP has killed the idea of India and Manipur. You have split Manipur into 2, and that the Prime Minister did not bother to visit Manipur even once, did not bother to speak about Manipur in Parliament, and that was his line of attack against you. Your response?
Zaka, to me, Rahul looked completely graceless, and also on a very sensitive issue concerning Manipur. The government was willing to speak on this issue from day one. Government was willing for a debate. Home Minister Amit Shah ji on the floor of Parliament, floor of Lok Sabha, and also on Rajya Sabha stated more than once that we are ready for a debate, immediate debate for any length of time. But it was the Congress which ran away from the debate, citing some kind of excuse, one or other. Even in Rajya Sabha, the day we passed Delhi bill, Amit Shah ji 2 days ago said, I'm prepared for a debate on the 11th, because 8th, 9th and 10th Lok Sabha was debating the no confidence motion. it is the Congress which wanted to politicize this entire issue. And saying Bharat Mata has been killed is a comment that is full of, I would call it a traitorship. Rather than calling the BJP, we have seen NewsClick reports, what they have stated in New York Times, how Congress Party on umpteen occasions has been acting as a propaganda vehicle for the Communist Party of China. We can call them real traitors. The way they have taken money from the embassy of China, Rajiv Gandhi Foundation, the manner in which they signed an MOU with the Communist Party of China,
Okay.
the manner in which Rahul Gandhi secretly meets with Chinese ambassador at the standoff when Doklam, there was a standoff at Doklam for a long period of time.
Okay.
And it is the Congress Party whose trust in India is under question. Their patriotism is under question, really under question. They need to.
आसमान ही नहीं, मैं अंतरिक्ष भी छू सकती हूँ। सरकार हो या कारोबार, हर बागडोर संभाल सकती हूँ। उठाए अगर कोई दुश्मन आंख, तो करारा जवाब दे सकती हूँ। कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर सबके साथ बढ़ सकती हूँ। मैं कर सकती हूँ। सोच की दीवार हो या बंद हर किवाड़ हो, अपने हौसले से पार कर सकती हूँ। देश के निर्माण से लेकर दुनिया को आगे ले जाने में अपनी भागीदारी निभा सकती हूँ। मैं शी शक्ति हूँ। मैं कर सकती हूँ।
Hello and a very warm welcome to this very special broadcast where you get to know all about News 18's Rising India Summit, She Shakti. I'm Griha
और आपके साथ मैं हूँ सबीना तामंग देशमुख। शी शक्ति है, शी स्वाभिमान है, शी से संपूर्ण संसार है, शी से ही सुर और ताल है।
They are the drivers of change. They lead by example, they ably assist and spearhead the nation's development through education, through entrepreneurship, skill development, health, well-being and political representation. And it is this formidable force that we celebrate every day, each day.
न्यूज़ 18 एक नए संस्करण शी शक्ति के साथ लौटा है। इस सबसे बड़े मंच पर आपकी मुलाकात होगी उन बेमिसाल शी शक्तियों से जिनमें अगर लक्ष्मीबाई जैसा साहस है तो दुर्गावती जैसा पराक्रम भी।
News 18's Rising India initiative embodies a commitment to fostering thought leadership and facilitating crucial discussions on groundbreaking innovation. The summit will also lay down our nation's future prospects. Network 18 returns with a new edition, and this time it celebrates women power, She Shakti. This exceptional event unites visionaries, decision makers, and influential speakers from all corners to unlock the boundless potential of India. The theme of Rising India 2023 is She Shakti. The theme She Shakti embraces the power, tenacity, and limitless possibilities of women in every sector. Women of New India represent Shakti, who are fierce, bold, and are on a journey to inspire the world. The summit illuminates the exceptional accomplishments of women who go beyond the ordinary to propel India's growth trajectory. Eminent personalities from diverse backgrounds will gather together to celebrate the women who make and contribute to a rising India in a day-long event. The event will be graced by the President of India, Draupadi Murmu, who will deliver the keynote address. We will acknowledge over 25 heroes who have made a difference at the grassroots level in transforming lives and contributing to India's growth.
Celebrating the unstoppable spirit of women is the Rising India Summit She Shakti, a convergence of powerhouses from diverse fields, be it arts, sports, technology and much more. From Bollywood legend Asha Bhosle to missile scientist Dr. Tessie Thomas, these women redefine boundaries. Join us as we celebrate the self-reliant, honor the unsung heroes and delve into the digital realm where women set the narrative. From breaking barriers in the armed forces to defining Desi virality, She Shakti is a testament to empowerment and limitless potential.
News 18's Rising India Summit She Shakti celebrates the unwavering strength, resilience and limitless potential of women. Women from different walks of life such as art, sports, culture, business, media, academia and many more fields will come on one platform to deliberate productive discussions and share their knowledge in their fields. Netritva Shakti, which celebrates outstanding leadership quality, will see Union Cabinet Minister for Women and Child Development, Smriti Irani. She will provide her valuable perspectives on how women can continue advancing India's progress. Bollywood playback doyen Asha Bhosle, whose name is backed by a legacy of musical talent, will attend the event. Star powers like Shraddha Kapoor, Shefali Shah will echo the views of women in the field of culture. Dr. Tessie Thomas, known as the Missile Woman of India, will highlight women's power when it comes to technology. She is India's first ever woman scientist to lead a missile project in India. Women are self-reliant, and to celebrate this feat, the Rising India Summit will see Lachik Rizgin, creator of Dolkar, the story of creating a boutique hotel from Ladakh's culture and architecture. Women are known for breaking barriers. News 18 Summit salutes the undying spirit of Memol Rocky, India's first female head coach of the national football team. Sanobar Pardiwala, Bollywood stuntwoman. Yogita Raghuvanshi, India's first female truck driver. And Chandraprabha Ramkete is one of the very few women shuttle operators. When it comes to social media, women have been setting the narrative. Nari Shakti is driving social media. From YouTuber Kavita Singh spicing up recipes to Shruti Arjun Anand, who gives a comedic slice of life, Pooja Luthra and Aparna Tandale, women have been at the forefront in Desi virality. Defense is no longer a man's game. From army to navy to air force, women warriors are breaking barriers. Unsung heroes Dr. Seema Rao, combat trainer for the armed forces, and Punita Arora, First Woman Lieutenant General, Vice Admiral Navy, will deliberate on women's role in safeguarding our nation. From India's indigenous potency to breaking ground in policy, women's Niti have contributed in developing India's growth trajectory. India's first visually impaired IAS officer Pranjal Patil and Babita, who's a Sarpanch from Laddu in Jammu and Kashmir, will focus on women's role in governance. The day-long event promotes India's ascent, highlights path-breaking achievements of women warriors who serve as a true trailblazer for the country.
सफलता का मंत्र वही दे सकता है जिसने एक संघर्ष भरा सफर तय किया हो, लेकिन सफलता का महामंत्र देने के लिए टूटकर जुड़ना, बिखर कर संभलना, हार कर जीतना, हर जख्म को बुलंद हौसले के साथ जीना और अभावों के तूफान में डटकर रहने वाला ही दे सकता है। कहते हैं ना, सोना आग में तपकर ही कुंदन बनता है, और यही कुंदन शी शक्ति के मंच का सबसे महत्वपूर्ण हिस्सा है। आप सभी दर्शकों को यह जानकर गर्व महसूस होगा कि न्यूज 18 के शी शक्ति मंच से माननीय राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू मौजूदा और आने वाली पीढ़ियों को प्रेरित करेंगी। उनकी संपूर्ण शक्तियों का समागम विशाल समंदर बनकर शी शक्ति के मंच से करोड़ों दर्शकों तक पहुंचेगा।
India's 15th president, India's first tribal president, first president born after independence. Draupadi Murmu is a woman of many firsts. Nearly 5,000 MPs and MLAs across the country voted on the 18th of July 2022 to elect the newest occupant of Raisina Hill.
श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू, इनको राष्ट्रपति का प्रत्याशी घोषित किया गया है एनडीए की तरफ से।
64-year-old Draupadi Murmu is the youngest president of India. Low profile and soft-spoken, she has generally steered clear of controversy. She was also the only governor to complete a full term in office in Jharkhand, which has had 10 governments in its 2 decades of existence.
मेरा बहन का नाम लिया ना, हम लोग बहुत खुश में, रायरंगपुर के बासिंदा सब खुश में है। आदिवासी महिला की पहले जो चुना गया ना, वही सबसे खुशी बात है।
पूरा रायरंगपुर के साथ ही उनका बहुत अच्छा संपर्क रहा है। सबका उन्होंने हमेशा साथ और सहयोग दिया और बहुत ही प्यार भरा संपर्क रहा है उनका सबों के साथ।
In the 1990s, her work with a Santhal organization caught the attention of BJP's Raj Kishore Das. Back then, it was a party that did not have much political influence in the state. Seeing potential in Murmu, he asked her to contest for councillor in the Rairangpur Notified Area Council. In 1997, she became a councillor and later vice chairperson of the Rairangpur Corporation.
2000 में 90 से 5 साल का ये तो आप जानते हैं टर्म होता है, लेकिन बीच में मुझे जो जनरल इलेक्शन आ गया, मुझे 2000 में टिकट दिया गया। उन्होंने कहा आपको तो लड़ना है। मैंने बोला मेरे बच्चे छोटे छोटे हैं, मुझे ये तो काउंसिलर में थी, वाइस चेयरमैन थी, तो टाउन के अंदर मुझे घूमना पड़ता था। फिर अभी तो मुझे पूरा क्षेत्र में घूमना पड़ेगा, तो टाइम नहीं दे पाऊंगी। फिर मुझे थोड़ा, मैंने बोला ठीक है चलिए। बच्चे भी बोले ठीक है माँ, तुम लड़ना चाहती हो तो लड़ो।
She served twice as a BJP MLA in Odisha and also worked as a minister in the Naveen Patnaik government from 2000 to 2004, when the BJP and the Biju Janata Dal ran a coalition government. She was awarded the Neelkant Award for Best Legislator by the Odisha Legislative Assembly. In 2017, as governor, Murmu returned 2 controversial bills, the Chota Nagpur Tenancy Act and the Santhal Pargana Tenancy Act. This was in view of the widespread agitation from tribes after the state sought to dilute their rights over their land. This move against then Chief Minister Raghuvar Das cemented her as the real custodian of tribal aspirations and tribal cause.
आज भी हम कहते हैं कि आदिवासियों में ओडिशा में संथाल प्रोग्रेसिव है, लेकिन इतना भी प्रोग्रेसिव नहीं है कि वो दूसरों के साथ कॉम्पीट कर पाए।
Since her elevation as president reflects the triumph of the spirit of new, resilient India, where any citizen can rise to occupy the highest constitutional office of India. A few months after she took over the highest office, Draupadi Murmu laid the foundation of what her vision for the country is. Good governance and progress for all, especially the marginalized, is the clear message. Anonymity, ability and austerity are ornaments of a civil servant, and every officer must be sensitive towards the underprivileged section of society, was her message.
मेरे जो फैमिली बहुत गरीबी है, गरीबी थोड़ा मैं फाइनेंस सियाली उनको सपोर्ट करूं, इसीलिए थोड़ा पढ़ लिख के ऐसा बन जाऊं कि मुझे थोड़ा नौकरी मिल जाए। लेकिन मुझे पॉलिटिक्स में जाना, ये गवर्नर बनना, ये मैं कभी सोची नहीं थी।
She placed her bets on women to propel the nation. In her recent address at the 165th convocation of the University of Madras, she expressed joy at the fact that more than 50% of the 1.85 lakh students currently studying at the varsity and its affiliated colleges are girls. She said educated women can make a greater contribution to the economy, provide leadership in various sectors, and create a positive impact on society.
I am told that about 1,85,000 students are currently studying in this university and its affiliated colleges. Out of these students, more than 50% are girls. I am delighted to note further that 70% of the 105 students who received their gold medal today are girls.
Her achievements and struggles are a reflection of her hard work and dedication. There is a lot to learn and take away from the story of Draupadi Murmu, and with her keynote address at Shri Shakti, she will definitely inspire generations to come.
And we are now bringing to our viewers the stories of our women achievers.
जिन्होंने बताया कि मैं कर सकती हूँ।
एक 25 वर्षीय महिला इस लोकप्रिय धारणा को खारिज करने की कोशिश में है कि भारत में महिलाओं के लिए अकेले यात्रा करना असुरक्षित है। मिलिए भोपाल की राष्ट्रीय स्तर की पर्वतारोही आशा मालवीय से, जो महिला सुरक्षा और सशक्तिकरण के बारे में जागरूकता बढ़ाने के लिए अकेले ही पैन इंडिया साइकिल यात्रा पर हैं।
मेरे दिमाग में भी कहीं ना कहीं ये कॉन्सेप्ट था कि आज हमारे भारत देश की महिलाएं हैं जो कहीं ना कहीं भारत में होते हुए भी ये सोचती है कि हमें डर लग रहा है, हम सुरक्षित नहीं हैं। तो मुझे उसी डर को खत्म करना था, इसीलिए मैंने प्रोजेक्ट बनाया।
जब वो सिर्फ 3 वर्ष की थी तब अपने पिता को खो देने के बाद आशा मालवीय ने भोपाल से शारीरिक शिक्षा में स्नातकोत्तर किया। जागरूकता पैदा करने के लिए अपनी यात्रा पर वो अपने साथ कपड़ों के 3 सेट, कुछ बुनियादी आवश्यक वस्तुएं और कुछ सूखे फल ले जाती है। एक पर्वतारोही के रूप में आशा मालवीय ने कई चोटियों पर चढ़ाई की है। वो अपनी संपूर्ण भारत यात्रा के हिस्से के रूप में पूरे भारत में साइकिल चला रही है और पहले ही कम से कम 23 राज्यों को कवर करते हुए 25,000 किलोमीटर से अधिक की यात्रा कर चुकी है।
डिफिकल्ट तो कुछ था नहीं, क्योंकि मैं हर प्रॉब्लम को कभी भी प्रॉब्लम के अकॉर्डिंग नहीं, एक चुनौती के अकॉर्डिंग देखती हूँ। अगर प्रॉब्लम को प्रॉब्लम के अकॉर्डिंग देखेंगे तो सिर्फ प्रॉब्लम ही दिखेंगी, फिर टारगेट नहीं दिखेगा। तो इसीलिए मुझे कुछ भी दिखता ही नहीं। पहले तो मेरा साइकिल वगैरह भी खराब हो जाता था, तो मैं उसे खुद रिपेयर वगैरह करती थी, कुछ पंचर वगैरह बनाती थी, तो वैसा चल रहा था।
आशा मालवीय जो महिला सशक्तिकरण के लिए काम कर रही हैं, उभरते भारत की शक्ति का प्रतिबिंब है। न्यूज़ 18 नेटवर्क पर हम भारत की आशा मालवीय जैसी महिलाओं को सलाम करते हैं।
In a country with largest number of population, it's difficult to reunite separated children with their families. But Mona Chauhan has taken up this task upon herself. Mona Chauhan, currently the superintendent at Chacharoli Balkunj in Haryana, has reunited about 700 missing children with their families in the last 10 years.
हमने आज तक जो है इन 10 वर्षों में लगभग 700 मिसिंग बच्चों को उनके परिवार तक पहुंचाया है। अपने इस काम से मैं बहुत संतुष्ट हूं, 100% संतुष्ट हूं। और मुझे ये भी लगता है कि कहीं कोई मिसिंग बच्चा मुझे अलावा भी पता चलता है, अपने होम के अलावा, मुझे ये लगता है कि काश मैं उस केस में भी कुछ हेल्प कर सकूं।
While sharing one incident, the officer revealed that a girl who got separated with her family 7 years ago and she refused to reveal her identity. But Mona, through her relentless efforts, contacted the girl's family, who presumed the child was dead.
जब इस केस के बारे में हमने कंसर्न डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, कंसर्न थाने में पता किया, तो सर उस केस में उसी लड़की की पड़ोस के एक व्यक्ति पे अपहरण और हत्या का केस दर्ज था। पुलिस ने लड़की की कस्टडी हमारे से लेकर उसके 164 के बयान करवाए। लड़की के उन बयानों के आधार पर उस व्यक्ति को दोष मुक्त करार दिया गया। और वो उस केस में हम ये बोलना चाहेंगे कि 2 लोगों को जीवन दान मिला है। एक बच्ची जो अपने परिवार में पहुंची है सकुशल लगभग 6-7 साल बाद, और एक वो व्यक्ति जिस पर झूठा केस या झूठा मुकदमा दायर किया गया था।
Several such stories of Mona Chauhan has touched the lives of millions. Through her grit and passion, she continues to unite the lost ones to their respective families. Network 18 salutes Mona Chauhan's undying spirit and unconditional service. Her inspiring story is a true example of She Shakti who believes मैं कर सकती हूँ.
In a society where women are still subjected to gender prejudice, the story of Rajkumari Devi, also known as Kisan Chachi, is a source of hope and motivation. Rajkumari Devi, who hails from a tiny hamlet in Bihar, experienced various hurdles and opposition when she chose to start farming on her own. But defying all odds, Rajkumari Devi aka Kisan Chachi proved how women empowerment can lead to social and economic growth. Fondly called Kisan Chachi, she was born in a poor family and wanted to become a teacher. But due to her family's economic situation, her dream remained a dream. But this didn't stop her. Being married at a young age, today she stands as a role model for thousands of women. In 1990, she started with conventional farming and later switched to modern farming. Rajkumari Devi also participated in a number of self-help groups and assisted in the employment of several families in her neighborhood. In 2000, she began a journey which transformed her life forever. Rajkumari Devi began selling homemade pickles door to door while riding her bicycle. Slowly her business grew, and today she is fondly known as Kisan Chachi, not just in India but even abroad. Rajkumari Devi is now motivating women to become financially self-reliant. Her inspiring story received praise from Prime Minister Narendra Modi in his radio address Mann Ki Baat. Apart from being awarded by the state, she has also been conferred with the Padma Shri. Rajkumari Devi's journey proves that with passion, persistence and hard work, women can overcome obstacles and reach great heights. Network 18 salutes Rajkumari Devi as a symbol of women's empowerment who believes in Main Kar Sakti Hoon.
She has famously called herself the final Mughal of the film realm. Her versatility and range of her mellifluous voice has been reigning supreme in the film industry since the 1940s. And even as she approaches her 90th birthday, she aims at achieving a Broadway-style production.
शी की शक्ति महज किसी कहानी का हिस्सा नहीं है, ये वो अद्भुत अदम्य आशा है जिसकी सुरों की गूंज हर ताल की तकदीर तक बदल सकती है, जिसकी किरणें बादलों को चीरती हुई आसमान छूने में ज्यादा वक्त नहीं लगाती.
And having sung over 11,000 songs in her illustrious 80-year-old career, Asha Tai is one of the most successful singers of the film industry.
शी की शक्ति के इस दमदार मंच पर आपकी मुलाकात होगी एक ऐसी ही सर्वश्रेष्ठ गायिका से जिनकी मखमली आवाज ने संगीत की दुनिया में उन्हें सुरीली शक्ति बना दिया. हमारे बीच होंगी संगीत यात्रा के सफर को पूरी जिंदा दिली और संजीदगी से जीने वाली महान गायिका आशा भोसले.
From wild and vivacious cabaret numbers to soulful melodies with a career spanning over 6 decades, Asha Bhosle remains the most versatile playback singer in Indian cinema. At a time when singers like Lata Mangeshkar, Geeta Dutt and Shamshad Begum were ruling the charts, it was not easy for Asha Bhosle to make place for herself. A career span of over 70 years and thousands of songs later, Asha Bhosle's legacy is one that will remain unmatched for a long time to come. But it's her zest for life that makes her a legend.
तो ये तो आशा ताई को आपने देखा, लेकिन शी शक्ति के सबसे बड़े मंच पर एक और दमदार, शानदार, जानदार, मधुर गायिका हमारे बीच होंगी. ये तो महज आगाज है, एक दौड़ भर है. अभी तो पूरी की पूरी उड़ान देखनी बाकी है. शी शक्ति के सबसे बड़े मंच पर आपको नारी शक्ति की संपूर्ण गाथा का गवाह बनने का मौका मिलेगा. उन महान और काबिल महिला किरदारों को बेहद करीब से जानने का मौका मिलेगा जिनके व्यक्तित्व के सामने आसमां भी झुककर सलाम करता है, जो करोड़ों महिलाओं के लिए उम्मीद भी हैं और मिसाल भी, जिन्हें जाने बिना शी शक्ति की कहानी अधूरी है और इसे हम और आप साथ मिलकर यहाँ पर पूरा करने जा रहे हैं.
Indeed, this is just the beginning, a mere glimpse of what lies ahead. There's an entire tapestry of stories yet to unfold on the grand stage of Shi Shakti. So brace yourselves to witness the extraordinary journey of women's strength. A chance to bear witness to the lives of these remarkable and capable women whose personalities command respect even from the heavens above. They stand as both a beacon of hope and a shining example for millions. For their tales are the very essence of Shi Shakti, and together we'll paint the complete picture of their narrative this Friday. So see you at the main stage of News 18 Rising India Shi Shakti event.
Explain. The BJP, the people of this country know always stood for the Bharat Mata.
Let me ask MK Vishnu Prasad of the Congress Party, this line of attack that Bharat Mata has been murdered in Manipur. Now, nationalism has always been the BJP's strong suit. It was never the Congress's strong suit, as we've seen in the 2019 election in the aftermath of Balakot. Why did Mr. Gandhi choose to make that particular line of attack? Because by attacking Bharat Mata, again, you're giving the BJP a convenient sort of handle, because they can turn around and say that, look, this is exactly what we've been saying all along, that the Congress party does not stand for India, does not stand for Bharat Mata. That's why in Parliament, Mr. Gandhi said Bharat Mata was murdered in Manipur. Mr. Vishnu Prasad.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say BJP is a specialist in lip service. They say so much about Bharat Mata ki Jai, nationalism, patriotism. But Manipur is a part of India. And when Manipur is burning, not because of a particular issue like women and other things, but basically it's a riot. It's a completely constitutional breakdown is happening. After 80 days of the incident, Prime Minister is opening his mouth, that too not inside the Parliament, outside the Parliament. Prime Minister never bothers this Parliament, and he never believes in discussions. See, only when we discuss, we can resolve some issue. But he hates being criticized, he hates being accused of. Then what is the meaning of a Parliament and what is the meaning of a discussion? It is a strange incident that all opposition parties unite together and inviting a Prime Minister for a discussion on Manipur issue. That too, Manipur is burning. See, is not Manipur a part of India, and he's not a Prime Minister Modi, he's a Prime Minister for those Manipur people also. Is he not responsible? Okay, Amit Shah said Home Minister wants to give reply, but we are demanding a reply from Prime Minister because Prime Minister is very keen in talking Man Ki Baat. It's a monologue, it's a one way, and he doesn't like entertain anybody to question him also. And the maximum respect he gave to the Parliament is the first day when he saluted the steps of the Parliament, but after that, in the history of Indian politics, nobody ever treated Parliament at such a low level. See, imagine almost 5 years is going to end. That is second term of BJP government. But this fifth year, even now we don't have.
Your point was that the new region is itself the problem. But if the region was the problem, it wouldn't have happened peacefully for 3 previous times. So don't you think then that the video is the clear reason that this incident took place?
Violent antisocial elements who were shouting slogans came and attacked the procession at Adbar Chowk. They were also not just pelting stones, they also fired. This was not on the spur of a moment or spontaneous. This was pre-planned.
Delhi government has legislative and executive powers over services, yes, but the judgment also explicitly does not bar Parliament from making laws on that same subject. So then where is the need for a constitutional amendment?
Speaker, because in a protocol wise it has to be given to the opposition party, and he hates it. And this is a simple example of how he is mismanaging the entire system. And you know, it's very ironic they talk about nationalism, patriotism, but I am 100% sure by Prime Minister running away to answer all our questions, and we just wanted to resolve the issue.
No, so tomorrow he will speak.
Earlier,
we
would have had a healthy discussion.
But tomorrow, I'm pretty sure that he will answer.
2-3 weeks.
Yeah, sir. Tomorrow evening, Prime Minister will conclude this no confidence debate, and I'm pretty sure that he will answer all your questions. Whether it is satisfactory or not, we'll leave it. But let me go to Pawan Verma. You know, for me, sir, with your permission, let me go to Pawan Verma, please. Yeah. Let me go to Pawan Verma, please. Pawan Verma, the Home Minister, the one standout thing that that Mr. Home Minister's speech of over 2+ hours was that the BJP and the NDA government of the centre does not find reason enough to change the Chief Minister, Mr. Biren Singh, at this point of time, because according to the Home Minister, the Chief Minister is cooperating. He said whatever other changes we need to make, the Chief Secretary, the DGP, I think there's a Special Security Advisor, all of whom were sent in Delhi, but there is no compelling need yet to change the Chief Minister. Is that something that you buy? Because That is one thing that the opposition has been saying. Yes, the Prime Minister has not visited Manipur. You've not spoken about Manipur. But why are you not changing the Chief Minister? At least it will send a message of confidence down the rank and file in the state to both communities in the state that under someone's watch, law and order has gone down the tube. We are holding that person accountable.
Thank you, Zaka. I'll make some broad points to begin with, and then there can be a subject of debate. First of all, this no confidence motion would not have been at all essential, nor is it sustainable, given the numbers. Had, I think, the Prime Minister, on his own volition, as the Prime Minister of the country, as one of the most popular leaders with the greatest amount of influence and authority, agreed right at the beginning to have a debate on Manipur, setting the business of the House aside temporarily under Rule 267. That did not happen, nor did the Prime Minister speak in Parliament on Manipur separately. In fact, he will be speaking perhaps for the first time when he responds to the motion of no confidence. I think if the Prime Minister had led not
Hello, welcome back and thank you for staying with us. It is 7:55 a.m. and you're watching the Morning News Show on CNN News 18. And I am Sriya Kundu, back here to take you through all the latest developments of the day from across the nation and around the world over the next 60 minutes. And well, we begin our day with what we have been discussing for so long, the ongoing no confidence debate in the Parliament. A fiery rebuttal by Home Minister Amit Shah has raised the temperature in the Parliament and has set the platform for Prime Minister's address on the final day of the no trust vote. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to reply at 4 p.m. today, and he is expected to respond to all the charges by the opposition, especially the ones made by Rahul Gandhi. The focus is on nepotism, dynasty and corruption, and also that the INDIA alliance is opportunistic. The speech by the Prime Minister is expected to be a platform for 2024 Lok Sabha polls, and the motion is expected to be defeated. But the BJP wants the defeat to be in huge numbers to prick holes in the opposition unity idea. Now, yesterday, Home Minister Amit Shah hit out at the opposition over the no confidence motion, calling it a move to mislead people. Shah accused the opposition of politicizing the Manipur situation, and he further added that he is pained by the incident and even questioned the timing of the gang rape video that went viral just before the Parliament session. He further added that during the Congress rule, there were numerous incidents of violence in Manipur itself, yet no Home Minister had made a visit to that place.
इन्होंने मणिपुर में हिंदुस्तान की हत्या की है, सिर्फ मणिपुर की नहीं, हिंदुस्तान की हत्या की है। आज तो 30% मिलिटेंसी है, ये कांग्रेस पार्टी ने पैदा किया है। भारत माता की हत्या आपने मणिपुर में की।
Today of all the days, people like you need to remember what was told to the British: quit India.
Slogans, protests and fiery exchanges. Day 2 of the no trust debate raged in Parliament, with Rahul Gandhi making his return to take on the Modi government over the Manipur issue. Rahul led the charge of the INDIA alliance, recounting his visit to the violence-hit state, accusing the centre of murdering Bharat.
मैं मणिपुर में अपनी मां की हत्या की बात कर रहा हूं, मैं आदर से बोल रहा हूं, आपने मेरी मां की हत्या की मणिपुर में। एक मेरी मां यहां बैठी है, दूसरी मां को आपने मणिपुर में मारा है।
This drew a sharp reaction from the centre, accusing the Congress of a legacy of misrule in the northeast, which has fueled the current tensions in the state.
So all the thousands of people who were killed during Congress rule, Rahul Gandhi should take responsibility. He should take full responsibility for that.
मणिपुर खंडित नहीं है, विभाजित नहीं है, मेरे देश का अंग है।
The war didn't stop there. The BJP rained fire.
डे 1 से चर्चा के लिए तैयार था, मगर वो चर्चा नहीं चाहते, उनको विरोध करना था। और मैं कहना चाहता हूं, मेरी चर्चा से संतुष्ट न होते तो फिर कहते प्रधानमंत्री करें, प्रधानमंत्री विचार भी करते, मगर आप सदन में चर्चा ही न होने दो। मणिपुर जैसे महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दे पर गृह मंत्री को अपना पक्ष न रखने दे। किस प्रकार की डेमोक्रेटिक व्यवस्था चाहते हैं माननीय? और क्या आप सोचते हो कि शोर शराबा कर आप मुझे चुप कर दोगे? आप चुप नहीं कर सकते हो। 130 करोड़ की जनता ने हमें चुनकर यहां भेजा है। श्री राहुल गांधी जी यहां से वहां मुलाकात करने, मैं बड़ा स्वागत करता हूं। संवेदना है, मणिपुर की चिंता है। गए एयरपोर्ट पर उतरे, उन्होंने कहा कि भाई हमें चूड़ाचांदपुर जाना है। ठीक है भाई, अगले दिन जाने वाले थे, पहले दिन कहा कोई बात नहीं, चाहिए आप जरूर जाना चाहिए। हमने कहा हेलीकॉप्टर से चले जाइए, कि नहीं मैं रोड से जाऊंगा। पुलिस ने रोकना पड़ा। फिर 3 घंटे तक ऑल इंडिया लाइव कराकर ये नाटक देश को दिखाया, और फिर 4 बजे दूसरे दिन हेलीकॉप्टर से चले गए। भाई हेलीकॉप्टर से चले जाते तो क्या आपत्ति थी? हमने सुरक्षा की पूरी व्यवस्था की थी, परंतु इस प्रकार की काम करने के लिए वहां जाना, इसको पॉलिटिक्स कहते हैं गौरव जी। लगातार हमने यहां से काम करने का काम किया। 16 वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस करी, 36,000 लोग सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस सीएपीएफ के वहां पहुंचाए, वायुसेना के विमानों का उपयोग किया। चीफ सेक्रेटरी बदल दिया गया, डीजीपी बदल दिया गया, सुरक्षा एडवाइजर भेज दिया गया। चीफ सेक्रेटरी भारत सरकार ने भेजा, डीजीपी भारत सरकार ने भेजा, सुरक्षा एडवाइजर भारत सरकार। ये सब 4 तारीख की शाम को समाप्त हो गया था। मैं पूरे देश को बताना चाहता हूं, इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने रात को 4 बजे भी मुझे फोन किया है, और दूसरे दिन 6:30 बजे मुझे फोन से उठाया भी इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने। और ये कह रहे हैं मोदी जी ध्यान नहीं रख रहे। मैं यही कह रहा हूं, समझ ना हो तो नहीं आएगी भी। सीएम तब बदलना पड़ता है जब कोऑपरेट ना करे। ये सीएम कोऑपरेट कर रहा है। सबसे ज्यादा धार्मिक और नस्लीय दंगे किसी के शासन में हुए हैं तो श्री जवाहरलाल नेहरू, इंदिरा गांधी और राजीव गांधी के समय में हुए। 4 मई के दिन की दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटना है। दुनिया में किसी भी जगह पे, किसी भी स्थान पर, किसी महिला के साथ, किसी युवा महिला के साथ इस तरह की घटना समाज के नाम पर धब्बा है मान्यवर। इसका कोई समर्थन नहीं कर सकता, ना ये सदन कर सकता है, ना कोई पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ना कर सकती है, यहाँ की ना वहाँ की। अगर किसी के पास वीडियो था तो वीडियो डीजीपी को देना चाहिए या नहीं देना चाहिए मान्यवर? किसी के पास वीडियो था तो पुलिस तंत्र को देना चाहिए या नहीं देना चाहिए? उसको सार्वजनिक करना चाहिए क्या? मेरे मन में एक छोटा सा सवाल, मेरे मन में तो नहीं आया, कुछ मीडिया के मित्र जो ऊपर बैठे हैं उन्होंने डाल दिया। उन्होंने मुझे पूछा कि अमित भाई ये 4 मई का वीडियो संसद सत्र के 1 दिन पहले ही क्यों आया? वीडियो किसी के पास भी था, मैं इन पर आरोप नहीं कर रहा हूं, किसी के पास भी था। अगर उसने डीजीपी को दे दिया होता तो 5 तारीख को ही पकड़ गए होते, क्योंकि जिस दिन वीडियो दिया उसी दिन वीडियो की कॉपी पर से हमने फेस आइडेंटिफिकेशन सॉफ्टवेयर का उपयोग करते हुए, सरकारों के डेटा के साथ मिलान करते हुए 9 के 9 लोगों को अरेस्ट कर दिया, और वो आज ट्रायल फेस कर रहे हैं जेल में। पूरे भाषण ध्यान से सुनने के बाद मैं निश्चित रूप से निर्णय पर पहुंचा हूं, ये अविश्वास प्रस्ताव केवल और केवल भ्रांति खड़ा करने के लिए लाया गया है, ये प्रजा की इच्छाओं का प्रतिबिंब नहीं। मोदी जी ने आज नारा दिया है, भ्रष्टाचार क्विट इंडिया, परिवारवाद क्विट इंडिया, तुष्टीकरण क्विट। मान्यवर, अब तक जन धन योजना भाई आप योजना तो बनाते हो, करते नहीं हो। बैठो बताता हूं, मैं बताता हूं, बैठो ना, बैठो ना, अरे बैठो ना, बैठो ना। मान्यवर कह रहे हैं डीबीटी किसने चालू किया, अब कहेंगे जीएसटी किसने चालू किया, अब कहेंगे गरीबी हटाओ किसने कहा। आपने कहा सब कुछ किया, कुछ नहीं किया हमने है। प्रधानमंत्री में और मंत्रिमंडल में अविश्वास आपको हो सकता है, देश के गरीब को, देश की जनता को नहीं है, क्योंकि उज्ज्वला योजना मोदी जी लाए, हर घर नल मोदी जी ने पहुंचाया, बिजली मोदी जी ने पहुंचाई, पीएम किसान 2.5 लाख करोड़ मोदी जी ने पहुंचाए, 3 करोड़ लोगों को घर दिया, 60 करोड़ लोगों को 5 लाख का स्वास्थ्य का खर्चा दिया, बैंक खाते 49 करोड़ से ज्यादा खुलवाए, डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर में 25 लाख करोड़ रुपया भेजा, 80 करोड़ गरीबों को वैक्सीन लगाकर अनाज दिया। अविश्वास आपको है, देश की जनता को अविश्वास नहीं है।
Well, you heard both sides and you heard the speech that the Home Minister made in the House yesterday in retaliation to whatever had been said till then. But right now we have CNN News 18's Pallavi Ghosh joining us, and she will be taking us through all that is slated to happen today and what all can be expected from today's session. Pallavi, a very good morning to you. Well, firstly, yesterday's session had enough fireworks like we had expected, with Rahul Gandhi making his entry back and making a statement and making a speech in the House. Today, the Prime Minister is slated to speak. He is supposed to address at 4 p.m. What all are we expecting from that particular address? How are we looking at it?
I think you got an idea about what his address is going to be, essentially from what the Home Minister also said yesterday. There will be a point-by-point rebuttal at around 4 p.m. when the Prime Minister stands up to respond to a no-confidence motion against his government. He's essentially going to try and put forward the point that the people of the country do have confidence in him. Apart from getting a statement of the work done for the development of not just women but every section of the society, I think he's also going to take very, very strong attack as far as the opposition goes. The Congress certainly, and the India Front opposition as well. Issues like corruption, issues like dynasty politics, nepotism, and also the appeasement politics, where they only cater to the interests of one particular community, they play one against the other. All of that is something which I think we can expect from the Prime Minister. It's clearly going to be also a pitch for 2024 and the state elections before that, because I think this is the one big opportunity he's going to be getting, and as all other political parties have got, that during the monsoon session of Parliament, make the strong point that his government deserves to be voted back to power because of the kind of work that they've done for the people.
Right, Pallavi. Also, one major thing that we are looking at, which is the Prime Minister's address. Do we expect that, yes, today he will finally be speaking about Manipur in the House, something that the opposition had been speaking on for so long? The demands they had for the Prime Minister to make a comment on the Manipur violence that has been ongoing. Yes, it's not a discussion like they had demanded, but finally maybe a statement counter. It's basically a counter of whatever has been said by the opposition on Manipur.
But the whole idea of the no-confidence motion was, of course, to get the Prime Minister to speak on Manipur, and I think he's going to touch upon that. Though the groundwork has been made roughly, mostly by the Home Minister, in terms of efforts which have been made, the fact that the Prime Minister has been in touch. If you remember, on the first day of the monsoon session of Parliament, the Prime Minister has spoken on the Manipur situation, and this is just when the viral video has come out. I think at this point of time, he would also want to reach out to the people of not just Manipur, but to everyone else who is concerned by what is happening there, what really is the condition of women, and what is it that the state government along with the central government is doing in terms of providing a healing touch. So, of course, I think he is going to be making a reference to the work being done in Manipur. Also, I think the pitch is also going to be on the fact that there have been several development work as far as Northeast is concerned, putting them on the map of India in terms of connectivity, in terms of infrastructure projects, in terms of job opportunities. This is something which the Prime Minister is likely to elaborate on.
Right, Pallavi, thank you for giving us all those details. We also have Payal Mehta joining us on the broadcast. Payal, a very good morning to you. Well, firstly, what all are we expecting from the session today? I will come to you with the same question, because we know that the Prime Minister is slated to speak at 4 p.m. today.
As the no confidence motion is concerned, it comes in at a very crucial juncture given the fact that the Home Minister tried to puncture the entire argument of the opposition, essentially saying that they only want to do politics on the issues and they're not generally concerned about discussion of the welfare of the people of the Northeast. That is the allegation that is really coming in now. Now, the fact remains that before the Prime Minister, he can expect at least a couple of ministers, including Jyotiradittya and Nirmala Sitharaman, to also, throw in and also come into this debate. Essentially, what the government has also happened today is that yesterday, to the closing of the session, Union Minister proposed a resolution that all parties need to come together and appeal for peace for the people of Manipur. But most of these parties did not even respond. Even Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, also on the floor of the House, later through a tweet asked the opposition parties to come together on that resolution. So what about that? Are they actually interested in the peace of the region? That's the question that the government will be asking. That's the question that the BJP will be asking. But yes, of course, all eyes will be on what the Prime Minister says when he speaks at about 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Right, Payal. Also, while all eyes are set on the Prime Minister's address, what about the opposition? Do we have a particular strategy? Do we have any information about a particular strategy that they will be taking up in the Parliament today and go ahead with it?
Well, there will, of course, be opposition speakers who are going to be speaking today as well, because, the Prime Minister is responsible at 12 o'clock, but the debate is expected to begin at about 12 o'clock, and there are several opposition leaders who will still be speaking. Yesterday, you saw how Amit Shah was actually poking fun at Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary and telling Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary that you are interrupting my debate, but the fact of the matter is that your party has not given you space to speak. Why don't you take some of our space and speak, and not disturb me while I'm speaking? So you can expect those kind of fireworks also on the floor of the House today. Somebody like Asaduddin Owaisi is also slated to speak as well. So it will be important to see what really the outcome is. But like I said, the mega build-up is to the Prime Minister's speech, which is expected at about 4 o'clock. Last time when the Prime Minister spoke, he said, the Congress party is drowning in arrogance. And that's one of the reasons that from 100 they've come to 40. And this time around also the Prime Minister is expected to make something similar comment, at least in the run-up to the 2024 election.
Right, Payal. Thank you for all those details. Do remain with us, because right now we are getting some more breaking information regarding what is and what might play out today. This is regarding 40 Manipur MLAs who have submitted a letter to the Prime Minister's office and they have requested for a meeting. So this is the particular information that we are getting, that 40 Manipur MLAs have submitted a letter to the Prime Minister's office and they have requested for a meeting with regards to the particular situation. In Manipur, the unrest has been ongoing for so long now, and yes, we know that the Prime Minister is slated to speak in the Parliament today, but that is with regards to the no confidence debate. Right now, the particular information that we have is the Manipuri MLAs, 40 of them have written to the Prime Minister's office and they have requested for a meeting. The situation has been grim in Manipur for quite some time now, and people of Manipur had been looking forward to the Prime Minister's address as well as to what he has to say in the Parliament about this. This is a point that has been brought up again and again by the opposition as well. And right now we have Payal joining back with us on the broadcast. Payal, so we will try to get back that connection with Payal. We have lost it for now, but right now the demands that we are getting, the demands that they have put forward to the Prime Minister's office includes complete disarmament and then the withdrawal of the SOO and the implementation of NRC, no separate administration as demanded by the ITLF, and strengthening of the ADCs, and peace talk needs to be initiated. Remember, these were the demands that have been put in that letter that has been sent across by 40 Manipur MLAs to the Prime Minister's office. It has been quite long that turbulence and unrest has continued and prevailed between the Kuki and the Methi communities in Manipur, and it has led to a loss of life and it has led to so many people being huddled up in relief camps. Civilian life has completely become disrupted in that area, and right now the Manipuri MLAs, 40 of them, have written to the Prime Minister. The letter, I'll read the demands again here. letter wherein the letters demands for a complete disarmament. The situation there have been a lot of arms that have been found in Manipur. We had covered this previously as well, the kind of armaments that had been found in Manipur and were used during this particular unrest. They have requested for complete disarmament. We have the withdrawal of the SOO, the implementation of NRC. It is important to see who all are inhabiting Manipur right now at this particular stage, given that there has been so much of unrest and turbulence in that area between these two communities. And we have Payal back with us on the broadcast. Payal, well, this is the particular information that we have. 40 Manipuri MLAs have submitted a letter to the Prime Minister's office. So what are we gathering? They have put forward a few demands that they have. What are we gathering from this particular request and the meeting that they have asked for with the Prime Minister itself?
Well, ever since the violence broke out in the first week of May, there were several groups of MLAs, in fact, who wanted to meet the Prime Minister, but that meeting was not possible because the Prime Minister was travelling at that point in time. But just as yesterday when the Home Minister spoke in detail about Manipur, and of course everybody's made an appeal to have peace in Manipur, 40 of these MLAs, remember the Manipur government has a support of 55 out of 60 MLAs, and 40 of these MLAs have in fact come down to the national capital. They're camping here as well. They're asking for an appointment with the Prime Minister. They have in fact made a couple of demands as well, which is part of the representation that has been given to the Prime Minister. And it will be important to see what the outcome is, because like I said, some key groups did meet the Home Minister yesterday, and the Home Minister was very, very hopeful that a solution would emerge, given the fact that they had come to the talking table. But the way in which, the video, viral video emerged, and after that things actually got bitter between the two sides. And the Meitei community and the Kuki community did not want to sit face to face, did not want to sit across the table. But our sources are telling us that the Home Minister is extremely hopeful that this will soon be resolved and he'll be able to bring both of these people to the talking table. In fact, yesterday when the Home Minister, we were given to understand, had a meeting with the Kuki groups, he has been able to convince them, because remember the Kuki groups wanted certain burial grounds for themselves, which were of course in the Meitei region, and that was a huge clash that had actually emerged over there. But it seems that the Kuki community has agreed to the request made by the Home Minister, and several at least 4 to 5 burial grounds have also been identified and assigned by them, and they've been told that there's going to be nothing which is going to be, coming in their way. So hopefully a solution will soon emerge. But yes, these MLAs for the longest have been wanting to meet the PM. It'll be important to see if they get an appointment with the PM after the demand which has been made yesterday as well.
Right, Payal, thank you for all those details about this particular story. Quite an important story indeed, as we see the particular situation in Manipur unfolding right now. And we have a particular reaction that we will play out for you right now. Let's have a look.
मणिपुर पर चर्चा की मांग विपक्ष के द्वारा की गई थी। मणिपुर की चर्चा यहाँ पर हुई है और गृह मंत्री जी ने उसका जवाब भी दिया है। कल प्रधानमंत्री जी भी जो अविश्वास के प्रस्ताव पर चर्चा हो रही है उसका उत्तर देने के लिए स्वयं सदन में उपस्थित रहेंगे। लेकिन जो एक गृह मंत्री जी ने जो आग्रह किया है, ये पूरे सदन की तरफ से एक अपील होनी चाहिए ताकि मणिपुर में शांति की बहाली हो सके। तो मैं समझता हूं कि इसमें सभी का सहयोग हमें प्राप्त होना चाहिए।
आज आपको डरने की जरूरत नहीं है। डरो मत। आज कोई घबराने की जरूरत नहीं है। आज मैं अपना भाषण, मेन जो भाषण है वो अदानी जी पे नहीं बोलने जा रहा हूं। आप छोड़िए, तो आप रिलैक्स कर सकते हैं, आप शांत रह सकते हैं, क्योंकि मेरा भाषण आज दूसरी डायरेक्शन में जा रहा है।
महाराष्ट्र में जब कांग्रेस के पास सत्ता थी तो फिर कांग्रेस ने अडानी को पोर्ट का काम क्यों दिया? बंगाल में हल्दिया पोर्ट का काम अडानी को क्यों दिया? छत्तीसगढ़ में कांग्रेस पार्टी ने अडानी को काम आदिवासियों ने मना किया, फिर भी क्यों दिया? अब इसमें बेटा कितना सेट होगा, दामाद को कितना भेंट होगा, हम क्या जाने।
Well, we will keep a track of all that unfolds in the parliament today, but for now we are going to shift our focus to another story that is to develop in the parliament today, which is trouble mounting for the Aam Aadmi Party MP Raghav Chadha, as Rajya Sabha Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar referred a complaint against Chadha to the Privileges Committee. Now, Dhankar referred the complaints of 4 MPs who accused Raghav Chadha of proposing their names for a house panel without their consent in violation of the rules to the Privileges Committee to examine and investigate the matter. Now, Chadha is accused of falsely including the names of the MPs in the proposed list of a select committee to examine the Delhi Services Bill. Meanwhile, Aam Aadmi Party rubbished all allegations against Chadha and alleged that it was BJP's plot to disqualify Chadha from the House, and the way Rahul Gandhi was disqualified. And Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh and Raghav Chadha, along with all their other AAP MPs, are to hold a press conference today at 10 a.m. to discuss this further. Now, we have some reactions on the story. Let's first have a look at that.
दरअसल अब ये लोग इस संसद की संस्था को भी समाप्त करना चाहते हैं, यहाँ ताला लगाना चाहते हैं। जो इनके खिलाफ बोलेगा, आवाज उठाएगा, उसकी या तो सदस्यता रद्द कर दो, या तो उसको निलंबित कर दो, या उसको प्रिविलेज कमेटी में मामला भेज दो। तो पूरा मामला पहले समझना चाहिए। जब कभी भी, और इस पूरे मामले में मैं बता दूं कि करना ये क्या चाहते हैं, मकसद क्या है इनका। इनका एकमात्र मकसद है, जैसे राहुल गांधी की सदस्यता ली, ऐसे राघव चड्ढा की सदस्यता ले लो। लेकिन हम लोग आम आदमी पार्टी वाले हैं, मुझे भी निलंबित कर दिया पूरे सदस्य के लिए, सत्र के लिए। तो यही काम कर रहे हैं, जो बोलेगा उसको बस किसी तरीके से निलंबित करो, रद्द करो उसकी सदस्यता।
So this is the particular story that is also to develop today in the parliament, and why exactly and what exactly will unfold, we have to see this in this particular story about Raghav Chadha. Remember, he might be facing the heat today in the parliament regarding him, the allegations against him of having suggested the name of 6 such MPs in the parliament when the Delhi Services Bill Select Committee was being formed. And here we have what is next for Raghav Chadha in the parliament if he faces such allegations. He may be asked to be appearing before the privileges panel. This is the first thing that might happen to him. And then next we have that the panel will call for evidence and summon witness. This is the procedure that we are describing here as to what might be next for Raghav Chadha in the parliament. Privileges panel is to treat the evidence as confidential. So this is the particular strategy that they will go with. This is the particular procedure rather that they will go with. And the Rajya Sabha chairman may then recommend an FIR after reviewing of the proof. So after the evidences, the Rajya Sabha chairman may be recommending an FIR after reviewing the proof, after reviewing all the charges that have been alleged against him and whether they align with all the evidences and the witnesses that speak against Raghav Chadha as to what exactly went along. So this is the particular situation that we are heading towards, and we need to see how it develops in the parliament right now. And next we have Pallavi joining us back on this broadcast. Pallavi, well, this is what we just described. This is the procedure that might unfold for Raghav Chadha. How possible, like what is the probability of this actually working out in the parliament, where the witnesses and the evidences might as well lead to an FIR being lodged against the MP?
So there is it's a long procedure actually. So the matter, when it goes to the privilege committee, which has been recommended by the chairperson, it issues a notice to Raghav Chadha. He is going to have to either come personally, or in some cases they are also expected to just respond. And he will have to put his point of view across, and his point of view has been very clear that he has not forged any signature. It was just a verbal conversation, and he had barely recommended their names. in the formation of a committee over the bill. That's his point of view and that's his defense. Now, that is something which is going to be corroborated then by the privileged committee head, which is Harivansh Rai, who's also a deputy chairperson. He's going to be speaking to all the other 5 MPs and get their point of view. And then, they start cross-checking on whether they indeed were signatures, and then they listen to the audio recording of what happened inside the house, the CCTV footage. So it's a very long, drawn-out process. I can only say that the ultimate action which can be taken in case found guilty is, in an extreme case, disqualification as a member of parliament.
Right. And Pallavi, one more thing, which is the fact that Raghav Chadha has come up in his own defense. Well, we will try re-establishing that connection with the reporter on the story, but for now we are going to shift our focus to a very different story right now. Here that we have, this is the flying kiss row that has developed from the parliament session yesterday between Rahul Gandhi and Smriti Irani. A hug and a wink in 2018 resulted in a controversy then and now during Rahul Gandhi's first speech in the parliament after being reinstated as an MP. A fresh row has erupted. Now, the Union Minister Smriti Irani has alleged that Rahul blew a flying kiss to a female member of the parliament while leaving the parliament and saying that only a misogynistic person can do this. BJP MP Shobha Karandlaje has filed a complaint with the speaker, and the opposition, however, has claimed that this is not the real story, and the opposition says that Rahul Gandhi got up, Smriti Irani stood up, and the treasury side began making jibes like, "You are running away," to Rahul, and his flying kiss was a response to that and not to Smriti Irani. Let's have a look at the reactions that have come in with this particular story.
Never before has the misogynistic behavior of a man been so visible in Parliament as what was done by Shri Rahul Gandhi today. When the House of the People, where laws are made to protect the dignity of women, during the course of a session stands witness to a man's misogyny, my question is, should he be brought to task? राह चलते सुना था कि औरतों को वो लोग जो कानून का उल्लंघन करते हैं इस प्रकार की अभद्र टिप्पणियां अथवा अभद्र संकेत देते हैं। ये नहीं पता था कि गांधी खानदान के संस्कार में भी एक संस्कार ये है, मिसोजिनी और महिलाओं के साथ अभद्र व्यवहार।
Smriti Irani ji's problem is that she is blocked with the hate against Mr. Gandhi, and we all know that thing that Mr. Gandhi spoke about Bhaiyo or Behno in Parliament. He spoke about very clearly that he is brothers and sisters. That is the word he used it in Parliament. Whatever he is speaking to the Parliament is to his brothers and sisters in the Parliament. Therefore, it is the behavior of the RSS that they see everything in a different pattern. And about the Fit India, first RSS fellows has to apologize before the nation. They are not participated in 1942 and they don't have any right to speak about Quit India. Whatever quit they are asking it, they should quit first communalism, they should quit Adaniism, they should quit the hate politics which they are leading it. Then they can ask questions about Congress.
Well, quite a lot is expected from the Parliament session today, and well, we will keep a track of all that happens. But right now, we're going to slip into a short break. Stay tuned to CNN News 18 as we bring you all the latest developments right here.
Party, but the entire country in an act of solidarity involving the opposition to tackle a burning issue like Manipur. Earlier, we wouldn't have 3 days of parliament on a no confidence motion. So that's point number one. Point number two, about Biren Singh. I really fail to understand why he has become so indispensable to the BJP when apparently both the Meitei community and the Kuki community have lost confidence on him. in him, except for a matter of prestige that we will not change the chief minister on the pressure of the opposition, but will change our own chief ministers entirely in an entire cabinet when we want to. I think this is a matter which the government should introspect about. We want a solution to Manipur. Now, 2 or 3 general points, if you would like me to speak now on Mr. Rahul Gandhi's speech and Mr. Amit Shah's speech, or I can come on that later.
Rahul Gandhi, the highlight of his speech was him saying that BJP has killed Bharat Mata in Manipur, that BJP has killed the idea of India and Manipur. You have split Manipur into two, and that the Prime Minister did not bother to visit Manipur even once, did not bother to speak about Manipur in Parliament, and that was his line of attack against you. Your response?
Zaka, to me, Rahul looked completely graceless, and also on a very sensitive issue concerning Manipur. The government was willing to speak on this issue from day one. Government was willing for a debate. Home Minister Amit Shah ji on the floor of Parliament, floor of Lok Sabha, and also on Rajya Sabha stated more than once that we are ready for a debate, immediate debate for any length of time. But it was the Congress which ran away from the debate, citing some kind of excuse, one or other. Even in Rajya Sabha, the day we passed Delhi bill, Amit Shah ji 2 days ago said we are unprepared for a debate on the 11th because 8th, 9th and 10th Lok Sabha was debating the no confidence motion. It is the Congress which wanted to politicize this entire issue, and saying Bharat Mata has been killed is a comment that is full of I would call it a traitorship. Rather than calling the BJP, we have seen NewsClick reports, what they have stated in New York Times, how Congress party on umpteen occasions has been acting as a propaganda vehicle for the Communist Party of China. We can call them real traitors. The way they have taken money from the embassy of China, Rajiv Gandhi Foundation, the manner in which they signed an MOU with the Communist Party of China, the manner in which Rahul Gandhi secretly meets with Chinese ambassador at the standoff when Doklam, there was a standoff at Doklam for a long period of time. And it is the Congress Party whose
Well, we have this breaking piece of information coming in wherein CNN News 18 has gotten this information regarding Pakistan National Assembly being dissolved, and Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has signed a summary which was sent to the President for approval. Now, if the President doesn't sign the summary, the Assembly stands dissolved after 48 hours. President Dr. Arif Alvi signs a summary of advice by the Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif to dissolve the National Assembly. Now, the Pakistan National Assembly stands dissolved. The Election Commission of Pakistan is bound to hold general elections in 90 days as per the Constitution. And this is the particular input that we have. But we have some further information coming in. This is a mega exclusive, and this in particular information gives a twist to events that has been taking place in Pakistan right now. This is regarding the Pakistan elections that are slated to happen, and we have CNN News 18's Anand Narsimhan joining us. Anand, a very good morning to you. Well, the National Assembly has been dissolved, and right now the elections are supposed to be taking place in 90 days as per their constitution. But given the economic situation in Pakistan, there are rumors about it being postponed. So what are we looking at, and how is this to play out in Pakistan right now?
There is, morning Shreya and morning to all our viewers. Now, at this point in time, what we're given to understand is that Pakistan is also set for elections. The civilian government has come out and said that we are ready to conduct elections. They've also dissolved. So the caretaker Prime Minister is Jalil Abbas Jilani. In all likelihood, he's the front contender. And we are going to have the Pakistan Army Chief once again meet the outgoing Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and then look into matters and decide to take things further. But I think it is also critical for us to understand and to believe that it's not going to be all smooth sailing. Now, whether or not there is a meeting with the opposition leaders, and the opposition now also has to sign off on this and agree on this, and say that yes, these are the president. And now that the president has signed the summary, now this Pakistan National Assembly stands dissolved. If in 90 days the elections can't be held because of Pakistan's current state of affairs, if the RB comes back and says, no, we'll have to delay the elections, then what happens? That is the bigger question at this point in time. If the government and the opposition is on board, the president is on board, this government now stands dissolved and there is a caretaker prime minister, then the larger now question is, will the army now say we are in a position to conduct elections in 90 days as per the rule book? As of now, Pakistan's economic state is such and that there is going to be huge stress on the exchequer. And also whether or not the Pakistan army right now can say that along in coordination with the state police and the local para, if they can conduct elections pan Pakistan in the next 90 days. That now remains to be seen because the army chief is also on board when the dissolution exercise is taken. The meeting has been held between the Prime Minister and the Pak Army Chief. Now it's over to the caretaker Prime Minister. This also puts a spin on things as far as the upcoming G20 is concerned, because Shehbaz Sharif was supposed to attend as Pak Prime Minister the G20. Now, is there something else brewing geopolitically? And will we also see not just Pakistan but also China now step away from the G20 in India in September? We'll have to wait and watch. There's not much time. It's exactly a month from today that the G20 leaders are supposed to touch down in the national capital. And how does it, throw a spin in the wheels? We'll have to wait and watch. But the next 60 to 90 days are going to be very interesting in the neighborhood.
Right. Anand, do stay with us because we are getting some more breaking information, some interesting events that have taken place regarding the situation in Pakistan right now, which is, and this is an exclusive input that we are bringing to you, wherein a new Pandora box has been opened in the Pakistan politics, wherein if the no confidence vote against Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan succeeds, all will be forgiven. This is a top US diplomat's big offer to Pakistani envoy in Washington. Top secret Pakistan cable documents United States pressure to remove Imran Khan, and the American investigative journal The Intercept has published a ciphertext. They've established threats by the US to drive out Imran Khan. The cipher leaked by Pakistan military official claims The Intercept Pakistan military in trouble, and it stops the coverage of cipher story in mainstream media. Now, almost around 16 months after former Prime Minister and Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf chairman Imran Khan was pushed out of the parliament through a no confidence motion while crying hoarse about conspiracy from the United States, a credible American investigation journal, The Intercept, has published the text of the cipher, and the Pakistani ambassador sent to the Foreign Office on March 7, 2022. This is the particular information that we have, and we have Anand joining back on the broadcast. Anand, well, this is the particular information that we are getting right now. There seems to be a conspiracy behind the arrest of Imran Khan, the no confidence that was passed when he was the Prime Minister. How are we looking at this particular development, and how far is this particular ciphertext that has been published, how far is that dependable, and what exactly is the situation right now?
Well, this cipher controversy has been going on in Pakistan for a while, and Imran Khan has been crying hoarse about the fact that there is the American hand behind his ouster. And he said it is all because he went to Moscow. Now, these are claims that he's made in the public domain. The Intercept, if you were to go by this cipher and the text that's been produced, seems to be underlined. But it is an open secret that America held sway over Pakistan for a long time, and this is a geopolitical play. This is at the time of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. And at that time, for Imran Khan to go away and meet and touch down on Russian soil at a time when it was just about to be the beginning of the conflict. In fact, one day after the conflict, Imran Khan still went and met Vladimir Putin in Moscow. And the Russia-Ukraine conflict had already begun, and clearly there was a NATO versus Russia kind of a position that was being taken, because everybody knows that this Ukraine bad conflict is being funded or backed largely by America and all the NATO nations. So for Pakistan to go ahead and do it is walking away from a strategic alliance which has lasted for more than 4 decades, if not more. And America has pumped billions of dollars via in its campaign against Afghanistan, in Afghanistan, using Pakistan as an ally in that region. And it's billions of dollars of American dollars that has fueled the Pakistan economy all this way. The moment the Americans have pulled out of Afghanistan and the dollars have dried up, you look at the state of Pakistan, the state of the economy of Pakistan. So for America to wield that kind of influence is not a surprise. Let's not forget that Osama bin Laden was neutralized in Abbottabad, not so far away, a stone's throw away from a military headquarters. And it was done by the American Special Forces, the US Marines. How did they get in deep into Abbottabad if the Pakistanis did not know? And that action happened. So at all points in time, America wielded huge influence in Pakistan. They also had the Shamsi Air Base and so many other strategic accesses within Pakistan, which everybody knew it's an open secret. So for America to be upset and miffed with Imran Khan is not a surprise. The reality is this intercept actually, and that's the operative part vis-a-vis Pakistan. The operative part is who leaked it, who put it out. Because if you see the article carefully, this is supposed to be view-only documents, which are supposed to go back to the military attaché and to the military, because it is all protected. All this information is covered and protected under the Official Secrets Act. And that is where Imran Khan is now being punished, and he's being pulled up and hauled and detained, because as far as the rules, the claim of an insider, someone who is very close to Imran Khan, and this is an affidavit, and this is a sworn affidavit which is now present in court, and this is the case where Imran Khan cannot be granted bail and he will have to be arrested. We had reported this story here on CNN News 18, our group editor security Manoj Gupta getting us these details, that the whistleblower has said that it is Imran Khan who leaked this document in the public domain. Although the intercept says it's a military source, the claim made by the eyewitness is that Imran Khan held back his copy. He said he had lost it, he had misplaced it, and he made it out and he put it out in public domain. So it has come from Imran Khan sources. So for this, for the intercept to claim that it's come from the military, it's once again, it could be read internally in Pakistan as once again the attempt by the PTI chief and the former Prime Minister to blame it all on the military. Whereas this is something which is an open secret, an alliance of convenience, which Imran Khan tried to rock the boat and he got shafted himself. That's the reality on this geopolitical game.
Right, Anand. Thank you for bringing us all those details and putting this situation into perspective of the geopolitical situation and the consequences it might have on the relations that play out, international relations that play out. But for now, we're going to keep a track of this story, but slip into a short break. But do stay tuned to CNN News 18 as we come back with more on the other side.
Whose trust in India is under question. So their patriotism is under question, really under question. They need to understand, they need to explain. The BJP, the people of this country always stood for the Bharat Mata.
Let me ask MK Vishnu Prasad of the Congress Party, this line of attack that Bharat Mata has been murdered in Manipur. Now, nationalism has always been the BJP's strong suit. It was never the Congress's strong suit, as we've seen in the 2019 election in the aftermath of Balakot. Why did Mr. Gandhi choose to make that particular line of attack? Because by attacking Bharat Mata, again, you're giving the BJP a convenient sort of handle, because they can turn around and say that, look, this is exactly what we've been saying all along, that the Congress party does not stand for India, does not stand for Bharat Mata. That's why in Parliament, Mr. Gandhi said Bharat Mata was murdered in Manipur. Mr. Vishnu Prasad.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say BJP is a specialist in lip service. They say so much about Bharat Mata ki Jai, nationalism, patriotism. But Manipur is a part of India. And when Manipur is burning, not because of a particular issue like women and other things, but basically it's a riot. it's a completely constitutional breakdown is happening. After 80 days of the incident, Prime Minister is opening his mouth, that too not inside the Parliament, outside the Parliament. Prime Minister never bothers this Parliament, and he never believes in discussions. See, only when we discuss we can resolve some issue. But he hates being criticized, he hates being accused of. Then what is the meaning of a Parliament and what is the meaning of a discussion? It is a strange incident that all opposition parties unite together and inviting a Prime Minister for a discussion on Manipur issue. That too, Manipur is burning. See, is not Manipur a part of India, and is not Prime Minister Modi, is a Prime Minister for those Manipur people also. Is he not responsible? Okay, Amit Shah said Home Minister wants to give reply, but we are demanding a reply from Prime Minister because Prime Minister is very keen in talking Man Ki Baat. It's a monologue, it's a one way, and he doesn't like entertain anybody to question him also. And the maximum respect he gave to the Parliament is the first day when he saluted the steps of the Parliament, but after that in the history of Indian politics, nobody ever treated Parliament at such a low level. See, imagine almost 5 years is going to end. That is second term of BJP government. But this fifth year, even now we don't have an election for Deputy Speaker. Because in a protocol wise, it has to be given to the opposition party. And he hates it. And this is a simple example of how he is mismanaging the entire system. And you know, it's very ironic they talk about nationalism, patriotism. But I am 100% sure by Prime Minister running away to answer all our questions, and we just wanted to resolve the issue.
No, so tomorrow he will speak.
Earlier,
we
would have had a healthy discussion.
But
tomorrow,
I'm pretty sure that he will answer.
2-3 weeks.
Yeah, sir. Tomorrow evening, Prime Minister will conclude this no conflict.
Welcome back. You're watching the Morning News Show on CNN News 18, and this segment we are starting with some celebratory news, which is superstar Rajinikanth has made a comeback to the big screen after 2 years with his latest release, Jailer. The fans' excitement for the movie is at an all-time high, and Jailer's first show took place at 7 a.m. in the morning today in Mumbai. Now, Rajinikanth's fans and people are celebrating the release by bursting crackers, and we had seen visuals from the theatre where this particular screening took place in the morning, and how the fans were all standing there, and they had even done a ceremony, puja, where they offered milk, they offered flowers before going into the theatre and watching the movie. It's a movie that everybody had been waiting with bated breath, and now it is here, and the fans cannot seem to keep their calm, and they're all ready to go and watch the movie. The first screening has already started at 7 a.m. in Mumbai, and we have Purnima live with us from Chennai. And Purnima, tell us, what is the situation like there? How are the fans celebrating? What are they doing for this movie where Rajinikanth has come back, has made a comeback after 2 years?
Well, after 2 years, this movie is going to release here across cinema theatres. For the first 4 days, it's completely houseful. You can see some interesting T-shirts that are worn by the Rajini fans. In fact, the first show is at 9 a.m. and everyone is now trying to get in to in fact watch from the beginning. So on the other side, you can see songs, dance, Milk Abhishekams performed, Aartis being performed. All these are also performed here, and that's why you can see now people now are rushing inside the theatre to watch the first day. You know, do you always watch a Rajini film the first day, first show?
Yeah.
And what are your expectations of the movie?
The movie will become super hit.
Right. So you know that many people are in fact wearing T-shirts of Rajinikanth, Jailer T-shirts of Rajinikanth, and on the other side you can also find celebrities also now entering to watch the first day, first show. The entire cast except for Rajinikanth, they will be watching the first day, first show here at one of the theatres in Chennai. But you can hear music, dance, all of them outside theatres, and this is how every time a Rajini movie is released, celebrations happen in the same way. So it's Rajini fever
cinema, we can definitely see the visuals of the excitement that people have, the enthusiasm they have, and the eager wait that they had when they were waiting for this movie. But right now we're going to slip into a short break. Do stay tuned to CNN News 18 as we come back with more on the other side.
I'm pretty sure that he will
Let
answer
him answer.
all
Let
your
him answer,
questions.
because
Whether it is
after that-
satisfactory or not,
See,
we'll leave
after
it.
that,
But
see,
let me go to Pawan Verma.
we will
You know,
not have
for
an
me,
opportunity
sir,
to
with your
counter him,
permission,
na?
let me go to Pawan
We will
Verma,
not have an
please.
opportunity to counter
Yeah,
him.
let me go to Pawan Verma, please. Pawan Verma, the Home Minister, the one standout thing that that Mr. Home Minister's speech of over 2+ hours was that the BJP and the NDA government of the centre does not find reason enough to change the Chief Minister, Mr. Biren Singh, at this point of time, because according to the Home Minister, the Chief Minister is cooperating. He said whatever other changes we need to make, the Chief Secretary, the DGP, I think there's a Special Security Advisor, all of whom were sent in Delhi, but there is no compelling need yet to change the Chief Minister. Is that something that you buy? Because that is one thing that the opposition has been saying. Yes, the Prime Minister has not visited Manipur, you've not spoken about Manipur, but why are you not changing the Chief Minister? At least it will send a message of confidence down the rank and file in the state to both communities in the state that under someone's watch, law and order has gone down the tube. We are holding that person accountable.
Thank you, Zaka. I'll make some broad points to begin with, and then there can be a subject of debate. First of all, this no confidence motion would not have been at all essential, nor is it sustainable, given the numbers, had, I think, the Prime Minister, on his own volition, as the Prime Minister of the country, as one of the most popular leaders with the greatest amount of influence and authority, agreed right at the beginning to have a debate on Manipur, setting the business of the House aside temporarily under Rule 267. That did not happen, nor did the Prime Minister speak in Parliament on Manipur separately. In fact, he will be speaking perhaps for the first time when he responds to the motion of no confidence. I think if the Prime Minister had led not only his party but the entire country in an act of solidarity involving the opposition to tackle a burning issue like Manipur earlier, we wouldn't have 3 days of Parliament on a no confidence motion. So that's point number one. Point number two, about Biren Singh, I really fail to understand why he has become so indispensable to the BJP when apparently both the Meitei community and the Kuki community have lost confidence in him, except for a matter of prestige that we will not change the Chief Minister on the pressure of the opposition, but will change our own Chief Ministers entirely in an entire cabinet when we want to. I think this is a matter which the government should introspect about. We want a solution to Manipur. Now, 2 or 3 general points, if you would like me to speak now, on Mr. Rahul Gandhi's speech and Mr. Amit Shah's speech.
Okay.
Welcome back. You're watching the Morning News Show on CNN News 18. And before I end the segment here, we have an inspirational story, and the bulletin will after this be taken over by Anjali Pandey. The inspirational story right here we have is of Mona Chauhan. Currently, the superintendent at Chachroli Gunj in Haryana, and she has reunited about 700 missing children with their families in the last 10 years. Take a look at how her story panned out.
In a country with largest number of population, it's difficult to reunite separated children with their families. But Mona Chauhan has taken up this task upon herself. Mona Chauhan, currently the superintendent at Chacharoli Balkunj in Haryana, has reunited about 700 missing children with their families in the last 10 years.
हमने आज तक जो है इन 10 वर्षों में लगभग 700 मिसिंग बच्चों को उनके परिवार तक पहुंचाया है। अपने इस काम से मैं बहुत संतुष्ट हूं, 100% संतुष्ट हूं और मुझे ये भी लगता है कि कहीं कोई मिसिंग बच्चा मुझे अलावा भी पता चलता है, अपने होम के अलावा, मुझे ये लगता है कि काश मैं उस केस में भी कुछ हेल्प कर सकूं।
While sharing one incident, the officer revealed that a girl who got separated with her family 7 years ago and she refused to reveal her identity. But Mona, through her relentless efforts, contacted the girl's family, who presumed the child was dead.
जब इस केस के बारे में हमने कंसर्न डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, कंसर्न थाने में पता किया तो सर उस केस में उसी लड़की की पड़ोस के एक व्यक्ति पे अपहरण और हत्या का केस दर्ज था। पुलिस ने लड़की की कस्टडी हमारे से लेकर उसके 164 के बयान करवाए। लड़की के उन बयानों के आधार पर उस व्यक्ति को दोष मुक्त करार दिया गया और वो उस केस में हम ये बोलना चाहेंगे कि 2 लोगों को जीवन दान मिला है। एक बच्ची जो अपने परिवार में पहुंची है सकुशल लगभग 6-7 साल बाद, और एक वो व्यक्ति जिस पर झूठा केस या झूठा मुकदमा दायर किया गया था।
Several such stories of Mona Chauhan has touched the lives of millions. Through her grit and passion, she continues to unite the lost ones to their respective families. Network 18 salutes Mona Chauhan's undying spirit and unconditional service. Her inspiring story is a true example of She Shakti who believes मैं कर सकती हूँ।
आसमान ही नहीं, मैं अंतरिक्ष भी छू सकती हूँ। सरकार हो या कारोबार, हर बागडोर संभाल सकती हूँ। उठाए अगर कोई दुश्मन आंख, तो करारा जवाब दे सकती हूँ। कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर सबके साथ बढ़ सकती हूँ। मैं कर सकती हूँ। सोच की दीवार हो या बंद हर किवाड़ हो, अपने हौसले से पार कर सकती हूँ। देश के निर्माण से लेकर दुनिया को आगे ले जाने में अपनी भागीदारी निभा सकती हूँ। मैं शी शक्ति हूँ। मैं कर सकती हूँ।
A very good morning to all our viewers. You're watching the morning news on CNN News 18 and I am Anjali Pandey here to take you through all the latest news and updates from in and around the world. Our top focus today is on the Parliament session as all eyes will be on the Prime Minister's address. A fiery rebuttal by Home Minister Amit Shah yesterday has raised the temperature in the Parliament and has also set the platform for Prime Minister's address on the final day of the no confidence vote. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to reply at 4 p.m. today. He is expected to respond to all the charges by the opposition, especially by Rahul Gandhi. The focus will be on the nepotism, dynasty and corruption, and also that the India alliance is opportunistic. The speech by the Prime Minister is expected to be a platform for the 2024 Lok Sabha elections as well. The motion is expected to be defeated, but the BJP wants the defeat to be in huge numbers to prick hole in the opposition unity. Yesterday, Home Minister Amit Shah hit out at the opposition over the no confidence motion, calling it a move to mislead people. Home Minister Shah even accused the opposition of politicizing the Manipur situation, and he also added that he is pained by the incident and even questioned the timing of the gang rape video that went viral just before the Parliament session. Let's listen in.
मान्यवर में डे 1 से चर्चा के लिए तैयार थे, मगर वो चर्चा नहीं चाहते, उनको विरोध करना था। और मैं कहना चाहता हूं, मेरी चर्चा से संतुष्ट न होते तो फिर कहते प्रधानमंत्री करे, प्रधानमंत्री विचार भी करते, मगर आप सदन में चर्चा ही न होने दो। मणिपुर जैसे महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दे पर गृह मंत्री को अपना पक्ष न रखने दे। किस प्रकार की डेमोक्रेटिक व्यवस्था चाहते हैं माननीय? और क्या आप सोचते हो कि शोर शराबा कर आप मुझे चुप कर दोगे? आप चुप नहीं कर सकते हो। 130 करोड़ की जनता ने हमें चुनकर यहां भेजा है। श्री राहुल गांधी जी यहां से वहां मुलाकात करने, मैं बड़ा स्वागत करता हूं। संवेदना है, मणिपुर की चिंता है। गए एयरपोर्ट पर उतरे, उन्होंने कहा कि भाई हमें चूड़ाचांदपुर जाना है। ठीक है भाई, अगले दिन जाने वाले थे, पहले दिन कहा कोई बात नहीं, चाहिए आप जरूर जाना चाहिए। हमने कहा हेलीकॉप्टर से चले जाइए, कि नहीं मैं रोड से जाऊंगा। पुलिस ने रोकना पड़ा। फिर 3 घंटे तक ऑल इंडिया लाइव कराकर ये नाटक देश को दिखाया और फिर 4 बजे दूसरे दिन हेलीकॉप्टर से चले गए। भाई हेलीकॉप्टर से चले जाते तो क्या आपत्ति थी? हमने सुरक्षा की पूरी व्यवस्था की थी, परंतु इस प्रकार की काम करने के लिए वहां जाना, इसको पॉलिटिक्स कहते हैं गौरव जी।
So our senior editor Pallavi Ghosh and CNN News 18's Arunima is joining us on the broadcast. They will take us through what can be expected in the parliament today, since it's a big day as Prime Minister Modi is going to address the parliament on the no confidence motion. Pallavi, over to you.
Thank you so much. And today, of course, is a big day, the penultimate day of the no confidence motion. And of course, the big bang speech we are going to hear today around 4 p.m. is the Prime Minister. Okay, so we have Arunima with us. And of course, we've got Aman, we've also got Payal, and all of us have been covering Parliament on a daily basis. So, Aman, just a quick word from you. The Prime Minister, it's clearly going to be an election and a campaign speech. Do you think that's what it's going to be?
I think it will be a very, very strong speech. Also, if you see what happened in 2018 at the confidence motion, that the PM really laid out his governance agenda ahead of the 2019 elections, I think we'll see a similar kind of speech. I think the pitch will be strongly on what all his government has done so far, and I think the point that Amit Shah made yesterday, Pallavi, that the opposition may not have any confidence on the government, but the public has full confidence on the government. So I think that is a line that the PM could also reiterate, and that may also show in the final numbers. When the final count is and the voting is done, if the government notches up the number which everybody is anticipating, 365, 366, it shows a major big win than even in 2018. So I think that will be a major thing. Also, I think the PM will lay out his record, that from the last 9 years, there is not even one corruption scam in the entire government. There is not even one taint of corruption on his government. The government is stable. It's a strong government. And what the opposition is promising here, I think the PM could also go into that, because he said that in the past, that people will vote for a strong, decisive majority government, not for a coalition khichdi government, because the country has maybe moved on from that in the past few decades, and now the country is looking toward a decisive government, a government which acts in national interests, as what the Modi government has done. I think that could be the speech, and also all briefing on because he mentioned that earlier, the economy part, that how the India is now the third largest, could be the third largest economy in the world very soon. I think going into that direction, that the country is doing well on economy, country is doing well on national security, country has a stable government, and the country has, more importantly, a corruption-free government. Okay. I think these are the major pitches that the PM could make in his speech today.
Right. Payal, do you hazard a guess, since you were there in the press gallery? In all likelihood, you will be in the press gallery again today. You think he will let Rahul Gandhi get away with his speech? Because in the past, every time there has been a direct confrontation on the floor of the House, Prime Minister has, to quote his party MPs, taken Rahul Gandhi apart. So yesterday, whatever he said on Manipur, most of it has already been spoken about by the Home Minister. But when the Prime Minister intervenes, how do you see him targeting Rahul Gandhi and the TMC and the DMK?
Well, of course, the Prime Minister is unlikely to name Rahul Gandhi and give him any publicity, but he is most certainly going to attack the opposition very, very clearly ahead of 2024. Now, the Prime Minister has often said that it is Modi versus who, Modi versus everybody as well. That is the challenge that he faced in 2019, that is the challenge that he faced in 2014 as well, and 2024 is not going to be any different. But he will attack the opposition and say that this is a government which is taking on the corrupt, this is a government which is taking on the diners, and this is the government which is taking up people who are essentially doing whatever they can for their vote bank. So, in the past few days, when he's had these cluster meetings, he's attacked the opposition. He said that these opposition parties have come together. They did not allow Pranab Mukherjee to become the Prime Minister, did not allow Sharad Pawar to become the Prime Minister. The same people are rallying together to defeat one Modi, but that's not going to be possible. So that's the line of attack that you'll actually see the Prime Minister really take on, and it's going to be quite a fiery speech. Now, yesterday when the Home Minister spoke, Arunima, that was the longest speech of his career. It was 2 hours and 13 minutes and probably the 4th or the 5th longest speech during the no confidence motion. So we can expect at least something larger, something bigger with a larger message.
The record
and
will be
we are hoping to sit in the gallery for a longer time, I think.
But what are the chances really? Because today the eyes are also going to be, and I'm already seeing those early morning tweets coming in from the Congress leaders where they are saying, look, it's a win-win for us. And I saw one from Derek O'Brien also saying that, you know, we forced the Prime Minister to come inside the Lok Sabha and take a part of the motion and also, you know, speak on the last day of the no confidence motion. But Aman, he was not there. Okay, before we go back to Aman and Payal, there are some political reactions which have of course been coming in. Let's listen to all of them.
गृह मंत्रालय का सवाल, कानून व्यवस्था पे देश के गृह मंत्री को वो कोतवाल से संज्ञा दे रहे हैं। ये कांग्रेस पार्टी का चेहरा उजागर हो रहा है। उनकी सरकार में नस्ली हिंसाएं हुई, 500 से ज़्यादा लोग मणिपुर मारे गए, तो गृह राज्य मंत्री ने जवाब दिया था। यहाँ गृह मंत्री जवाब दे रहा है और जिस तरीके का आचरण कर रहे हैं पूरा देश देख रहा है। क्योंकि आज जिस तरीके से 2.25 घंटे गृह मंत्री ने आज सदन में उनके अविश्वास प्रस्ताव पे जवाब दे दिया, इससे साबित हो गया कि केवल विपक्ष में अविश्वास है लेकिन देश की जनता का विश्वास मोदी की सरकार के साथ है। सफलता से
ऑपोजिशन
का एकमात्र कारण है सभी जगह दुनिया में
no confidence motion which the NDA led by Honorable Narendra Modi ji cleared with a large margin. I can assure you that in this no confidence motion, the NDA led by Modi ji will be winning by a more comprehensive margin, and Mr. Rahul Gandhi coming back to the parliament is only going to increase the divisiveness among the opposition parties, and it is only going to increase the margin of failure the opposition is going to have in this parliament session.
What he said in the house is most of the time it goes to the previous incidents. Previous incidents from Jawaharlal Nehru to Manmohan Singh period. There are a lot of clashes, lot of killings, lot of other incidents which was happened in the past. He only emphasized that only. We are discussing the present situation of Manipur. Honorable Supreme Court also sent the team for the peace and normalcy. He never said anything about the present situation. He never said what is the action has been taken from Government of India for the peace and harmony.
So you heard the political reactions there. Just to sum up quickly what happened in Lok Sabha yesterday, Rahul Gandhi spoke and everybody knows that how he spoke about Manipur issue, but he also spoke about his Bharat Jodo Yatra, about how this arrogance of power ultimately leaves you. Then came the counter-attack from Smriti Irani, listing out the government's achievements, criticizing the opposition for unnecessarily targeting the government, and the final, slog-over batting came from Home Minister Amit Shah, who listed out not just government's achievement, carried out political attacks on the India alliance, but then also gave categorical answer on Manipur. Why was CM Biren Singh not changed? He said because the CM was cooperating. What are being done to keep Manipur calm? But Pallavi, today when the Prime Minister speaks, will Rahul Gandhi be there to listen to him? He had been insisting that I want to speak only when PM is there.
Well, I guess I don't know. I mean, can't predict Rahul Gandhi completely. But, I just want to go back to Payal on this, because Payal, you were the first one to report on the flying kiss, which has now become the hallmark of Rahul Gandhi's bhashan of yesterday. And very much like the brink of 2018. You broke that story, yes. 2018, like the brink of 2018. Do you think the BJP wants to build up on this today? That's one. Second, yesterday he used Smriti Irani to counter Rahul Gandhi. Today, is it going to be Jyotiraditya Scindia? At one time, one of the best friends, to use Rahul Gandhi's words, he could walk into my house without an appointment.
Well, like I said, before the finale comes in and Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaks, there are going to be quite a few spokespersons, your people speaking from the BJP front. What the BJP has been saying, Pallavi, that even if they've given the opposition enough time, but the opposition, it seems, does not have good enough leaders. And you saw the kind of fun that Amit Shah was having at Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's cause, saying that we'll give you our time, don't worry, don't interrupt my speech. Having said that, yes, there's Nirmala Sitharaman in the ranks. There's, of course, Jyotiraditya Scindia, who's going to rub the Congress the wrong way, given the fact that you have Madhya Pradesh elections also. There's Bandi Sanjay, who's going to be speaking on behalf of Telangana with the Telangana elections. So quite a few speakers as we build up to that.
And they've all been carefully chosen.
Absolutely. You know, there are region-wise, there has been region-wise selection of the leaders. There has been a selection of leaders keeping in mind that women need to speak, women need to be given a platform. Kiran Rijiju was one such choice because he's one of the tallest leaders as far as the Northeast is concerned. So a lot of thought goes into what the BJP does, unlike just randomly coming up with.
Does that really make a difference who becomes your speaker? How do you choose your speaker?
Well, it seems BJP has invested more time and effort in that clearly. If you see the choice of the speakers from the BJP, as Payal was saying, you know, the top ministers, a lot of women faces also, you know, many, I think close to 5 to 6 women faces are there amongst the speakers. So I think BJP is allotted its time maybe more judiciously than the Congress, when, you know, Rahul Gandhi's speech, now many are saying maybe was not that impressive yesterday, you know, compared to his past speeches. What Rahul was speaking a bit more, Pallavi, about his Bharat Jodo Yatra, which is also spoken about earlier in Parliament. So was the no confidence motion really the platform to speak about your own Bharat Jodo Yatra? You know, the questions are being raised on that also, but in a way it was not that heavy a speech, you know, and I think when the Prime Minister speaks today, we will see that difference. You know, the PM is going to make a larger governance agenda and also expose the Congress. And I think this point of the opposition that we are bringing we want the PM to speak in the no confidence motion. That is why the motion has been brought, not to defeat the government or to show the numbers. I think that Manipur has been comprehensively answered by Amit Shah yesterday for over 2 hours. And I think the most important point, where, you know, Arunima, the opposition demanded, and Rahul said that why has Biren Singh not been removed? I think very categorically answered by the Home Minister yesterday.
You know, Pallavi, one thing, and all of you can, you know, tell me if that's what you think also. They started off with Manipur. Gaurav Gogoi started the motion with Manipur. But if you see the other speakers, it's not as if the no confidence motion discussion has been kept on Manipur only. They have digressed to other issues, and so have the counter from the other side also. So if the no confidence motion was only to have 3-day-long discussion on Manipur, that is not what has happened.
But I think the Rajya Sabha was, I think, more into, you know, kind of focused on that. Because they clearly said it in Rajya Sabha, we want a discussion on Manipur. The moment you open the ambit to call it a no confidence motion, and I remember in 2018, that's exactly what happened. It was supposed to be on that Andhra special status, that CDP motion. But barring that, everyone touched on it. See, when you're moving very closer to the Lok Sabha election, I guess you use the no confidence motion platform to kind of pitch yourself as a campaign for 2024.
Right, and why give Modi that platform? That's a question that a lot of friendly opposition parties are asking, that he's going to really literally quote-unquote roger them, you know. And there were smaller parties, Pallavi, who raised very critical issues like price rise, like issues concerning the masses, that there are no jobs. All of these issues could have been a bigger issue and probably a more connected issues with the masses, you know, in the run-up to 2024. Again, a misbus by the Congress and the principal opposition parties.
Well, I guess that's everyone's way of looking at it. If you listen to people in the Congress party, the TMC, they are very gung-ho about the fact that at least we're getting the Prime Minister to speak. But the best part is that Prime Minister was not there on the first 2 days of the no confidence motion. So this so-called purpose of the opposition parties has also not been served.
But I think when the Prime Minister speaks today, he would come prepared. I mean, even if he was there in his office, you could actually see him name the members, that you said this, you said this, and this entire focus, I think that is very clear, that the counter from BJP on the India alliance is how different they are. There are no ideological commonalities. They have attacked each other in the past, and now they are all coming together only with one agenda: Modi hatao.
Absolutely, and I think that suits Mr. Modi, you know, and the end of the day to picture fight that Modi versus the rest, like his famous words in Parliament that "ek akela sab pe bhari pad raha hai." I think that suits Mr. Modi a lot, and he's going to make that pitch that, you know, the NDA alliance is more a natural alliance. It's been there for many years, and it's a natural people aligned on the same kind of principles. Even BJD and Jagan's party have backed the BJP in this confidence motion, though they are not a part of the NDA, but still. On the India side also, I think the BJP has a very clear view that India नाम देने से आप नहीं जीत पाएंगे. अगर आप इलेक्शन जीत पाते तो बिना इंडिया नाम दिए भी आप जीत जाते. तो जीतने के लिए what is the magic mantra to win the Lok Sabha election? I think the BJP is very clear about that, and I would even hazard that and say that the return of Rahul Gandhi in fact helps the BJP here. You know, to put the focus on Rahul, because that is the time and tested formula that the BJP knows the rule book on how to defeat Rahul Gandhi. They've done it twice in 2014, 2019. So to take on Rahul Gandhi is something that the BJP knows very well.
Rahul, that suits the BJP.
Like
they would want to make a Modi versus
Rahul. That they wake up each morning and pray for Rahul Gandhi's good health because they feel that he's the biggest star campaigner in that respect as well. And that is one of the reasons you saw Amit Shah say that Rahul Gandhi was lost 13 times, but he failed each and every time as well. So that's going to be one thing which really suits them in the run-up to 2024. Because again, the challenge for the opposition parties will be who's the leader amongst them. There's Sharad Pawar, there's Mamta Banerjee, there's Stalin, there's many other leaders as well. But if it is
If you guys just give me a moment, because once a close ally of Rahul Gandhi, now his biggest critic, Himanta Biswa Sarma, has also spoken on this issue. He's also a face of Northeast, so to say. So when Manipur is being debated, what does the Assam Chief Minister has to say? Let's listen in.
During the long 60 years when Congress party was in power, they have negated all the principle which Gandhiji has advocated during the freedom movement. Gandhiji disowned dynasty, they promoted dynasty. Gandhiji worked against inequality, but they have made our society unequal so that they can nurture a particular people as their vote bank. Gandhiji worked for Swadeshi, but they have only relied our economy, or they have mortgaged our economy to the foreign power during their 60 years of ruling or 60 years of power.
Well, Himanta Biswa Sarma certainly made Rahul Gandhi's Piddi very famous, and along with Jyotiraditta Scindia, Himanta Biswa Sarma, I guess that's really the BJP strategy. We were also talking about this entire campaign which has been started by the BJP yesterday of Quit India, and the coinage of the word Quit India corruption, Quit India dynasty, Quit India appeasement. The Prime Minister is going to play on the words that India front is not really representative of India, because yesterday I heard Smriti Irani also say that, you know, Rahul Gandhi is not India. Both of you. First Aman and then Payal.
Absolutely. See, I think I would say that this coinage of the word India did bother the BJP for a bit when it was coined. I would be very clear about that, because and then there was a counter to that, and that is why I think the BJP thought through it, and now when they say Quit India, it's a very, very smart coinage. And also, see, and they are not calling it India when the BJP leaders speak. They're calling it UPA. So that shows that maybe a bit bothered the BJP when it was coined, and it was a smart coinage, as I say, and there was a fight on who coined it. Was it Rahul Gandhi or was it Mamata Banerjee? But I think the larger point that the BJP feels कि ऐसे coalition से आप जितना मर्जी coalition बना लीजिए, और बड़े states में, in big states में, how will you divide seats? Will Samajwadi Party leave seats for the Congress like Pallavi in UP? Will there be an alliance in Andhra Pradesh? Andhra Pradesh already turned saffron with both the TDP and the Jagan's party siding with the BJP on the no confidence motion here. What happens in Bengal? Will the TMCs leave seats for the Congress there in Bengal? So there are lots and ifs and buts, and the joke now in the BJP is that who will be the first to quit India, you know, which will be the party to quit. Many say it may be Aam Aadmi Party, you know, will this leave seats for the Congress in Delhi, for example.
Shah said it on the floor of the House.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So who will be the first one to quit India, you know? So that is all. I think the key will come. See, it's a good, as I think Pallavi is mentioning yesterday, this is a good honeymoon period for the India. This parliament session is going to be over. The real test will come when the seats start to be distributed, maybe after the assembly elections in December, when the alliance sits together कि अच्छा किसको किस state में कितना seat लड़ना है. I think that is when we see the friction coming in. Obviously, I think the return of Rahul Gandhi to Parliament. You know, the Congress is more enthused, Pallavi, now, in a way that now they want Rahul Gandhi to be projected as the big leader, maybe the PM face or not. But still, I think that will make the other allies also a bit uncomfortable. Congress playing big brother now. That, you know, we are the leader of the alliance.
I think at least yesterday the opposition parties were happy to give Rahul Gandhi that space yesterday. But you're right. I wonder till when this honeymoon period, right? But you know this. But if you're saying the BJP is unnerved, Payal, I think even the India front was a little bit unnerved, because then they started adding this tagline, India jeetega Bharat. India versus Bharat. Is this one chink which the BJP wants to play up on?
Well, the BJP certainly is not going to play up to that. They are not going to fall into that trap. They continuously call them UPA. The Prime Minister, at least on 7 occasions in the last 10 days, has said that India does not stand for India. India does not stand for anything else which is good for the country. They stand for the corrupt. They stand for the dynasty. They stand for people who are arrogant. They stand for people who have family ambitions. So that line of attack will continue, and that's the reason a conscious call was taken that नाम बदलने से कुछ नहीं होगा. नाम बदलने से I remember day before yesterday when the Prime Minister was speaking to the Maharashtra MPs, he said दुकान में सामान वही है, नाम बदलने से कुछ नहीं होता है. And another minister in the government who I shouldn't be naming said that the only thing is that, you know, once you become bankrupt, जब तुम दिवालिया हो जाते हो तो तुम्हारे पास कोई ऑप्शन नहीं होता अपना नाम का बोर्ड बदलने का.
In fact, you know, Amit Shah mentioned this on the floor of the House yesterday.
That was suggested by another senior member.
Yes, he said this. What did he say? Why UPA is now being called India? He said, like Payal is mentioning, A, if you go bankrupt, B, because there are so many corruption allegations, and if you see that part of Lok Sabha discussions yesterday, the entire treasury was cheering him on when he was saying Commonwealth Games Ghotala, you know, UPA.
And just to interrupt, I'm sorry, but the BJP little ad they came out on the social media about a student who is failing in his exams, so the mother decides to change his name in the hope he clears the exams, and he didn't.
Yes.
And then they say,
12 lakh crore ke baad he said, I've run out of time and I can't
calculate anymore. So I think when they go back to the people in the run-up to the 2024 election, what do you think? Will it be Quit India versus India slogan, or will it be UPA Ghotala like they are saying versus India? What would be the main slogan?
I think the BJP, when they go up, they say that, jo bola so kiya, that kind of a thing, because the Prime Minister says that he has not had any corruption allegations. His government has worked for all strata of society. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas is what has been the slogan so far. Let's see if there's any more additions. You can never know Narendra Modi's mind. He comes up with these names that nobody can even think of. For example, calling Jan Vishwas Bill Jan Vishwas. And I was given to understand that was said that if you don't trust your own citizens and they won't comply, then who else will you trust? So naming is something which you can't even predict what Narendra Modi will come up with, but it's certainly going to be on a positive flank, saying that we've done whatever we could have done. There's nothing that these opposition parties have to offer except for their family and their family corruption. So here it is, and Narendra Modi will become the Prime Minister yet again. That has been said by Amit Shah, that has been said by Smriti Irani, and a multiple of ministers who've been speaking.
Okay, we've talked about the BJP, but let's talk also a bit about the Congress reactions. In fact, one of the first reactions coming in on a day when the Prime Minister is clearly going to hog the headlights, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary and Pramod Tiwari. Let's listen to what they have to say.
के अंदर साफ तौर पर राहुल गांधी को, विपक्ष को आड़े हाथों लिया। जो टाइमिंग है आई उस वीडियो की, उस पर भी सवाल उठाया कि जब मामला मई का था तो सदन शुरू होने से पहले कैसे आ गया। राहुल गांधी को उन्होंने कहा कि 13 बार लॉन्च किया गया और 13 बार वो फेल हुए और अपोजिशन राजनीति कर रहा है।
सीधा सा सवाल, क्या मई के बाद 4 मई की घटना है, आप गए थे, आपने क्यों नहीं उठाया? उस पर क्या कार्रवाई, आप क्यों नहीं बोले? आप तो वहां 3 रात रुक के आए थे, छिपाया क्यों आपने? दूसरी बात, 2 घंटे की ज्यादा की स्पीच, जब तक चाहे बोले, कौन रोक रहा है उनको? परंतु क्या एक हत्या या उस बलात्कार की घटना जिसमें 2 महिलाओं को पुलिस ने हवाले किया और उनके साथ बलात्कार हुआ, जिसमें एक कारगिल के रक्षक जवान भी शामिल था आर्मी का, आपने क्यों नहीं कहा कि ऐसी घटना हुई और हमने इन लोगों को दंडित किया? जब तक हमने ये सवाल नहीं उठाया तब तक तो आप मौन धारण किए हुए थे। क्यों छिपाया था आपने इसको? क्यों कार्रवाई नहीं हुई थी? शर्मसार करने वाली दुनिया की घटना है। आप चाहे जितना यहां पर मीडिया पर अंकुश लगा लो, इससे हमारा सर शर्म से झुका है। साहब, आपको शर्म आई हो ना आई हो, देश को शर्म आई। तो मैं सिर्फ इतना कहूंगा, 2 घंटे के भाषण में वो नहीं बता सके जो सवालात आज जनता के मन में तैर रहे हैं। कब होगी भारत के नारियों की सुरक्षा की गारंटी? कब तक उनकी अस्मत इस तरह लुटती रहेगी? याद रखना, एक चीरहरण हुआ था द्रौपदी का, कौरव समाप्त हो गए थे। यहां तो आपने सैकड़ों।
मणिपुर के मुद्दे पे ये सरकार और खासकर गृह मंत्री जी दिखाने की ये कोशिश की, ये मणिपुर के मुद्दे को लेकर ये लोग गंभीर है। लेकिन मैं खुद गृह मंत्री जी को ये कहना चाहते हैं, मणिपुर जाकर वहां के आम लोगों को तसल्ली देते हुए 10 प्रस्ताव दिए थे इन्होंने, और ये भी वादा किए थे कि मैं 15 दिन के बाद फिर आ रहे हैं। वो 15 दिन निकाल चुके हैं। वो 10 जो प्रस्ताव दिए थे उसका कोई ठिकाना नहीं, क्या हुआ किसी ने पता नहीं। अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लाने के मकसद हमारा यही था कि सदन के अंदर प्रधानमंत्री खुद आए, नहीं तो अविश्वास लाने की कोई जरूरत हमें नहीं होती।
So you've heard the Congress Party's reaction. The big talking point yesterday was not what Rahul Gandhi said, but his action after what he said. At least BJP made that an issue, the issue of whether he blew a flying kiss towards the treasury or not. Pallavi, what is the Congress Party saying in its defense? Because BJP is very aggressive. Smriti Irani mentioned it on the floor of the House, and then a complaint has also been given by the women MPs of the party.
Well, of course, the Congress Party is completely denying it, but you know the problem is that the Congress Party is also contradicting itself. Some MPs are saying that even if he gave a flying kiss, it was not aimed at the BJP women MPs. This is his love. Some MPs have denied that there was really no flying kiss. He was just gesturing in a random. And I think it's only fair that I asked Payal this question, because Payal, you were there and you were the one who broke the news. Was there a kiss or not?
there was a flying kiss. Who it was directed to, that's only for Mr. Rahul Gandhi and the others on the floor of the House to interpret. But women MPs rushed to the Lok Sabha speaker, and I was there when they were rushing to the Lok Sabha speaker. Shobha Karandalaje, Union Minister, was the first one to go and said that this is not fair. And I also asked Jyoti Mani that question, and she said these people don't understand love, and this was done out of love, and this gesture was done out of love.
Mohabbat ki dukaan, they told you?
No, she just said that this was done out of love. They don't understand love, they only understand hatred. So, and Priyanka Chaturvedi also said that he did it out of love, and she was also there in the gallery. So that's left to interpretation. But yes, of course, a complaint formally has been filed. Let's see how the response to the Mohabbat ki dukaan comes today.
Aman, do you think that's a wrong reaction which came in from the Congress party? I mean, then it's an admission of the fact that he indeed did give a flying kiss.
I mean, in the parliament, there are certain decorum and there are certain rules. There is things you can do inside parliament, things you should not do inside parliament. So, there is something clearly which you should not do inside parliament.
Makes him endorses the
fact that it trivializes the whole thing. It trivializes the whole decorum of the parliaments, and clearly, there is a level at which you should talk and you should behave in parliament. So clearly, I think the BJP has a valid reason here to complain, and the women MPs, if they are offended, obviously they have a right to complain. This might, I think BJP may take it further.
I just wanted to ask you this. One video has gone viral where Rahul Gandhi is seen speaking and then he directs an action towards the chair. Is that at the moment that we are talking about, or
that's not the actual video? Because the video that really happened when Rahul Gandhi, and I saw it from the gallery, blowing that flying kiss. I don't know who it was directed to. That's for the CCTV footage to come. But after that, he had just left. So this is not the video that we are talking about. There probably is another video. But like since the women have complained, I'm sure there will be CCTV footage which will be looked into as well.
So one more action, Pallavi. I mean, if the speaker is for the speaker to decide. But after viewing the CCTV footage, has Rahul Gandhi opened himself for further action? He's just come back after disqualification.
Yeah, but I agree with Aman. It just makes you look like a frivolous politician, and this is something which the BJP will go on to play. And all of us were speculating about what will replace the hug this time. Well, the kiss has replaced the hug this time. But our focus on Parliament coverage, and of course a big story today, the Prime Minister's response to the no confidence motion. That is going to be our focus. News continues over here on CNN News 18.
India's #1 news channel moves to a new destination. A never-seen-before news ecosystem in the history of India.
An unrivaled news studio that elevates the viewer experience. Unprecedented camera views from a spectacular newsroom. One-of-a-kind studio pods that takes you to an unseen digiverse. A marvelous news station that echoes aspirations of New India. Get ready to be stunned by Asia's biggest news television station. CNN News 18 is here to back a power punch. CNN News 18 is here to alter your digi perspective.
CNN News 18 is here to revolutionize newscast. CNN News 18 is here now and for the future. CNN News 18, Asia's biggest news TV station.
That later.
Rahul Gandhi, the highlight of his speech was him saying that BJP has killed Bharat Mata in Manipur, that BJP has killed the idea of India and Manipur. You have split Manipur into two, and that the Prime Minister did not bother to visit Manipur even once, did not bother to speak about Manipur in Parliament, and that was his line of attack against you. Your response?
Zaka, to me, Rahul looked completely graceless, and also on a very sensitive issue concerning Manipur. The government was willing to speak on this issue from day one. Government was willing for a debate. Home Minister Amit Shah ji on the floor of Parliament, floor of Lok Sabha, and also on Rajya Sabha stated more than once that we are ready for a debate, immediate debate for any length of time. But it was the Congress which ran away from the debate, citing some kind of excuse, one or other. Even in Rajya Sabha, the day we passed Delhi bill, Amit Shah ji 2 days ago said we are unprepared for a debate on the 11th because 8th, 9th and 10th Lok Sabha was debating the no confidence motion. It is the Congress which wanted to politicize this entire issue, and saying Bharat Mata has been killed is a comment that is full of I would call it a traitorship. Rather than calling the BJP, we have seen NewsClick reports, what they have stated in New York Times, how Congress party on umpteen occasions has been acting as a propaganda vehicle for the Communist Party of China. We can call them real traitors. The way they have taken money from the embassy of China, Rajiv Gandhi Foundation, the manner in which they signed an MOU with the Communist Party of China, the manner in which Rahul Gandhi secretly meets with Chinese ambassador at the standoff when Doklam, there was a standoff at Doklam for a long period of time. And it is the Congress Party whose trust in India is under question. So their patriotism is under question, really under question. They need to understand, they need to explain. The BJP, the people of this country always stood for the Bharat Mata.
Let me ask MK Vishnu Prasad of the Congress Party, this line of attack that Bharat Mata has been murdered in Manipur. Now, nationalism has always been the BJP's strong suit. It was never the Congress's strong suit, as we've seen in the 2019 election in the aftermath of Balakot. Why did Mr. Gandhi choose to make that particular line of attack? Because by attacking Bharat Mata, again, you're giving the BJP a convenient sort of handle, because they can turn around and say that, look, this is exactly what we've been saying all along, that the Congress Party does not stand for India, does not stand for Bharat Mata. That's why in Parliament, Mr. Gandhi said Bharat Mata was murdered in Manipur. Mr. Vishnu Prasad.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say BJP is a specialist in lip service. They say so much about Bharat Mata ki Jai, nationalism, patriotism, but
Right, so what we are discussing is the Prime Minister's speech in the Parliament House. Parliament Lok Sabha will see the no confidence motion. Final stage of it, Prime Minister will end the debate. But the big issue, Aman, Payal, Pallavi, they're all here discussing. Let's start with you, Aman. The flying kiss. Will that dominate Prime Minister's attack against Rahul Gandhi as well? Without naming him, is he likely to take a dig? Because Home Minister didn't.
Yeah, slight kind of a dig is expected. I think the PM may say that, I think what they feel is that, as I was saying earlier, they feel that the quality of the debate has been downgraded. The Parliament is supposed to be for high level, high quality debates. With such actions, it trivializes the whole thing. Why are you resorting to such actions which are objectionable to some? So I think that the PM may make a sly mention, and as Payal said, I don't think he's going to name Rahul Gandhi, but he can maybe make a sly mention to it, says that these kinds of things are not good in a parliamentary democracy kind of a tradition.
Well, one criticism that I heard was that here is a party or a front which is talking about how in Manipur women have been assaulted, their maryada has been brought down, and the lead parliamentarian from your front, quote unquote, misbehaves with women. So you think that attack will also continue?
The Prime Minister will not name Rahul Gandhi, but he'll just say that Rahul Gandhi is a casual politician, so be careful of him. He's been telling people on the election rallies as well. Also, what they'll highlight is that if there's so much of issue being made about Manipur, and there's no doubt in anybody's mind that women across the country need to be made safe, and that was the first comment made by the Prime Minister ahead of the start of the session. But they'll say, why is there no discussion on Bengal? Why is there no discussion on Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh? All of these states need to be discussed. So that's going to be the line of attack as far as the government is concerned, and most certainly the Prime Minister will in fact quote unquote mock Rahul Gandhi, but it remains to be seen what he says to Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. Fair points to Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. Pallavi is the only person who's been standing up and countering the BJP and the leaders head on.
Do you see a bit of love between the Prime Minister and Adhir? I mean, they pull each other. He pulls Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary.
That's why Adhir Ranjan was called the brand ambassador of Fit India.
Another Ghulam Nabi.
But this is a very interesting point you made, Payal. I really want to ask you, because you also reported this when he was talking to a Maharashtra MPs. He raised the issue about how Congress is such an entitled party and a dynastic party. It only cares about the Gandhis. Pranab Mukherjee, PV Narasimha Rao, they never care about them. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary often comes in the same line, the one who did not get the credit that who should be getting, and देखो TMC के साथ चले गए, सबसे ज़्यादा नुकसान will be for Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. Is this something which the Prime Minister possibly could? And the second question is, and report of you later. Does the BJP want Rahul Gandhi to be in the house today? You first.
Well, the BJP certainly will want Rahul Gandhi in the house today because the PM will take him head on without naming him. But yes, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's point is a fair point. Even though they are together in that alliance, Adhir Ranjan has still been attacking Mamata Banerjee, has been making that point that everything is in a disarray over there as well. As far as Narasimha Rao, Pranab Mukherjee, and of course Sharad Pawar is concerned, remember Sharad Pawar and Pranab Mukherjee, they got these awards of the highest civilian grade under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So that was another point that he made. He also talked about the fact that he had many meetings with Pranab Mukherjee back then when he was the president and before that as well. And he also told the MPs that Pranab Mukherjee was the first one to tell him that you're going to be the Prime Minister with a difference as well. So it actually says that politics aside, there are leaders who connect with each other, but there are leaders who get probably connected in a way which is beyond party lines. But yes, that's certainly a point that the Prime Minister.
Maa beti ki sarkar. That's what the Prime Minister would always talk about. Is this also something which he is going to try and say, because that also creates a rift within the allies also, within NDA front?
Absolutely. I think increasingly we will see from the PM and from the BJP trying to expose the inherent differences between the alliance, between the alliance and even between the, to also, I think the PM might as well tell not to Rahul Gandhi ki sirf dil se baat mat kariye, dil aur dimag dono se baat kiya kijiye parliament mein. As Rahul said, main to sirf dil se baat kar raha hu. But I think increasingly we will see these attacks. I think the major points, Pallavi, the PM, it will sure be a long speech, but I think the major points are expected to be on these lines. That see, I have been in power for 9 years now. I am going to seek another term from you next year. I am a Prime Minister who has no corruption taint against me, my government. I am someone who's worked for the country's interest, the national interest. If the people believe so, that I am not corrupt and I believe in national interest, vote for me again. That is going to be the simple pitch, I think, the sum and substance of his address. And of course also adding on to the fact that this is a government which is stable. This is a government which is strong, which has been given a bigger mandate, and I am sure the BJP is very sure, and I would say even the Prime Minister is very sure that coming the next elections, BJP will get an even bigger mandate than 2019. They have no doubt about it.
Right. And now, what the Prime Minister will say, Payal and Aman are, giving us some insight into it, but already there has been an all-out attack from the BJP. Let's start with what Smriti Irani said. She was the speaker immediately after Rahul Gandhi in Lok Sabha yesterday.
Never before has the misogynistic behavior of a man been so visible in Parliament as what was done by Shri Rahul Gandhi today. When the House of the People, where laws are made to protect the dignity of women, during the course of a session stands witness to a man's misogyny, my question is, should he be brought to task? राह चलते सुना था कि औरतों को वो लोग जो कानून का उल्लंघन करते हैं इस प्रकार की अभद्र टिप्पणियां अथवा अभद्र संकेत देते हैं। ये नहीं पता था कि गांधी खानदान के संस्कार में भी एक संस्कार ये है, मिसोजिनी और महिलाओं के साथ अभद्र व्यवहार।
Through his actions every single day is again and again showing the great people of India that he doesn't deserve to be in the parliament in any manner. And he is making a so-called comeback after 3-4 months. And in the parliament once again he showed his true character. His frustration and his grievances are completely understandable.
Smriti Irani's problem is that she is blocked with the hate against Mr. Gandhi. And we all know that thing that Mr. Gandhi spoke about Bhaiya or Behno in Parliament. He spoke about very clearly that he is brothers and sisters. That is the word he used it in Parliament. Whatever he is speaking to the Parliament is to his brothers and sisters in the Parliament. Therefore, it is the behavior of the RSS that they see everything in a different pattern. And about the Quit India, first RSS fellows has to apologize before the nation. They are not participated in 1942 and they don't have any right to speak about Quit India. Whatever quit they are asking it, they should quit first communalism, they should quit Adaniism, they should quit the hate politics which they are leading it. Then they can ask questions about Congress.
Okay, so welcome back, and we are going to now keep our focus really going on Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha to the big countdown. Around 4 p.m. is when the Prime Minister is expected to reply to the no confidence motion. I'm just going to go back to Lok Sabha once again before we're going to touch about Rajya Sabha. Okay, to you actually, Arunima, because you also cover the Home Ministry. The Manipur issue has been in detail. Two questions were always asked of this government. One on the viral video. We are talking about Biren Singh, why is he still there? We heard the Home Minister's response to that. But on the viral video, the Home Minister said that the timing is also something which we really need to think about. And that is something which has upset the opposition party.
And in fact, when I finished, Payal can come in because he said, मेरे जो मित्र ऊपर गैलरी में बैठे हुए हैं, उन्होंने मुझे ये बताया कि ये ऐसा क्यों आया. So tell me more about that. But two things that the Home Minister mentioned. A, there was an acknowledgement of some kind of an intelligence failure. He said that, if intelligence didn't get that viral video on the next day itself or in the next few days and others had it, why did they not walk up to the DGP? Why did they not hand over the video and say that this has happened? Why did everyone wait for a month and a half? And he was alluding to the fact that perhaps there was political motive there also, that you waited to make this video viral just ahead of Parliament session because you wanted to score a political point. But he also acknowledged that what has happened can't be defended by anybody. He also acknowledged that there was a policing issue and therefore the Chief Secretary and the DGP were immediately changed. And why was N. Biren Singh not moved? He said that because the Chief Minister was cooperating when changes were being made, he was working in tandem with the central government there. But Payal, that thing about why did this video go viral just before Parliament, that is something that has been mentioned more than once by the BJP.
Yes, not just the Home Minister but multiple leaders have mentioned this, that how can it just happen that one day before this video gets leaked. Last time before the budget session the Adani report comes out, Modi's documentary comes out, before that Pegasus, before that Rafale and all of that. So they say that probably there's a design to it. They'll get to the bottom of it. But the fact of the matter is that yes, the video, the guy who shot the video, he's been nabbed. His phone has been confiscated. There is more that is going to come to it, but conspiracy theory is something which the BJP is not ruling out because they feel that the opposition does not want a discussion. If they wanted a discussion, there's plenty of opportunity. In fact, 7 to 8 days before the start of the session, Pallavi and Arunima, the Home Minister had suo moto called up the Lok Sabha Speaker and the Rajya Sabha Chairman, given them his availability, and when both these leaders asked them as to when would you like this discussion to happen, he said it's up to the convenience and the ask of the opposition party. So as far as running away from this discussion is concerned, that was not an option and it was never an option. That's what the government says. But the fact of the matter is that probably the opposition parties wanted to just score a brownie point. And he has come out, spoken in fact yesterday in the Lok Sabha and a couple of days before when he was speaking in the Delhi bill. Even then he's lashed out at the opposition parties. And when questions were asked that why have a discussion not today, tomorrow, he said why not on the last day, because he said I'm not available till the last day. He's a senior minister in the government. The no confidence motion has been moved against the government. He has to be present in the house during that. So he said 11th को आ जाओ, कितने घंटे चर्चा करने में, सारा दिन available हूँ, पर ये क्या होता है कि आज नहीं करेंगे, कल नहीं करेंगे. So he said basically they are not serious. That's the allegation of the Home Minister.
Will Prime Minister speak on Manipur, point by point rebuttal of whatever has been said by the opposition?
I think Amit Shah has answered most of those questions. I don't really think Prime Minister will go into much length on Manipur if he at all does so. I think the Home Minister has made these points very clearly. I think also Arunima, a couple of points in the Home Minister's speech really were very important, I think, yesterday on Manipur. First thing, that he condemned the violence. He admitted that nobody can defend this kind of a violence as well. जो वहाँ पे violence हो उसको कोई defend नहीं कर सकता. So that is an important admission because the opposition so far has been saying that the government is in a way not condemning and government is not in control of Manipur. Second, I think he also explained why the Manipur violence has happened. From the 2021 Myanmar exodus that started to the Manipur High Court's order, which he said lit the fire in Manipur. So there are other reasons besides what the opposition is saying, that there are larger reasons behind what happened in Manipur. Also the point that it will take some time for these wounds to heal. Manipur and Northeast has a long history of tribal conflict, and it takes time for such conflicts to abate. And why not remove Biren Singh? So the Home Minister made it very interesting that he has cooperated, but is removing Biren Singh the real answer? Will it solve Manipur's peace? I think in the hindsight, if someone sees, even the long-term approach one sees, maybe not removing Biren Singh is a prudent step, because that also stops any kind of further reactions. We saw a reaction when Biren Singh wanted to resign, and the local community there stopped him from resigning. So does removing Biren Singh escalate the issue? And some in the BJP, I would say, also feel that the opposition demanding the removal of Biren Singh is to ensure that Manipur keeps on burning for some few more months. So in a way, the government is very clear about it, that okay, there is nothing that Biren Singh has done or said so far which reeks of bias.
At least one ethnic community is very upset with the Chief Minister. In fact, they met the Union Home Minister yesterday, the Tribal Forum, and they said that even though the main issue there was the burial ground, but they continue to show no confidence in the Chief Minister. But talking about no confidence, Pallavi, let's come back to the Lok Sabha today. We've discussed on Manipur, but talking about direct attack by the Prime Minister against the India front, he is going to take on the others as well?
Well, I think that's going to be our main focus through the day today, and we are going to build up to the big coverage, which is, of course, the Prime Minister's response to a no-confidence motion. We are really running out of time. We are going to slip into a break now, but all the top stories, all the updates, right over here on CNN News 18.
Of India, and when Manipur is burning not because of a particular issue like women and other things, but basically it's a riot, it's a completely constitutional breakdown is happening. After 80 days of the incident, Prime Minister is opening his mouth, that too not inside the parliament, outside the parliament. Prime Minister never bothers this parliament, and he never believes in discussions. See, only when we discuss we can resolve some issue. But he hates being criticized, he hates being accused of. Then what is the meaning of a parliament and what is the meaning of a discussion? It is a strange incident that all opposition parties unite together and inviting a Prime Minister for a discussion on Manipur issue. That too Manipur is burning. See, is not Manipur a part of India, and is not Prime Minister Modi, is a Prime Minister for those Manipur people also. Is he not responsible? Okay. Amit Shah said Home Minister wants to give reply, but we are demanding a reply from Prime Minister because Prime Minister is very keen in talking Man Ki Baat. It's a monologue, it's a one way, and he doesn't like entertain anybody to question him also. And the maximum respect he gave to the parliament is the first day when he saluted the steps of the parliament, but after that in the history of Indian politics, nobody ever treated parliament at such a low level. See, imagine almost 5 years is going to end. That is second term of BJP government. But this fifth year, even now we don't have an election for deputy speaker. Because in a protocol wise, it has to be given to the opposition party. And he hates it. And this is a simple example of how he is mismanaging the entire system. And you know, it's very ironic they talk about nationalism, patriotism. But I am 100% sure by Prime Minister running away to answer all our questions, and we just wanted to resolve the issue.
No, so tomorrow he will speak.
Earlier,
we
would have had a healthy discussion.
But tomorrow, I'm pretty sure that he will answer.
2-3 weeks.
Yeah, sir. Tomorrow evening, Prime Minister will conclude this no confidence debate, and I'm pretty sure that he will answer all your questions. Whether it is satisfactory or not, we'll leave it. But let me go to Pawan Verma. You know, for me, sir, with your permission, let me go to Pawan Verma, please. Yeah. Let me go to Pawan Verma, please. Pawan Verma, the Home Minister, the one standout thing that that Mr. Home Minister's speech of over 2+ hours was that the BJP and the NDA government in the centre does not find reason enough to change the Chief Minister, Mr. Biren Singh, at this point of time, because according to the Home Minister, the Chief Minister is cooperating. He said whatever other changes we need to make, the Chief Secretary, the DGP, I think there's a Special Security Advisor, all of whom were sent in Delhi, but there is no compelling need yet to change the Chief Minister. Is that something that you buy? Because that is one thing that the opposition has been saying. Yes, the Prime Minister has not visited Manipur, you've not spoken about Manipur, but why are you not changing the Chief Minister? At least it will send a message of confidence down the rank and file in the state to both communities in the state that under someone's watch, law and order has gone down the tube. We are holding that person accountable.
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with CNN News 18, and it's time for a positive story and a motivational one from CNN News 18. Mona Chauhan, who is currently the superintendent at Chachroli Balkunj in Haryana, has reunited about 700 missing children with their families in the last 10 years. Let's take a look at her story.
In a country with largest number of population, it's difficult to reunite separated children with their families. But Mona Chauhan has taken up this task upon herself. Mona Chauhan, currently the superintendent at Chachroli Balkunj in Haryana, has reunited about 700 missing children with their families in the last 10 years.
हमने आज तक जो है इन 10 वर्षों में लगभग 700 मिसिंग बच्चों को उनके परिवार तक पहुंचाया है। अपने इस काम से मैं बहुत संतुष्ट हूं, 100% संतुष्ट हूं और मुझे ये भी लगता है कि कहीं कोई मिसिंग बच्चा मुझे अलावा भी पता चलता है, अपने होम के अलावा, मुझे ये लगता है कि काश मैं उस केस में भी कुछ हेल्प कर सकूं।
While sharing one incident, the officer revealed that a girl who got separated with her family 7 years ago and she refused to reveal her identity. But Mona, through her relentless efforts, contacted the girl's family, who presumed the child was dead.
जब इस केस के बारे में हमने कंसर्न डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, कंसर्न थाने में पता किया, तो सर उस केस में उसी लड़की की पड़ोस के एक व्यक्ति पे अपहरण और हत्या का केस दर्ज था। पुलिस ने लड़की की कस्टडी हमारे से लेकर उसके 164 के बयान करवाए। लड़की के उन बयानों के आधार पर उस व्यक्ति को दोष मुक्त करार दिया गया और वो उस केस में हम ये बोलना चाहेंगे कि 2 लोगों को जीवन दान मिला है। एक बच्ची जो अपने परिवार में पहुंची है सकुशल लगभग 6-7 साल बाद, और एक वो व्यक्ति जिस पर झूठा केस या झूठा मुकदमा दायर किया गया था।
Several such stories of Mona Chauhan has touched the lives of millions. Through her grit and passion, she continues to unite the lost ones to their respective families. Network 18 salutes Mona Chauhan's undying spirit and unconditional service. Her inspiring story is a true example of She Shakti who believes मैं कर सकती हूँ.
आसमान ही नहीं, मैं अंतरिक्ष भी छू सकती हूँ। सरकार हो या कारोबार, हर बागडोर संभाल सकती हूँ। उठाए अगर कोई दुश्मन आंख, तो करारा जवाब दे सकती हूँ। कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर सबके साथ बढ़ सकती हूँ। मैं कर सकती हूँ। सोच की दीवार हो या बंद हर किवाड़ हो, अपने हौसले से पार कर सकती हूँ। देश के निर्माण से लेकर दुनिया को आगे ले जाने में अपनी भागीदारी निभा सकती हूँ। मैं शी शक्ति हूँ। मैं कर सकती हूँ।
Well, that's all for now, but news and updates continue here on CNN News 18. Thanks for watching.
Brought to you by.
Thank you so much. And today, of course, is a big day, the penultimate day of the no confidence motion, and of course, the big bang speech we are going to hear today around 4 p.m. is the Prime Minister. Okay, so we have Arunima with us, and of course, we've got Aman, we've also got Payal, and all of us have been covering Parliament on a daily basis. So, Aman, just a quick word from you. The Prime Minister, it's clearly going to be an election and a campaign speech. Do you think that's what it's going to be?
I think it will be a very strong speech. Also, if you see what happened in 2018 at the confidence motion that the PM really laid out his governance agenda ahead of the 2019 elections, I think we'll see a similar kind of speech. I think the pitch will be strongly on what all his government has done so far, and I think the point that Amit Shah made yesterday, Pallavi, that the opposition may not have any confidence on the government, but the public has full confidence on the government. So I think that is a line that the PM could also reiterate, and that may also show in the final numbers. You know, when the final count is done, the voting is done, if the government notches up the number which everybody is anticipating, 365, 366, it shows a major big win than even in 2018. So I think that will be a major thing. Also, I think the PM will lay out his record that from the last 9 years, you know, there is not even one corruption scam in the entire government. There is not even one taint of corruption on his government. The government is stable. It's a strong government. And what the opposition is promising here, I think the PM could also go into that, because he said that in the past, that people will vote for a strong, decisive majority government, not for a coalition khichdi government, because the country has maybe moved on from that in the past few decades, and now the country is looking toward a decisive government, a government which acts in national interests, as what the Modi government has done. I think that could be the speech, and also all briefing on because he mentioned that earlier, the economy part, that how the India is now the third largest, could be the third largest economy in the world very soon. I think going into that direction, that the country is doing well on economy, country is doing well on national security, country has a stable government, and the country has, more importantly, a corruption-free government. Okay. I think these are the major pitches that the PM could make in his speech today.
Right. Payal, do you hazard a guess, since you were there in the press gallery, in all likelihood you will be in the press gallery again today, you think he will let Rahul Gandhi get away with his speech? Because in the past, every time there has been a direct confrontation on the floor of the House, Prime Minister has, to quote his party MPs, taken Rahul Gandhi apart. So yesterday, whatever he said on Manipur, most of it has already been spoken about by the Home Minister. But when the Prime Minister intervenes, how do you see him targeting Rahul Gandhi and the TMC and the DMK?
Well, of course, the Prime Minister is unlikely to name Rahul Gandhi and give him any publicity, but he is most certainly going to attack the opposition very, very clearly ahead of 2024. Now, the Prime Minister has often said that it is Modi versus who, Modi versus everybody as well. That is the challenge that he faced in 2019, that is the challenge that he faced in 2014 as well, and 2024 is not going to be any different. But he will attack the opposition and say that this is a government which is taking on the corrupt, this is a government which is taking on the diners, and this is the government which is taking up people who are essentially doing whatever they can for their vote bank. So, in the past few days when he's had these cluster meetings.
Hello, welcome back, and thank you for staying with us. This is the Breaking News Show on CNN News 18, and I am Sriya Kundu. And well, we are tracking quite an important story today, which is the Parliament and what is to unfold in the Parliament today. You know that today the Prime Minister is to address the Parliament at 4 p.m. The no confidence motion debate has been ongoing, and today is the third day when he finally will be addressing the Parliament regarding countering everything that has been said. Yesterday, Rahul Gandhi and Smriti Irani had been debating on this particular no confidence motion as well. And we do have the particular eyes set on this particular situation. And right now, the first story that we are starting with right now is a fiery rebuttal by the Home Minister Amit Shah, which had raised the temperature in the Parliament and has set the platform for the Prime Minister's address on the final day of the no trust vote. Now, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to reply at 4 p.m. today. He is expected to respond to all the charges by the opposition, especially the one made by Rahul Gandhi. And the focus is the nepotism, the dynasty politics and corruption, and also that the INDIA alliance is opportunistic. Now, the speech made by the Prime Minister is expected to be a platform for the 2024 Lok Sabha polls. The motion is expected to be defeated, but the BJP wants the defeat to be in huge numbers to prick holes in the opposition unity idea. Now, yesterday, the Home Minister Amit Shah hit out at the opposition over the no confidence motion, calling it a move to mislead people. Shah accused the opposition of politicizing the Manipur situation, and he further added that he's pained by the incident and even questioned the timing of the gang rape video that went viral just before the Parliament session. He further added that during the Congress rule, there were numerous incidents of violence in Manipur itself, yet no Home Minister had visited there. Now, we have a few reactions on this. Let's have a look at that first.
मैं पूरे देश को बताना चाहता हूं, इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने रात को 4 बजे भी मुझे फोन किया है और दूसरे दिन 6:30 बजे मुझे फोन से उठाया भी इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने। और ये कह रहे हैं मोदी जी ध्यान नहीं रखते। मैं यही कह रहा हूं, समझ न हो तो नहीं आएगी भी। सीएम तब बदलना पड़ता है जब कोऑपरेट न करे। ये सीएम कोऑपरेट कर रहा है। सबसे ज्यादा धार्मिक और नस्लीय दंगे किसी के शासन में हुए हैं तो श्री जवाहरलाल नेहरू, इंदिरा गांधी और राजीव गांधी के समय में हुए।
Well, we have Pallavi and Arunima joining us from Vijay Chowk. They will take forward the discussion about all that is expected to happen in the parliament. Pallavi, over to you.
Thank you very much. And the big story, of course, is the Prime Minister's response to a no-confidence motion likely at around 4 p.m. today. There's going to be a lot of focus on what the Prime Minister is going to say. How is he going to take on the opposition parties? How is he going to take on Rahul Gandhi? Will he mention Manipur in detail? Will he talk about the flying case, which has now become the topic of discussion and has recently got viral? But more than that, will the Prime Minister's response actually be a pitch for the 2024 poll campaign? That's going to be a big story through the day on CNN News 18. We have an entire panel. My co-anchor Arunima, who's also going to give all the details over here. We've got Aman, who's joining us also now in this very hot, sultry morning. Siddharth Yadav of the BJP, thank you very, very much for joining us in this heat. Siddharth, to you first. What is it that we can expect from the Prime Minister? Okay, we are going to wait for him to mic up, but what is it that okay, fine. Siddharth, what is it that you think the Prime Minister is going to say? Will he just give it back to the Congress party and to Rahul Gandhi?
No, absolutely. What the Prime Minister is going to speak today is going to be very much awaited, because a lot of days in this session were already suspended. The Congress and the entire opposition had literally hijacked the entire parliament, and they did not let the discussion on very serious issues happen. And I'm sure the Prime Minister is going to respond to that. Also respond to so many propaganda allegations that have been going on for the past few days during this session. So it's going to be a very much awaited speech, I feel. It's also going to be a very good response to the entire narrative that the Congress and the entire opposition has been trying to build, of bringing a no confidence motion on the context of Manipur discussion, while in the entire no confidence nobody is discussing about Manipur. Rather, Rahul Gandhi also in his speech yesterday was more focused on his Bharat Jodo Yatra than on Manipur.
That's a complaint which that is also being made of even the BJP, that the leaders who are getting up to speak are actually not talking so much about Manipur, they're actually showcasing the government's achievements. Or is that what the no confidence motion is actually going to be about?
No, we have to look at it little differently. The government, when speaks, will have to speak of the achievement that the government is doing. If the ministers are getting up to speak in the parliament, they will speak about what they are doing for the people of this country. It was the opposition which thought that we have to have this discussion, and they said that we are having a no confidence motion just for the discussion of Manipur. And while they are speaking, if we actually calculate the time of how much time they are speaking on Manipur, it's negligible. Nobody really wants to speak on Manipur, and that is how they are getting exposed. Because the opposition, on the context that they are, very concerned about Manipur, they are really not concerned, because we have seen from all the speakers yesterday who were speaking in the no confidence motion that their pain which they were trying to show for Manipur is really not the case. And the Home Minister, while was speaking yesterday, did actually speak on facts not just from this year, from 93, 97, 2003, what has Manipur been through the entire journey of India. And that is what has to be discussed by the Parliament of India. So I would just say that the ruling party, the ministers who are getting up, are actually discussing Manipur, and it's the vice versa for the opposition.
Siddharth, I wanted to understand from you. You gave a complaint. Your women MPs gave a complaint against Rahul Gandhi. Is that the end of the matter for now, to let the speaker decide, or will that also be an issue that will be raised by the BJP?
How is this the end of matter? How can this be the end of matter? From such a big political party which has ruled this country, their Shehzada comes up, whom they project as the Prime Minister of this country. He does not know about the decorum of the parliament. He's passing flying kisses. I don't know what culture is this. This might be the culture in Italy, but not in India, definitely. The parliament is for serious discussions. It is for the discussions of the people of this country, for the poor, for the young. And what is the opposition doing? Sometimes he feels like he has to pass a flying kiss. Sometimes he has to wink. Sometimes he has to get up, fall on people, hug people. What is this? and they try to project him as a senior. They made such a hoax about Rahul Gandhi is going to come to the parliament and speak about something. What did he do? Did he want to come to the parliament for this? And it's definitely not a small issue. We have seen inside the Congress, inside NSUI, the NSUI former president was sacked because of what he did with women. So we have seen this culture in Congress before. If this comes to the parliament and if parliamentarians are doing this, if female MPs in parliament are subject to this, I think it's a very serious issue which the country should take note of.
You know, Aman, yesterday Rahul Gandhi during his speech, he also said that for 13 years I have been ridiculed and I have been attacked. But he's also, in many sense, his critics say has earned the tag of being a non-serious politician because of his frequent travels abroad. Do you think the hug in 2018 and the flying kiss of yesterday, whatever may be the dispute over it, will help the BJP once again project him in the next coming days till 2024 as a non-serious politician who doesn't even understand Parliament ka maryada?
See, I think the BJP knows the rule book very well on how to counter Rahul Gandhi. So they have used that in 2014, they used that in 2019 to counter Rahul. They know it very well how to bat on a pitch when Rahul Gandhi is bowling to you. You know, so they know what the tradition is, what method they should employ. You basically paint as a non-serious politician. So what has changed maybe in this election is that Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra, where the Congress feel that his image has changed. He should be taken now as a very, very serious politician who walked the entire country, you know. But yesterday in his speech, you know, I was sitting with the BJP leader when Rahul Gandhi was making that speech, and Rahul started off with saying his speech that जब मैंने यात्रा शुरू की तो मुझे मालूम नहीं था कि मैं यात्रा क्यों कर रहा हूँ. So you know, this somehow portrays of the leader commented to me कि देशव्यापी campaign शुरू किया और पता ही नहीं कि शुरू क्यों कर रहे हो. So these kind of things, you know, the BJP harps on that Rahul doesn't really know what he's doing. You know, is he really into politics? Is he really, or his mission is only to embarrass the Prime Minister, only to attack the Prime Minister, the institution of the Prime Minister as well. So I think that is something that BJP will attack Rahul for being a non-serious politician, to have his whole politics centered around the idea of anti-Modi. You know, so what is your vision for the country? What is your vision on various other things, on inflation? Like, I think Rahul had a golden opportunity yesterday maybe to raise the high cylinder prices in the country, you know, which is the topping 1100 rupees ka cylinder bik raha hai. You know, this is something.
Missed opportunity.
This is a missed opportunity. Tomato. For example, tomato, cylinder, you know, he could have gone on these people issues. Maybe it would have been a better speech. But, you know, just focusing on the Bharat Jodo Yatra, which already done in an earlier speech in Parliament. He dwelt in great detail even then on that. So I think it was a missed opportunity. As speech was a bit low on substance.
I wanted to ask you something. Congress party is backing Rahul Gandhi on this issue. What about the other India front members?
Well, Priyanka Chaturvedi certainly batted, and you know, I think for now they're going to be very, very careful about the fact that they don't want to openly seem to be distancing themselves from Rahul Gandhi, because you have to put forward this point of view as India front being united. So that is this what you think the Prime Minister could possibly, and something which the BJP would want to make the point, that it's just a coming together of unnatural opportunistic forces?
Yes, absolutely. I think this is the most unnatural alliance this country has ever seen. People who have been thirsty of each other's blood are coming together for power, for saving each other, for, you know, hiding their reigns of corruption, of coming just with the thirst of power, that do whatever, we have no vision for the country, just bring us to power once. Congress and communists, they've been fighting. Aam Aadmi Party and Congress, they've been fighting. Today they're together. And now, you know, you just mentioned Priyanka Chaturvedi. I was shocked yesterday after her speech. After she bagged Rahul Gandhi, because she left the party, she herself in her party had faced such issues of you know, facing misogynist political culture. But she had to compromise herself and come out to defend the INDIA front.
Well, we hope to get a Congress voice in a short while from now, because Dolly Sharma is also joining us.
Yes, Dolly Sharma has just joined us. But before we go to her, let's just play out the reactions that we have had. The no confidence motion day 2 was in Lok Sabha yesterday. A lot of political reactions flown in because Smriti Irani, Amit Shah and Rahul Gandhi were the key speakers on day 2. Let's listen into the reactions.
Opposition is delusional as usual. In 2018 also there was a no confidence motion which the NDA led by Honorable Narendra Modi ji cleared with a large margin. I can assure you that in this no confidence motion, the NDA led by Modi ji will be winning by a more comprehensive margin, And Mr. Rahul Gandhi coming back to the parliament is only going to increase the divisiveness among the opposition parties, and it is only going to increase the margin of failure the opposition is going to have in this parliament session.
कमिटी ऑफ प्रिविलेजेस के बारे में ना ऑनरेबल चेयर के बारे में कोई भी बयान दूंगा। मैं सिर्फ रूल, पोजीशन और सच्चाई आपके सामने रखूंगा। पहली चीज तो यह है कि यह रूल बुक है जिसके हिसाब से राज्यसभा चलती है। यह रूल बुक, लाल किताब, इस पर लिखा है रूल्स ऑफ प्रोसीजर एंड कंडक्ट ऑफ बिजनेस इन द काउंसिल ऑफ स्टेट्स। इस रूल बुक में जो लिखा है वो मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं। यह रूल बुक कहती है कि किसी भी समिति के, सिलेक्ट कमिटी के गठन के लिए आप नाम प्रस्तावित करते हैं, कोई भी सांसद नाम प्रस्तावित कर सकता है, और जिस मेंबर का नाम प्रपोज किया जाता है, प्रस्तावित किया जाता है, उस मेंबर का ना साइन चाहिए, ना उस मेंबर का सिग्नेचर चाहिए, ना उस मेंबर का रिटन कंसेंट चाहिए। यानी कि इस रूल की किताब में कहीं नहीं लिखा कि सिलेक्ट कमिटी में किसी भी शख्स का, मेंबर का नाम देने के लिए आपको उस प्रस्तावित, प्रपोज्ड मेंबर की रिटन कंसेंट या सिग्नेचर चाहिए। लेकिन एक झूठा प्रचार फैलाया गया कि फर्जीवाड़ा हो गया साइन का। मैं आपको आगे बताना चाहता हूं कि जब भी सिलेक्ट कमिटी के गठन के लिए नाम प्रस्तावित किए जाते हैं तो ना सिग्नेचर लिए जाते हैं, ना सिग्नेचर जमा किए जाते हैं, ना सिग्नेचर की जरूरत होती है। नो सिग्नेचर्स आर रिक्वायर्ड, नो सिग्नेचर्स आर टेकन एंड नो सिग्नेचर्स आर सबमिटेड। तो जब किसी का हस्ताक्षर लिया ही नहीं, जब कोई हस्ताक्षर जमा किया ही नहीं, तो यह फर्जी साइन का जो एक अफवाह फैलाई जा रही है, यह सरासर गलत, झूठ और बेबुनियाद है। और यह मैं कानून की पोजीशन के हिसाब से बता रहा हूं। और मैं आज इस मंच से बीजेपी के नेताओं को चुनौती देता हूं कि वो कागज लेकर आए मेरे सामने, शो मी दैट पीस ऑफ पेपर जिसपे ये दस्तखत है। जब कोई दस्तखत है ही नहीं, जब सिग्नेचर होता ही नहीं, तो फर्जी सिग्नेचर की बात कहां से आ गई? मैं चुनौती देता हूं आज बीजेपी को, आप तो इतनी बड़ी पार्टी है, इतनी शक्तिशाली, इतनी ताकतवर सरकार है आपकी, वो कागज दिखाओ मुझे जहां पर हस्ताक्षर है। चुनौती देता हूं मैं आपको। अगर आप कह रहे हैं मैंने कोई कागज जमा किया है जिसमें गलत तरीके से किसी के साइन किए गए हैं, तो वो कागज लेकर आओ, मैं आपको चुनौती देता हूं आज। साथियों, मैं आपको आगे बताना चाहूंगा कि बीजेपी के अज्ञान का, उनके इग्नोरेंस का तो मेरे पास कोई इलाज नहीं है। लेकिन प्रोसेस ये होता है कि जब भी कोई विवादित, कंट्रोवर्शियल बिल सदन के भीतर आता है तो एक समिति गठन की एक प्रक्रिया बताई गई है कि अगर कोई मेंबर चाहे कि इस बिल पर मतदान ना हो, इस बिल पर और चर्चा हो और इस बिल में क्या चेंजेस किए जाएं वो बताए जाएं, उसके लिए एक समिति का गठन किया जाता है। उस समिति में कुछ नाम प्रस्तावित किए जाते हैं और जिस शख्स को उस समिति में नहीं रहना, वो अपना नाम विड्रॉ कर लेता है। ये प्रपोजल है, ये प्रस्ताव है, किसी को जर जबरदस्ती नहीं बिठा दिया। मैं आपको एक बहुत सरल एग्जाम्पल के माध्यम से ये समझाना चाहूंगा और आप सब वो मेरी बात समझ जाए। मान लीजिए कि मेरा जन्मदिन, मैं अपनी जन्मदिन की दावत देता हूं, एक बर्थडे पार्टी आयोजित करता हूं। अपनी बर्थडे पार्टी में मैं 10 लोगों को न्योता देता हूं आने के लिए। 10 में से 8 लोग मेरा न्योता स्वीकार लेते हैं, आ जाते हैं। 2 लोग मेरा न्योता नहीं स्वीकारते, उल्टा मुझे कहते हैं तुम्हारी हिम्मत कैसे हुई हमें न्योता देने की, तुम कैसे, तुम्हारी हिम्मत कैसे हो गई, मजाल कैसे होगी कि तुमने हमें अपने जन्मदिन का न्योता दे दिया। ये वही बात है, मैंने तो समिति में शामिल करने के लिए न्योता दिया, कोई हस्ताक्षर थोड़ी दिया। लेकिन वो 2 लोग मुझसे खफा हो गए। मैं आपको दूसरे तरीके से समझाने का प्रयास करता हूं। आज इस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में इतने सारे पत्रकार आए हैं, मैंने अपनी पार्टी को 10 पत्रकारों का नाम प्रस्तावित किया कि इन 10 पत्रकारों को आप आज की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में बुला लीजिएगा, मैं मीडिया से संवाद करना चाहता हूं। 10 में से 8 पत्रकार आ गए, 2 पत्रकार नहीं आए, और जो 2 पत्रकार नहीं आए वो कहते हैं इनकी हिम्मत कैसे हुई हमें न्योता देने का प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस का। 2 पत्रकार नाराज हो गए। ये साफ तौर पे इस समस्या का एक सरल सा एग्जाम्पल है। मैं ये बात रखना चाहता हूं कि जो मेरे खिलाफ कंप्लेंट्स दर्ज हुई, जिस मामले को कमिटी ऑफ प्रिविलेजेस को रेफर करा गया, उसका ये पार्लियामेंट्री बुलेटिन है, सरकारी डॉक्यूमेंट है। मैं आज बहुत सबूत लाया हूं दिखाने के लिए आप सबको, ताकि दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी हो जाए। ये पार्लियामेंट्री बुलेटिन है जिसके तहत मेरे खिलाफ जो कंप्लेंट्स आई उसे विशेषाधिकार समिति को विचार के लिए भेजा गया। इस पूरी पार्लियामेंट्री बुलेटिन में कहीं भी फर्जीवाड़ा, फोर्जरी, फोर्ज्ड साइन, सिग्नेचर, हस्ताक्षर, किसी भी शब्द का प्रयोग नहीं किया गया। सिर्फ इतना बोला गया कि इसकी जांच करके बताइए। अगर कोई फोर्जरी होती, कोई फर्जीवाड़ा होता, सिग्नेचर शब्द का प्रयोग तो कम से कम किया गया होता इस पार्लियामेंट्री बुलेटिन में। यह सरकारी दस्तावेज है राज्यसभा सेक्रेटेरिएट का, इसमें भी कहीं जिक्र नहीं किया गया। इसलिए नहीं किया गया क्योंकि जब साइन है ही नहीं तो साइन आएंगे कहां से। लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी के झूठ का मुकाबला करना आसान नहीं है, इसलिए आज आपके सामने आकर यह बात रखनी पड़ी। और जहां तक विशेषाधिकार समिति का प्रोसीडिंग्स का मामला है, प्रिविलेज कमेटी का मामला है, इस देश के कई बड़े नेताओं के खिलाफ कमिटी ऑफ प्रिविलेजेस ने प्रोसीडिंग्स शुरू करी, कार्रवाइयां करी, जिसमें स्वर्गीय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी हैं, जिसमें स्वर्गीय इंदिरा गांधी जी का नाम आता है, मनमोहन सिंह जी का नाम आता है, मोरारजी देसाई जी का नाम आता है, सुषमा स्वराज जी का नाम आता है, अरुण जेटली जी का नाम आता है। उस श्रेणी के अंदर अगर हमें भी शामिल किया गया तो कोई बात नहीं है, मजबूती से अपना जवाब विशेषाधिकार समिति के सामने, कमेटी ऑफ प्रिविलेजेस के सामने देंगे। मैं शहीद आजम भगत सिंह की धरती से आता हूं और पूरी न्याय की लड़ाई लड़ूंगा, और मेरा विश्वास है कि कमेटी ऑफ प्रिविलेजेस अंत में दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी कर न्याय अवश्य करेगी। यह बात थी कि क्या हुआ। अब मैं आपको संक्षेप में यह बताना चाहता हूं, यह हुआ क्यों, यह विवाद कहां से खड़ा हुआ, यह क्यों इतनी अफवाह फैली। यह इसलिए फैली क्योंकि सोमवार दोपहर को सदन के अंदर आम आदमी पार्टी की ओर से मैंने पूरी मजबूती से दिल्ली के अध्यादेश पर अपना वक्तव्य दिया, और उसके ठीक 6 घंटे बाद मेरे खिलाफ बीजेपी ने यह आरोप लगाने शुरू कर दिए। इनको दिक्कत यह नहीं है कि मैंने नाम प्रस्तावित करे, इनको प्रॉब्लम यह नहीं है कि मैंने किसी कमेटी के गठन के लिए कुछ एमपीज के नाम दे दिए। इन्हें दिक्कत यह है कि एक 34 साल के युवा ने हमें खड़े होकर ललकारा कैसे, एक युवा ने हमसे मजबूती से सवाल कैसे पूछे, और कैसे इस सुपारी जितनी पार्टी, जैसा कि गृह मंत्री जी कहते हैं, इस सुपारी जितनी पार्टी के एक युवा सांसद ने दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी पार्टी के सबसे बड़े नेताओं से देश के सबसे बड़े सदन में खड़े होकर सवाल कैसे पूछे। इन्हें दर्द इस बात का है। हमने अपने वक्तव्य में बीजेपी के पुराने मैनिफेस्टो दिखाकर उनके डबल स्टैंडर्ड्स को एक्सपोज किया, दिल्ली वालों के लिए न्याय मांगा, यहां तक कि लाल कृष्ण अडवाणी जी और स्वर्गीय वाजपेयी जी के लिए न्याय मांगा। यह दर्द शायद बीजेपी को सता रहा है, जिसके चलते आज वो मेरे खिलाफ कंप्लेंट्स कर रहे हैं। ये लोग मेरे पीछे पड़ गए, बीजेपी पूरी तरीके से मेरे पीछे है। मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा कि इस हफ्ते के ये दूसरा नोटिस कमिटी ऑफ प्रिविलेजेस का मुझे आया है। इट इज द सेकेंड टाइम कि मुझे किसी विषय में कमिटी ऑफ प्रिविलेजेस ने नोटिस दिया हो एक ही हफ्ते में। शायद ही इतिहास में कभी आपसे पहले ऐसा हुआ हो। और मैं ये बताना चाहता हूं कि आज के समय हर संभव प्रयास किया जा रहा है कि विपक्ष की आवाज को दबाया जाए। जैसे राहुल गांधी जी की मेंबरशिप छीन ली, हमारे 2 सांसद संजय सिंह जी, सुशील कुमार रिंकू जी, दोनों को सस्पेंड कर दिया, लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन का माइक ऑफ किया जाता है। अगर कोई विपक्ष का साथी खड़े होकर अपनी बात रखता है तो सदन के अंदर खड़े मंत्री उन्हें धमकी देते हैं कि तुम्हारे घर इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट आ जाएगी, सीबीआई आ जाएगी, बैठ जाओ चुप करके। इस प्रकार से एक अघोषित आपातकाल लगाने का प्रयास बीजेपी इस देश में कर रही है, और उनका यही मकसद होगा शायद कि मेरी आवाज को भी दबाया जाए। लेकिन मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि ये युवा आवाज है, अरविंद केजरीवाल की एक सिपाही की आवाज है, ये आवाज दबने वाली नहीं है। आप कार्रवाइयां मेरे खिलाफ जितनी मर्जी करिए, आरोप जितने मर्जी लगाइए, लेकिन ये आवाज ना दबेगी ना बंद होगी। और अंत में मैं हाथ जोड़कर बस इतनी विनती करना चाहूंगा आप सब मीडिया के साथियों से कि ये जो आप लगातार पिछले 3 दिन से बीजेपी के झांसे में आकर ये चला रहे हैं कि कोई फर्जीवाड़ा हो गया, फोर्ज सिग्नेचर हैं, मेरा आपसे हाथ जोड़कर निवेदन है कि इस प्रकार की झूठी खबरें ना चलाएं। मैं आपसे कहना चाहूंगा कि आप सच दिखाएं। आप लोग इस लोकतंत्र के चौथे स्तंभ हैं। कृपया कर बीजेपी के प्रोपेगेंडा में ना फंसें। एक छोटे सेक्शन ऑफ मीडिया ने जरूर एक प्रोपेगेंडा चलाने का प्रयास किया और मुझे मजबूरन उनके खिलाफ कानूनी कार्रवाई करनी पड़ेगी, क्योंकि ना रिकॉर्ड्स में, ना कंप्लेंट्स में, ना पार्लियामेंट्री बुलेटिन में कहीं भी फोर्जरी शब्द का प्रयोग किया गया है। और अंत में मैं इतना ही कहूंगा कि जिन जिन सांसदों ने मेरे खिलाफ फोर्जरी के आरोप लगाए, सदन के बाहर मैंने देखा कई सारे बीजेपी के लोकसभा के सांसदों ने बयान दिए हैं। राज्यसभा के तो शायद किसी सांसद ने नहीं दिए, लेकिन लोकसभा के कुछ सांसदों ने मेरे खिलाफ ये बयान दिए हैं। मुझे उनके खिलाफ भी मजबूरन कमेटी ऑफ प्रिविलेजेस में न्याय मांगने के लिए जाना पड़ेगा, उनके खिलाफ भी कंप्लेंट दर्ज करनी पड़ेगी और कोर्ट के बाहर भी, पार्लियामेंट के बाहर भी, न्यायपालिका में भी न्याय की गुहार लगानी पड़ेगी। और मैं हर संभव लड़ाई के लिए तैयार हूं। मैं बीजेपी से डरता नहीं और ना डरने वाला हूं। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
राघव, एक बात स्पष्ट कर दीजिए, आपने कहा 1 हफ्ते में दूसरी बार नोटिस आया, तो क्या आपको नोटिस मिल गया है? क्योंकि कल तक ये स्थिति
नहीं, अभी मुझे आज का जो विषय है, इस विषय पर मुझे नोटिस नहीं मिला है। जब आएगा नोटिस तो मैं पूरी मजबूती से, इफेक्टिवली, कॉम्प्रिहेंसिवली उसका जवाब दूंगा। लेकिन पुराने वाले एक मसले पे मुझे एक नोटिस प्राप्त हुआ है, सोमवार को प्राप्त हुआ है, और मैं उसका जवाब जरूर दूंगा।
रूल बुक ये कहती है कि बातचीत करके भी कंसेंट लेना होता है कि आप
देखिए, मैं
का नाम लिख रहे हैं, क्या रूल बुक ऐसा कहती है?
मैं इतना बस कहना चाहूंगा कि क्योंकि अब ये मामला विशेषाधिकार समिति के विचाराधीन है, इसकी निटी ग्रिटीज में जाकर किससे क्या बात हुई, किसने क्या कहा, मैं उस पर बिल्कुल कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि ये उचित नहीं होता है। मैंने अपनी बात रखनी थी, आज मुझे मजबूरन, क्योंकि मेरी छवि खराब करने के लिए, एज अ पार्लियामेंटेरियन मेरी गुडविल, मेरी क्रेडिबिलिटी खराब करने के लिए एक प्रोपेगेंडा जो बीजेपी ने चलाया है, उसका जवाब देने के लिए आज मुझे सामने आना पड़ा, ताकि दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी हो जाए। और मैं खुली चुनौती देता हूं।
Susmit Patra of the BJD also referred to a rule book on the floor of the
बिल्कुल
house.
ठीक।
सारे जवाब अब विशेषाधिकार समिति के सामने दिए गए। चलिए।
Right, so that was Raghav Chadha addressing the first press conference ever since these only allegations have been made against him. What is the backdrop to this press conference? Raghav Chadha, during a debate on the Delhi bill, had proposed names of some Rajya Sabha MPs for the select committee. They later stood up and said that their consent was not taken. Pallavi, as per Rajya Sabha procedure, the argument that Raghav is making, that if I invite 7 people for birthday party or 8 people for a press conference and 2 don't turn up, does that mean that I have done something wrong? As far as Rajya Sabha procedure goes, does that argument stand?
But I mean, this is actually, frankly speaking, a very much of a grey area, because the claim which is coming in from the AAP and also from the opposition, that's the India Front opposition, is that he never suggested names. He never suggested names. He never said that this is a committee, because this is something which it's not within his purview. But, you know, I'm just going to go across to get a Congress voice. Dolly Sharma, thank you for joining us. It's a very hot day, but anyway. You know, look at the time that today you're forced to defend the Aam Aadmi Party, but do you think that a needless controversy has been stoked as far as the Raghav Chadha issue is concerned?
See, because it is not under his jurisdiction. Raghav Chadha is not somebody who can make a committee or something like that, but unnecessarily BJP is again, you know, as usual, creating controversies, which is BJP famous for. So again, you know, some controversies coming, but he's not the one who can make committee or something. He's just suggested few names. So this is what he's done.
But why suggest a name when the committee has not even been formed? That's, and I would like to get Siddharth's reaction to that. But yeah, why suggest a name when the committee has not even been formed?
Look, I feel what has to be understood is that every minute of the parliament is very precious. Already this INDIA front wasted a lot of time in the parliament. Now when the parliamentarians are actually speaking, what they speak is really matters. If Raghav Chadha really wanted a committee to be there, and he wanted to propose a committee, in parliamentary democracy, he should have went across to all the members who he is proposing to be part of that member of that committee and then make that proposal. Why make a proposal just for the sake of it? Why just get up and just come out and say these members will be part of the committee? They don't want to be part of your committee. You have not spoken to them. You really don't want that committee to be there. You're just trying to make a propaganda again in the parliament by saying that we are working, we are making a committee, when you actually don't want one.
सिद्धार्थ, राघव चड्ढा said बीजेपी के झूठ से कोई मुकाबला नहीं कर सकता। जिस तरीके से राहुल गांधी के डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन का षड्यंत्र रचा गया, मेरे खिलाफ भी षड्यंत्र रचा जा रहा है।
Oh, I think he just want to steal the limelight, fall into the category of Rahul Gandhi, want to project himself and take assistance of the entire INDIA gang and show that he's a victim of something. He is not. He did something in the parliament which was unparliamentary. He should have thought before doing it. Every minute matters in the parliament. If he did not think so and he made a mistake, he should just come out and say, I made a mistake. Fine, sorry, I made a mistake. I'll reply to this in the privileges committee also. I'll take care of it in the front. Okay. That is what politicians and parliamentarians should do. But now again, you have to see politics. BJP does this, BJP does everything in the country. BJP is responsible for. You're making a 40 crore house. Nobody is responsible for that. Two of your ministers are inside jail for months now. BJP is responsible for that. For everything. You do anything, but BJP is responsible.
Talking about unparliamentary, I'm sorry. I'll come to you, Aman. But talking about unparliamentary, I know you're going to defend Rahul Gandhi on this. But every time you do something like hug and then followed by a wink, and then you have a flying kiss, and whatever, the jury may be out of that, doesn't it just make him look non-serious?
No, but Pallavi, did you see the video actually?
Hey, but your own party colleagues are saying
but
that they
but
saw.
that video is not of the actual incident.
And the Jyoti Mani has.
But Hema Malini ji said, I didn't see.
You want to talk about Hema Malini, not about Jyoti Mani?
No,
Jyoti
but
Mani, Priyanka Chaturvedi say that he gave a flying kiss.
To whom? To Smriti Irani?
No, that is not clear. But
I mean, unnecessarily, you're getting so many things into it. But the real issue is Manipur. And I think we should stay on Manipur. The real issue is Manipur, the plight of the people of Manipur, and we are not discussing Manipur.
Aman, is that what is going to come on the government? That idhar-udhar ki baatein diverting attention from Manipur?
Manipur, but Amit Shah has given a detailed 2-hour speech yesterday.
वो सबको रिकॉर्ड से हटाए जा रहे हैं, ये हमें देखना पड़ेगा। भारत माता कहना ये तो अधिकार है हम सबको, सारे हिंदुस्तान के सारे लोगों की। भारत देश की जो है, अपने देश को क्या माता नहीं कह सकते? राहुल गांधी जी वैसा ही कहा कि भारत माता को अपमान हो रहे हैं, भारत माता पीड़ित है। मेरा सदन में एक माँ मणिपुर में दूसरे माँ को मैंने देखा, तो उनका अपना भावुकता की तरफ से सारे बात रखे। मैं स्पीकर साहब को भी ध्यान आकर्षण कर चुके हैं इसी दरमियान की आपको ये सारे दोबारा सोचना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि बहुत सारे शब्दों को निकाले गए जिसे मुझे नहीं लगता कि निकालना उचित है। तो स्पीकर साहब ने मुझे कहा कि ठीक है, आप लोग आओ, मैं पुनर्विचार करेंगे।
आखिरी सवाल सर, कल राहुल जी पे इस बात का भी आरोप लगा कि उन्होंने फ्लाइंग किस दी। कई महिला सांसद जो हैं लोकसभा स्पीकर के पास पहुंची और कहीं बड़ी अभद्र
कैसे अभद्र आई है? ये बीजेपी वालों से हम भद्र या अभद्र को सीखना पड़ेगा क्या? राहुल जी क्या किया? सारे सदन देखे हैं, संसद की टीवी में देखा करो। राहुल गांधी जी की जो बात जब रख रहे थे तब टीवी नहीं चल पा रहे थे। राहुल गांधी को ज्यादा भाषण टीवी में नहीं दिखाए गए। उन्होंने क्या कहा? उनका तो वक्तव्य की मूलभूत भावना यही था कि नफरत छोड़ो और मोहब्बत के सहारे देश को गढ़ो, देश को बनाओ। तो अगर किसी को मोहब्बत की पैगाम देना चाहते हैं तो कैसे महिला पुरुष बन जाते हैं? क्या मैंने आपको ये नहीं कह सकते कि भाई आपको मैं बहुत प्यार करता हूं? प्यार करना मतलब कोई भाई को नहीं कह सकते, कोई पुरुष को नहीं किया जा सकता, सिर्फ महिला को ही किया जा सकता। क्या अजीब गरीब वो सारे तर्क लगा रहे हैं। राहुल गांधी जी क्या भाषण दिए थे उसके ऊपर चर्चा करें। मुझे लगता है राहुल गांधी जी की भाषण में सरकार की बीच एक खलबली मच चुके हैं। और ये पुराना तरीका है, किसी हालत में राहुल गांधी जी को छवि को फिर धूमिल करो, किसी हालत में। तो ये धूमिल करने की ये प्रक्रिया है, ये राहुल गांधी की छवि की धूमिलीकरण किए जा रहे हैं।
I'm joined by Congress MP Mr. Gaurav Gogoi. So yesterday the Home Minister spoke in the Parliament. He put the government stand. Today the Prime Minister is supposed to reply. What are you expecting and what was your reaction to the Home Minister's speech yesterday?
Well, it was very disappointing because he, in the end, just gave a clean chit to the Manipur Chief Minister. The entire country is saying that the Manipur Chief Minister is responsible for the ethnic clashes, for the atrocities against women, for close to 60,000 people being displaced. And this Union Home Minister just gave a clean chit. He said the Manipur Chief Minister is cooperating. Cooperating in what? Cooperating to let the problems of drugs expand, cooperating in creating an ethnic separation between two communities that were living in peace. So it just shows how true Rahul Gandhi was, that arrogance makes a person blind. And that's what's happened to this government. They are arrogant and they are blind to the suffering of the people of Manipur.
One last question. Yesterday Rahul Gandhi spoke for over 30 minutes. Some of his words were expunged in Parliament yesterday. Apart from that, eventually by the end of the day, flying kiss was the issue that was the highlight by the BJP women MPs. They went to the Speaker to complain also about it.
Well, it's another attempt in a long series of attempts by the BJP to defame Shri Rahul Gandhi ji. They are speaking about something which never happened. They don't speak about when they are sitting next to Brij Bhushan Singh in the Parliament. They don't feel insecure. They read his words, what he's stating in the press. They've read the allegations, but they're totally comfortable with Brij Bhushan Singh. They are not visiting Manipur at all. So the fact that Rahul Gandhi made a direct attack and exposed the hollowness of BJP's nationalism, exposed the hollowness of their Rashtravad. So I think that's why the BJP panicked and is trying to defame Rahul Gandhi ji. But in the end, truth will win and the country will stand with the India alliance, because we've been speaking on Manipur from day one. Yesterday in our 2-hour 15-minute speech, only 20 minutes was given to Manipur by the Union Home Minister, and more importantly, 2 Manipur MPs from the BJP have not spoken. They have been forced to keep their mouth shut. They have been told not to speak, because if they speak, they know that they have to admit that the government has totally failed.
So that was Congress Lok Sabha MP Gaurav Gogoi, who moved this very no-confidence motion, speaking to CNN News 18 with video journalist Naseeb. This is Shana Elizabeth in Delhi for CNN News 18.
उल्टा चोर ने कोतवाल को डांटा, ऐसे एक हिंदी में कहावत है ना, ऐसे बात कर रहे हैं बिना पूछे हुए किसी का नाम लेते हैं। तो रूल में बहुत क्लियर है उनका कंसेंट लेना। कंसेंट नहीं लिया है तो ऑन रिकॉर्ड हमारे एमपी और बाकी पार्टी का एमपी भी बताते हैं। बाद में भी कॉन्स्पिरेसी, ये केजरीवाल जी का ट्रेनिंग बहुत अच्छा हो गया उनको। तो जैसे केजरीवाल जी एक झूठ बोलने में माहिर है ना, ऐसे ये भी झूठ बोलते हैं इतना। तो क्या
So multiple issues here at the start. We just counting down to the session starting. But before that, 2 issues. One, Raghav Chadha. Second, Rahul Gandhi. Let me begin by what, is being said by Gaurav Gogoi Siddharth. He said that the BJP has panicked. And that is why they've decided to bring in this issue of Rahul Gandhi's flying kiss. Give us your reaction and let me get in Aman and Dolly as well on what you say.
Congress is not speaking about anything, no substantive issue in the parliament. Rahul Gandhi spoke, and he spoke about what? That my knee pain is reducing, is gaining, my ego is going down. Panicking for this. He said yesterday, today I'm speaking from the heart, not from my mind. And then spoke what? Bharat Mata is killed. You killed Mata. Bharat is dying. Bharat is not dying. Bharat never died. Bharat will never die. You try whatever. 1,000 years we were ruled by different forces, Mughals, Britishers, whatsoever. Bharat never died. So there's nothing about panicking. I think, the entire INDI also was not expecting that after so much of fuss, so much of hype that Rahul Gandhi is going to come in the parliament, do wonders. He just came down and did, the Italian culture of flying kiss. And that is it. There's nothing to panic.
No, I just want to make few things very clear in front of him that we are discussing Manipur. Rahul Gandhi visited Manipur, discussed 15 minutes, related everything which he's seen in front of his own eyes, 2 incidents clearly. और उसके अलावा मैं clearly यहाँ बताऊंगी, इनके वहाँ पर गृह मंत्री गए, which was a hollow show. His visit to Manipur was a hollow show. His speech yesterday was a hollow show. What was the result of what they have done in Manipur? No result to what they have done. अभी क्या हो रहा है? अभी असम राइफल्स में और पुलिस में भी लड़ाई हो गई है. Ultimately, the main aim is to defend Biren Singh. क्योंकि बीरेन सिंह वो कर रहे हैं जो ये कह रहे हैं. बीरेन सिंह वो कह रहे हैं एंड दे कैन डिफेंड एनीथिंग. औरत को जला दिया 80 साल की महिला को एंड दे कैन डिफेंड इन पार्लियामेंट.
Rahul Gandhi's comments have been expunged. Do you have an objection to that also?
What comments they have?
The Bharat Mata wala comment he made in Lok Sabha.
No, but आप सोचिए पल्लवी जी, I want to make this statement. अगर बच्चे भारत माता क्या है, आप में हम में सब ये सबको मिला के भारत माता बनता है ना. और अगर हमारे देश की बेटियों की कई 100 बेटियों की आबरू लुट रही है तो क्या भारत माता की हत्या नहीं हो रही? अगर एक बच्चे को गोली मारी जा रही है और उसकी माँ उसके शव के साथ लेटी हुई है, क्या उसकी हत्या नहीं हो रही? अगर आपकी जगह मेरा बच्चा हो, इनका बच्चा हो, ये क्या करेंगे? इनको देश की राजनीति अच्छी लगेगी या अपने बच्चे को बचाना अच्छा लगेगा या रात की चैन की रोटी अच्छी लगेगी? People are not able to sleep in Manipur, Pallavi ji.
Just one second. Just want to tell the viewers that the floor leaders of the India Front are meeting. That meeting has begun, so they will decide on the strategy. But as we see those pictures, Aman, give us your analysis. Both Congress and BJP obviously have taken their position. But as alleged, has BJP panicked because of what Rahul Gandhi said? Is that why the reaction?
I don't think so. The BJP has panicked. Obviously, the Rahul speech was a much awaited one, and Congress had also built it up, that Rahul is going to speak, and Rahul is going to speak on the first day. Now he spoke on the second day. But I think Rahul missed an opportunity there. Maybe I think to raise more people issues, as we were discussing, raise the issues of rising cooking gas prices or rising tomato prices. As Azadpur Mandi visit, for example, I think would have dwelt on that and less on the Bharat Jodo Yatra. But going beyond that, I think what Amit Shah spoke on Manipur also puts the issue much in perspective as well. The Congress has all the right to say that, things are not good in Manipur, and Amit Shah has also admitted that things are not fine in Manipur. Nobody has a case that Manipur has stabilized. Obviously, the condition in Manipur is still sensitive, but there is a history to that violence. Why did that violence happen? I think that was a very important point that Amit Shah made, the Myanmar exodus or the Manipur High Court order. The Manipur violence is not a result of the government. So that was a clear sentiment in the Amit Shah's speech, and later why Biren Singh is also not removed, that centre has taken charge in a way of the Manipur situation. You have a unified command, and a security advisor was sent from here, and is removing Biren Singh really the solution?
But how fair is that? Siddharth, I really want to ask you this question. If the BJP is demanding that an Ashok Gehlot needs to step down because of crime against women, why is it just not to reach out to the Metis and Cookies and to send out a message that we are going to be talking tough? Clearly the state administration has not been able to use the words of opposition. Why not take that first confidence building measure and remove the chief minister?
No, I think it's going to be a very bad practice if we start to...
It's okay if you ask Ashok Gehlot to do that.
No, I'll tell you. It's going to be a very bad practice if we start to feel that confidence-building measures are going to come when Chief Minister step down. That is not how the country...
He's accused of being partisan.
No, I'll tell you. That is not how the country works. If the administration fails, the Chief Secretary was changed, the DGP was changed. Our Home Minister categorically said yesterday that Chief Minister is not being sacked because he is cooperating. Because the state machinery there, he personally is cooperating. Whatever the centre has to do, centre is doing there. When it comes down to Rajasthan, that is not the case. The state administration, the chief minister himself tries to hide what is happening. 5 minutes,
but within 3 hours they were arrested.
No, I'll just complete 10 seconds.
Within 3 hours the rapists were arrested and they were from ABVP.
5 kilometers radius of the chief minister's residence.
You tell me when the FIR was registered.
And he fails to contact. And he fails
when
to
the FIR was registered.
That is not okay. And it's fine. You continue being the chief minister. That's okay. Then correct it.
Okay, let's bring the focus back. Let's not do what we are accusing the netas of not talking about Manipur. Let's bring the focus back to today's big story, which is the Prime Minister's reply in the Lok Sabha. The Prime Minister has just entered Parliament. Are you nervous? Is the Congress party nervous?
Why would the Congress be nervous? They should answer on Manipur. They will give.
नहीं, BJP leaders कह रहे हैं कि हम धो डालेंगे.
BJP को कहने दीजिए ना. BJP तो कुछ भी कहती है. BJP तो फेल होने के बाद भी यहाँ पर बैठ कर बड़ी-बड़ी बातें करती है. They have ultimately failed. ना ये M से महंगाई बोल पा रहे हैं,
Rahul
और
Gandhi
ना
will do
एम
that
से
for us.
मणिपुर बोल पाए. They are not able to say I am from Manipur. एम से महंगाई. ये 250 रुपए किलोमीटर टमाटर लाकर बोलते हैं कि देश में सब कुछ चंगा है. This is not the case. You know, Pallavi ji.
No, I'll just come back to you. In fact, I just gave an update which was brought to by my colleague Payal Mehta. Prime Minister has just entered the Parliament. Payal, every morning the Prime Minister has a meeting with his Council of Ministers clearly to decide on a Parliament strategy. What are going to be his thoughts today?
Well, of course, he will obviously be taking up feedback from his ministers in terms of what transpired yesterday in Parliament, with the fact that Amit Shah's reply was also happening, and how the strategy will go forward today as well. So, senior ministers in the government, whether it's Birla, who is the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, Nitin Gadkari, the senior minister in the government, and also Rajnath Singh, they are in the Parliament right now. They're having this meeting, and they'll be discussing the strategy forward. This is a meeting which happens every day before the start of the session.
Right. So, Payal, the Prime Minister is there. I mean, is he expected to reach the House only closer to 4 o'clock when we think he'll speak, or will he spend a larger part of the day today in Lok Sabha?
That actually is entirely upon the Prime Minister's schedule and his meetings for the day as well. But he's very much in Parliament, and it will be wrong to say that the Prime Minister is not following what is being said. So, like you were saying, Arunama, a little while earlier, that when the Home Minister made a reference to the speeches of various opposition leaders, the Prime Minister similarly will also be making minor points and below points about what the opposition party leaders have said. But he's expected to be in the House certainly by around 4 o'clock, because he's expected to speak around 4 o'clock, because what we are given to understand by way of our sources is that even if the debate ends at 4 o'clock and the Prime Minister replies, the BJP still has 3 hours to speak, and plenty of their speakers will be speaking, and of course 1 hour will be the opposition, which includes about 30 plus minutes with the Congress party.
Right. So, Payal Mehta, they're telling us about the Prime Minister reaching Parliament House. Home Minister Pallavi spoke for close to 2.5 hours. So, Prime Minister could actually speak for at least an hour extra. And you know,
एक्सपेंड करता है, ये तो बहुत बरसों से दशकों से है, इतिहास में है ही है, ये तो हम तो नया तो नहीं बना रहे।
सर, आम आदमी पार्टी के राघव चड्ढा कह रहे हैं कि बीजेपी ने कॉन्स्पिरेसी की उनके खिलाफ, क्योंकि वो आम आदमी पार्टी के एमपी हैं और उन्हें प्रिविलेज नोटिस दिया गया है।
ये तो क्या है, उल्टा चोर ने कोतवाल को डांटा, ऐसे एक हिंदी में कहावत है ना, ऐसे बात।
Right, so Prahlad Joshi, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister there, also making that customary address to the media. But coming back to what we were discussing and what Pallavi was also pointing out too, the Congress party, are you on the back foot? Because A, what is being said is that Rahul Gandhi could have made this opportunity much bigger, much more prudent. B, you've given it on a platter to the Prime Minister to make a very campaign-oriented speech from the floor of the Lok Sabha.
No, we clearly, from day one, we wanted to discuss Manipur, and we discussed, Rahul Gandhi ji discussed, our leaders, other leaders discussed Manipur, and today also we are focusing on Manipur. Nothing less than Manipur we are going to ask, and Manipur is the main issue.
Okay, we're just going to come back to Aman because we have a couple of questions for you as well. But for now, we're slipping into a break. News continues over here on CNN News 18.
He said that these opposition parties have come together. They did not allow Pranab Mukherjee to become the Prime Minister, did not allow Sharad Pawar to become the Prime Minister. The same people are rallying together to defeat one Modi, but that's not going to be possible. So that's the line of attack that you'll actually see the Prime Minister really take on, and it's going to be quite a fiery speech. Now, yesterday when the Home Minister spoke, Arunama, that was the longest speech of his career. It was 2 hours and 13 minutes and probably the 4th or the 5th longest speech during the no confidence motion. So we can expect at least something larger, something bigger with a larger message. The record will be set. We're hoping to sit in the gallery for a longer time, I think.
But what are the chances really? Because today the eyes are also going to be, and I'm already seeing those early morning tweets coming in from the Congress leaders where they are saying, look, it's a win-win for us. And I saw one from Derek O'Brien also saying that, we forced the Prime Minister to come inside the Lok Sabha and take a part of the motion and also, speak on the last day of the no confidence motion. But Aman, he was not there. Okay, before we go back to Aman and Payal, there are some political reactions which have of course been coming in. Let's listen to all of them.
गृह मंत्रालय का सवाल, कानून व्यवस्था पे देश के गृह मंत्री को वो कोतवाल से संज्ञा दे रहे हैं। ये कांग्रेस पार्टी का चेहरा उजागर हो रहा है। उनकी सरकार में नस्ली हिंसाएं हुई, 500 से ज़्यादा लोग मणिपुर मारे गए, तो गृह राज्य मंत्री ने जवाब दिया था। यहाँ गृह मंत्री जवाब दे रहा है और जिस तरीके का आचरण कर रहे हैं पूरा देश देख रहा है
क्योंकि आज जिस तरीके से 2.25 घंटे गृहमंत्री ने आज सदन में उनके अविश्वास प्रस्ताव पे जवाब दे दिया, इससे साबित हो गया कि केवल विपक्ष में अविश्वास है, लेकिन देश की जनता का विश्वास मोदी की सरकार के साथ है।
सफलता से
Opposition
का एकमात्र कारण है सभी जगह दुनिया में
no confidence motion which the NDA led by Honorable Narendra Modi ji cleared with a large margin. I can assure you that in this no confidence motion, the NDA led by Modi ji will be winning by a more comprehensive margin, and Mr. Rahul Gandhi coming back to the parliament is only going to increase the divisiveness among the opposition parties, and it is only going to increase the margin of failure the opposition is going to have in this parliament session.
What he said in the house is most of the time it goes to the previous incidents. Previous incidents were from Jawaharlal Nehru to Manmohan Singh period. There are a lot of clashes, lot of killings, lot of other incidents which was happened in the past. He only emphasized that only. We are discussing the present situation of Manipur. Honorable Supreme Court also sent the team for the peace and normalcy. He never said.
Well, the big story, of course, remains the Prime Minister's response to a no-confidence motion. But the news also coming in now is that the leader of the Congress party in Lok Sabha, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, has now requested the Speaker that the comments of Rahul Gandhi on Bharat Mata must be expunged. Let's listen in to Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary and then I'm going to come to Aman.
मैं स्पीकर साहब को भी ध्यान आकर्षण कर चुके हैं इसी दरमियान की आपको ये सारे दोबारा सोचना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि बहुत सारे शब्दों को निकाले गए जिसे मुझे नहीं लगता कि निकालना उचित है। तो स्पीकर साहब ने मुझे कहा कि ठीक है, आप लोग आओ, मैं पुनर्विचार करेंगे। ये पुराना तरीका है, किसी हालत में राहुल गांधी जी को छवि को फिर धूमिल करो, किसी हालत में।
Okay, so that was Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary requesting the Speaker that the expunged comments be restored back into the Parliament records. So, Aman, it's been a big deal since yesterday, Rahul Gandhi's comments on Bharat Mata. He has consistently attacked the BJP and accused it of killing the idea of India. You know, so the BJP plays the Bharat card. Do you think Rahul Gandhi's comments somewhere has touched a raw chord within the BJP?
Well, I think certainly that comment which was expunged did touch a chord, a raw chord I would say, because that is a comment which, in a way attacks also the BJP for doing something. BJP is very clear that Manipur is not the government's doing. See, basically they say the history to the violence, there is the reasons why this violence happened. Yes, there may be a case that why has the violence not been controlled for the last 3 months. That is a valid case which the Congress has raised in many fora, and also now saying that why is Biren Singh not being removed despite the clear failure of law and order there, and it's the Chief Minister's responsibility at the end of the day to control things in the state. But also I think the BJP some quarters said is removing Biren Singh the solution. We saw when Biren Singh once tried to resign, and what had happened, the local community there objected to it. So there is also a feeling that resignation of Biren might trigger another round of violence, another round of objections from another community. So is it prudent to let him stay in the chair for now? Let the tempers come down, let as what Rajnath Singh yesterday appealed to both sides of the treasury benches and that please let us come together and appeal for peace in Manipur rather than fighting over Manipur, that basically the Congress is trying to pin the blame on the BJP, that you are responsible for not controlling the Manipur situation. It's a abject law and order situation. Obviously they are attacking Mr. Amit Shah, the Home Ministry, and the Prime Minister, and we saw a reply from the Home Minister yesterday. I'm sure the Prime Minister is also going to say in the way he wants to say it, that what has really happened in Manipur and what is the history behind it.
Can I just build on that point? You know, one of the things that is also being said is Assam Rifles versus Manipur Police. Manipur Police has lodged an FIR against Assam Rifles. Assam Rifle reports to the Union Home Ministry. So Siddharth, that is also being said, that how are you in control if for 3 months violence is continuing, if burials have not happened, and yes, one particular community is backing N. Biren Singh, but there's another community which has shown complete no confidence to the extent of saying we don't want Manipur Police to come to the hills. That's what they said to the Home Minister also yesterday in the meeting.
Look, if we understand Manipur, we would understand that it's not just about the current communities which are fighting. In the past, we have seen the Kukis and Nagas also fighting. In the past, we have seen different issues coming. In the past, we have seen the armed forces and Manipur police also fighting. That is an old story. That's nothing new that has developed in the past 3, 4, 5, 6 months. That is not new. How it is handled is new. So we have been handling, see, for the past so many years, we had seen AFSPA in Manipur, in the entire northeast. It was an attempt by our government that things normalize, armed groups give up their weapons, and people join the mainstream and things can be normalized. And those attempts also are still continuing. Okay. If some smaller such issues are coming in, they're going to be, I think they have to be looked at with that sensitivity and they're going to be resolved with time.
Okay, is that a small issue or not? On that, the jury is divided. Definitely one section doesn't think it's a small issue, but this will be our top focus. Slipping into a very quick break. We'll join us, you back on the other side with more news and updates from the parliament.
Anything about the present situation. He never said what is the action has been taken from Government of India for the peace and harmony.
Thank you so much. And today, of course, is a big day, the penultimate day of the no confidence motion. And of course, the big bang speech we are going to hear today around 4 p.m. is the Prime Minister. Okay, so we have Arunima with us, and of course we've got Aman, we've also got Payal, and all of us have been covering Parliament on a daily basis. So, Aman, just a quick word from you. The Prime Minister, it's clearly going to be an election and a campaign speech. Do you think that's what it's going to be?
I think it will be a very strong speech. Also, if you see what happened in 2018 at the confidence motion that the PM really laid out his governance agenda ahead of the 2019 elections, I think we'll see a similar kind of speech. I think the pitch will be strongly on what all his government has done so far, and I think the point that Amit Shah made yesterday, Pallavi, that the opposition may not have any confidence on the government, but the public has full confidence on the government. So I think that is a line that the PM could also reiterate, and that may also show in the final numbers. When the final count is and the voting is done, if the government notches up the number which everybody is anticipating, 365, 366, it shows a major big win than even in 2018. So I think that will be a major thing. Also, I think the PM will lay out his record that from the last 9 years, there is not even one corruption scam in the entire government. There is not even one taint of corruption on his government. The government is stable. It's a strong government. And what the opposition is promising here, I think the PM could also go into that, because he said that in the past, that people will vote for a strong, decisive majority government, not for a coalition khichdi government, because the country has maybe moved on from that in the past few decades, and now the country is looking toward a decisive government, a government which acts in national interests, as what the Modi government has done. I think that could be the speech, and also all briefing on because he mentioned that earlier, the economy part, that how India is now the third largest, could be the third largest economy in the world very soon. I think going into that direction, that the country is doing well on economy, country is doing well on national security, country has a stable government, and the country has, more importantly, a corruption-free government. Okay. So I think these are the major pitches that the PM could make in his speech today.
Right. Payal, do you hazard a guess, since you were there in the press gallery, in all likelihood you will be in the press gallery again today, you think he will let Rahul Gandhi get away with his speech? Because in the past, every time there has been a direct confrontation on the floor of the House, Prime Minister has, to quote his party MPs, taken Rahul Gandhi apart. So yesterday, whatever he said on Manipur, most of it has already been spoken about by the Home Minister. But when the Prime Minister intervenes, how do you see him targeting Rahul Gandhi and the TMC and the DMK?
Well, of course, the Prime Minister is unlikely to name Rahul Gandhi and give him any publicity, but he is most certainly going to attack the opposition very clearly ahead of 2024. Now, the Prime Minister has often said that it is Modi versus who, Modi versus everybody as well. That is the challenge that he faced in 2019, that is the challenge that he faced in 2014 as well, and 2024.
Stand by.
Okay, the big story continues to remain the Prime Minister's speech later today at around 4 p.m. when he's going to reply to a no-confidence motion. But Big Bang speakers have already been planned by both the opposition as well as the BJP. The news which is now coming in is the Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman, is going to be the lead speaker from the government and the BJP side at noon. Chances that Nirmala Sitharaman is going to speak about inflation, price rise, tomato?
Yes, everything. Absolutely about everything. She's the finance minister. She's going to address a lot of issues and also address the opposition, because in no confidence, definitely it is a dialogue between the opposition and the ruling party. So that all such issues are going to come in, and I think that is also one of the debates, one of the speeches which is going to be very awaited.
You know, Aman, again coming back to the earlier question, have they thought of every speaker very, very carefully? I'm talking about the BJP, because Congress and others also have, but the BJP certainly seems to have thought out very, very well who should be their speaker.
Absolutely. The top ministers anyway speaking, but I think the other speakers chosen very carefully from states, the 3 poll-bound states, we have speakers from there. There are a lot of women speakers, at least 5 to 6 women speakers are speaking, so also a very well represented. I think BJP's list of speaker has more of a method to it, while in Congress we know Mr. Adhir Ranjan is still struggling to get time
Shashi
to
Tharoor
speak.
is also supposed to be one of the speakers,
supposed to speak, but I think BJP maybe puts in a bit more effort, in these things, puts in more effort. But I think obviously the highlight will be the PM speech, and what he speaks in the end. I'm sure it's going to be a long, good, detailed speech, and it will be interesting on what he speaks, as Congress would obviously claim a moral victory
but
if he speaks.
Do you think they're building up to the big PM speech? Yesterday the Home Minister talking about Manipur, today the Finance Minister is going to talk about inflation. So maybe the Prime Minister would want to speak a little beyond all these topics.
PM will speak, I think, more about his record and the battle of 2024. So this is the platform which he's got, to speak more about what he has achieved in the last 9 years and what he's taking to the people when he seeks a third term next year. So it is also just not an address to the MPs, to the Congress, but also to the people. So in a way, he's going to paint his governance record, and obviously the Congress would want him to speak on Manipur, because that is the whole idea of the no confidence motion being brought.
Yeah.
So if he doesn't speak on Manipur, that would, I think, Congress would take grave objection to. If PM speaks a bit on Manipur, Congress would obviously claim some moral victory.
For all you know, they may walk out.
Yes, would you be okay if the Prime Minister says Home Minister has already addressed the issue of Manipur? The very reason you brought no confidence was to get him to speak on Manipur.
This is what, from day one we are saying this, that we want the Prime Minister to speak, because he was the one who go and campaign even in the municipal elections everywhere. So now where is he today? He went to Manipur claiming that Manipur will now have peace. Double engine ki sarkar. And now he's running away from the fact that Manipur is burning today.
No, but you satisfied? The reason why you brought the no confidence motion, the way BJP has responded so far, are you satisfied?
No, why would we be satisfied? We want the Prime Minister to speak now. Ultimately, we want to see what he can say. What today we want to hear from the Prime Minister, that Manipur is burning, the women are raped, they are being stripped, and they are being paraded on the roads. And what is his reaction? His reaction was 32 seconds. And there he claimed Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. Today we want to hear in detail Assam Rifles and the police and the resignation of Biren Singh. Why? चूहे के मरने पर, हथनी के मरने पर रेजिग्नेशन मांगने वाले लोग आज बीरेन सिंह के रेजिग्नेशन को डिफेंड कर रहे हैं कि नहीं होना चाहिए.
Siddharth?
I think I just find it a little funny, because
no, but हथनी के मरने पर कितना बवाल करने वाली महिला मंत्री and the entire
Dolly ji, please let me respond. I was not objecting to what you were saying. Look, the Congress might want to think, they might have a list of issues. They might want to think that these are all the things that BJP should talk about. But ultimately, a no confidence motion is a no confidence in the Council of Ministers. It is in the parliamentary democracy. It is that you are trying to project that this Council of Ministers, whatever they are doing, they are not, they are not representing the voice of the people. So if the Prime Minister is going to speak, he is going to speak on everything. Now they won't listen to the 2-hour speech of the Honorable Home Minister. They won't. They won't listen to the 93, 97, 2003. They won't listen to the entire thing. And I would want to make a larger point. If the Prime Minister is speaking something for what he spoke outside from the Parliament, he would. Dolly, please let me respond. If the Prime Minister is speaking on something, he will speak for the country. He can't be choosy. He will have to speak for the country, because the daughters of Rajasthan are daughters of India. The daughters of Bengal are daughters of India. The daughters of Chhattisgarh are daughters of India. So are the daughters of Manipur are daughters of
It's a
India.
time-out moment now. We really are wrapping up on time. Thank you very much, Siddharth. Thank you very much, Dolly. I hope we get to see the fireworks inside Lok Sabha. And thank you very much, as always, Aman. That's it from both Arunima and me. We're going to go over to Parliament, but going across to my colleague, Griha, to get all the updates from inside the Parliament.
Hello and welcome, and thank you so much for staying with us right here on CNN News 18. I'm Griha Atul Siddiqui, and over the next 60 minutes, I'd be telling you about what exactly is set to happen in the lower house of the Parliament, the Lok Sabha, where the no confidence motion debate has reached its crescendo. Today, this evening at 4 p.m, it is the Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, who is going to be responding to the no confidence motion that's been filed against the NDA alliance by the opposition parties. So let's take a look at what exactly is going to be happening. Now, this is all eyes are, of course, on the PM's address, and a fiery rebuttal by the Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah, has raised the temperatures in the Parliament, and it has in fact set the platform for Prime Minister Narendra Modi's address on the final day of the no trust vote. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to reply at 4 p.m. today. He is expected to respond to all the charges by the opposition, especially by Rahul Gandhi. The focus is on nepotism, dynasty politics, corruption, and also that the India alliance is opportunistic. These are the charges that the BJP, the NDA, is banking heavily upon, and the Prime Minister is going to be having all of these points as he responds to the no confidence vote this evening at 4 p.m. The speech by the Prime Minister is expected to be a platform for the 2024 Lok Sabha polls, and the motion is expected to be defeated, but the BJP wants the defeat to be in huge numbers to prick hole in the opposition unity. Yesterday, the Home Minister Amit Shah hit out at the opposition over the no confidence motion, calling it a move to mislead people. He also went on to accuse the opposition of politicizing the Manipur situation, and he further added that he is pained by the incident and even questioned the timing of the gang rape video that went viral just before the monsoon session of the Parliament was about to begin. He's further gone on to say that during the Congress rule, there were numerous instances of violence in Manipur, yet no Home Minister visited there, barring him.
मैं स्पीकर साहब को भी ध्यान आकर्षण कर चुके हैं। इसी दरमियान की आपको ये सारे दोबारा सोचना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि बहुत सारे शब्दों को निकाले गए जिसे मुझे नहीं लगता कि निकालना उचित है। तो स्पीकर साहब ने मुझे कहा कि ठीक है, आप लोग आओ, मैं पुनर्विचार करेंगे। ये पुराना तरीका है, किसी हालत में राहुल गांधी जी को छवि को फिर धूमिल करो, किसी हालत में।
Opposition is delusional as usual. In 2018 also there was a no confidence motion which the NDA led by Honorable Narendra Modi ji cleared with a large margin. I can assure you that in this no confidence motion, the NDA led by Modi ji will be winning by a more comprehensive margin, and Mr. Rahul Gandhi coming back to the Parliament is only going to increase the divisiveness among the opposition parties, and it is only going to increase the margin of failure the opposition is going to have in this Parliament session.
So yesterday, the Home Minister spoke in the Parliament. He put the government stand. Today, the Prime Minister is supposed to reply. What are you expecting, and what was your reaction to the Home Minister's speech yesterday?
Well, it was very disappointing because he, in the end, just gave a clean chit to the Manipur Chief Minister. The entire country is saying that the Manipur Chief Minister is responsible for the ethnic clashes, for the atrocities against women, for close to 60,000 people being displaced. And this Union Home Minister just gave a clean chit. He said the Manipur Chief Minister is cooperating. Cooperating in what? Cooperating to let the problems of drugs expand, cooperating in creating an ethnic separation between two communities that were living in peace.
One last question. Yesterday, Rahul Gandhi spoke for over 30 minutes. Some of his words were expunged in Parliament yesterday. Apart from that, eventually by the end of the day, flying kiss was the issue that was the highlight.
5 पूर्व साथियों के निधन के बारे में सूचित करना चाहता हूं। श्री कल्याण जैन मध्य प्रदेश के इंदौर संसदीय निर्वाचन क्षेत्र से 6ठी लोकसभा के सदस्य थे। उन्होंने मध्य प्रदेश विधानसभा के सदस्य के रूप में भी कार्य किया। श्री कल्याण जैन का निधन 13 जुलाई 2023 को 89 वर्ष की आयु में इंदौर में हुआ। श्री बाबू साहेब परुलेकर महाराष्ट्र के रत्नागिरी संसदीय निर्वाचन क्षेत्र से 6ठी और 7वीं लोकसभा के सदस्य थे। वे लोक लेखा समिति के सदस्य भी रहे। श्री बाबू साहेब परुलेकर का निधन 27 जुलाई 2023 को 94 वर्ष की आयु में रत्नागिरी महाराष्ट्र में हुआ। श्री वक्कम पुरुषोत्तमन केरल के पूर्वती अल्लेपी संसदीय निर्वाचन क्षेत्र से 8वीं और 9वीं लोकसभा के सदस्य थे। श्री पुरुषोत्तमन 8वीं और 9वीं लोकसभा में सभापति तालिका के सदस्य थे। उन्होंने सरकारी उपकरणों संबंधी समिति और अधीनस्थ विधान समिति के सभापति के रूप में भी कार्य किया है। वे विभिन्न संसदीय समितियों के सदस्य भी रहे। इससे पूर्व श्री पुरुषोत्तमन 5 कार्यकाल के लिए केरल विधानसभा के सदस्य तथा 2 कार्यकाल के लिए केरल विधानसभा के अध्यक्ष भी रहे। श्री पुरुषोत्तमन ने 93 से 96 तक अंडमान और निकोबार द्वीप समूह संघ राज्य क्षेत्र के उपराज्यपाल के रूप में भी कार्य किया। श्री वी पुरुषोत्तमन का निधन 31 जुलाई 2023 को 95 वर्ष की आयु में तिरुवनंतपुरम में हुआ। श्री जनार्दन सिंह प्रसाद मिश्र उत्तर प्रदेश के सीतापुर संसदीय क्षेत्र से 10वीं और 12वीं लोकसभा के सदस्य थे। श्री मिश्र विज्ञान और प्रौद्योगिकी तथा पर्यावरण और वन संबंधी समिति के सदस्य रहे। श्री जनार्दन सिंह मिश्र का निधन 1 अगस्त 2023 को 84 वर्ष की आयु में सीतापुर उत्तर प्रदेश में हुआ। श्री राम सिंह यादव राजस्थान के अलवर संसदीय निर्वाचन क्षेत्र से 7वीं और 8वीं लोकसभा के सदस्य थे। श्री राम सिंह यादव लोक लेखा समिति, नियम समिति, विशेषाधिकार समिति तथा याचिका समिति के सदस्य रहे। इससे पूर्व श्री यादव राजस्थान विधानसभा के सदस्य रहे। उन्होंने राजस्थान विधानसभा के उपाध्यक्ष के रूप में भी कार्य किया। श्री राम सिंह यादव का निधन 7 अगस्त 2023 को 95 वर्ष की आयु में जयपुर में हुआ। हम अपने 5 पूर्व साथियों के निधन पर गहरा शोक व्यक्त करते हैं। यह सभा शोक संतप्त परिवारों के प्रति अपनी गहरी संवेदना व्यक्त करती है। अब सभा कुछ देर मौन रहेगी। ओम शांति। प्रश्नकाल। Three 301 प्रश्नकाल। आफ्टर क्वेश्चन आवर।
प्रश्न संख्या 301
माननीय उत्तर सदन के पटल पे रखा गया।
माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैंने जो प्रश्न
नोटिस
पूछा
कर लिया है उसका, मैंने संसदीय शिष्टमंडल को बता दिया।
ये मुझे पता है सर कि जो मंत्री महोदय ने उत्तर दिया कि ये जो पानी है वो शुद्ध जो है राज्य का विषय, राज्य सरकार
मेरे विशेष संज्ञान में आ गया है और मैंने संसदीय शिष्टमंडल को ये बात बता दी है।
उन्होंने उत्तर सभा पटल पर रख दिया है सर। मैं ये जानता हूं सर।
एक मिनट प्लीज बैठे। एक मिनट बैठे प्लीज। कंप्लीट विषय है प्लीज। विषय मेरे संज्ञान में आया है और आपने संज्ञान में डाल दिया है और मैं उसकी व्यवस्था दूंगा।
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, ये सही बात है जो मंत्री जी ने जवाब दिया कि ये जो पानी है वो राज्य का विषय है और ड्रिंकिंग वाटर देना है कि नहीं, खेतों में सिंचाई जाना है कि जाना ही नहीं जाना है, केंद्र सरकार के चाहने के बावजूद भी राज्य सरकार यदि नहीं चाहेगी तो नहीं होगा। लेकिन जो मैंने प्रश्न पूछा है सर, और जो उसका जवाब आया है जो राज्य सरकार से ही केंद्र सरकार ने लिया होगा, वो बहुत ही अलार्मिंग है सर। मैं जिस इलाके संथालपना से आता हूँ वहाँ TDS और pH जो क्वालिटी है, पीने के ड्रिंकिंग वाटर की जो क्वालिटी है वो बहुत ही खराब है सर। और क्लोराइड, नाइट्रेट और फॉस्फेट गंगा होने के कारण वो पूरा अल्काइन जो है लगा हुआ है। और मेरे इलाके में पूरे देश दुनिया में जो है काला जार खत्म हो गया, लेकिन चाहे काला जार है, चाहे लीवर का एनलार्जमेंट है, चाहे स्टोमक डिसऑर्डर है, इस तरह की सारी बीमारियां संथालपना में इस देश में सबसे ज़्यादा है। जो लेबोरेटरी की बात माननीय मंत्री महोदय ने की है, राज्य सरकार के माध्यम से ही कहा होगा, वो कोई लेबोरेटरी वहां मौजूद नहीं है। दूसरा जो जल जीवन मिशन है, जो प्रधानमंत्री जी का बड़ा मिशन है सर, और जिसमें बार बार मैंने मंत्री जी को भी पत्र लिखा है कि गंगा से जो है वो वाटर जाना है। आज तक जो वहां बनी है, जो योजनाएं बनी है सर, उसमें गंगा से पानी संथालपना के यदि सभी जिलों में नहीं जाएगा, खासकर देवघर जैसे जिले में यदि नहीं जाएगा, तो ये सारी योजनाएं बेकार हो जानी चाहिए सर। जैसे चापाकल का हो जाना है वैसा ही हो जाना है, क्योंकि लेयर ही नहीं है नदी में। तो मेरा आपके माध्यम से मंत्री महोदय से ये पूछना है कि जो मैंने आपसे आग्रह किया था कि गंगा ग्रिड बनाइए और जो हमारे लोग डायरिया, कालाजार और लीवर एनलार्जमेंट से पीड़ित है उसको बचाइए। इसके लिए क्या वो कोई जांच कराएंगे? क्योंकि अभी तक की जो योजनाएं हैं वो सतह पर बहुत ही गलत योजना बन रही है, एक बहुत बड़ा स्कैम है, और गंगा ग्रिड से हम लोगों को जोड़ेंगे। इसके बारे में मंत्री जी बताएंगे।
माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, माननीय सांसद ने जो चिंता व्यक्त की है, ये सेम चिंता इन्होंने मुझे पत्र लिख करके, जैसा इन्होंने बताया, कई बार की है। लेकिन हम सब जानते हैं, जैसा इन्होंने भी अभी कहा, कि जल राज्य का विषय होने के चलते DPR बनाने से लेकर के उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करने से लेकर के उसको ऑपरेट करने और रखरखाव करने तक का सारी जिम्मेदारी राज्य सरकार की होती है। भारत सरकार प्रत्यक्षतः उसमें किसी भी तरह से कहीं अपना इंटरफेरेंस अगर अनटिल अनलेस राज्य सरकार न चाहे नहीं कर सकता है। माननीय सदस्य ने जो पत्र मुझे लिखा था, मैंने इनकी चिंता को
शांति से बोल रहे हैं। वो भारत माता की हत्या, ये शब्द तो आप भी नहीं समझते कि उपयुक्त शब्द है, संसद में बोलने लायक शब्द है।
2 घंटे की ज्यादा की स्पीच जब तक चाहे बोले, कौन रोक रहा है उनको? परंतु क्या एक हत्या या उस बलात्कार की घटना जिसमें 2 महिलाओं को पुलिस ने हवाले किया और उनके साथ बलात्कार हुआ, जिसमें एक कारगिल के रक्षक जवान भी शामिल था, आर्मी का, आपने क्यों नहीं कहा कि ऐसी घटना हुई और हमने इन लोगों को दंडित किया? मैं सिर्फ इतना कहूंगा, 2 घंटे के भाषण में वो नहीं बता सके जो सवालात आज जनता के मन में तैर रहे हैं। कब होगी भारत के नारियों की सुरक्षा की गारंटी? कब तक उनकी अस्मत इस तरह लुटती रहेगी?
Let me take this across to my colleague Pallavi Ghosh, who's now joining us on the broadcast. Pallavi, let's first begin by talking about the Home Minister's speech, the 2-hour-long rebuttal that he came up with in the lower house of the Parliament. The essential aspect that he underlined was that despite the fact that we wanted a conversation, the opposition is staying away. This was a deliberate attempt to stall the proceedings of the Parliament because they just do not want to have a dialogue when it comes to the Manipur situation. They have not even allowed the Home Minister, who has visited that area, that entire state, to respond. Now, what is the opposition's entire criteria? How are they going about responding to that speech? Because that, like we've been mentioning, is also a run-up to what can be expected from the Prime Minister's speech.
Yeah, I think the Prime Minister's speech today is definitely going to be focusing on
and use as a campaign pitch and talk about the kind of achievement work which has been done by his government. The base has already been laid, one by the Home Minister yesterday when he talked about what is being done for the people of Manipur, and the Finance Minister speaking around noon in where she's going to talk about the state of the economy, what are the facilities which are being done, how people are getting money directly into their bank account, and the point-by-point rebuttal to much of the opposition's allegations, and also briefly perhaps touch on Manipur. Now, I think what the opposition is going to look at is that whether he gives a lot of focus on Manipur or not. If he doesn't, then they are going to either walk out or they're going to register a protest saying that the reason why we called a no-confidence motion, that purpose has not even been addressed by the Prime Minister.
And if that happens, Pallavi, then what happens to the no-confidence motion debate? If there is a walkout?
No, I mean, the Prime Minister's response is always the end of the no-confidence motion. It's usually put to vote and you get a sense of the House. Either you do it by slips or you do it by voice vote. That's a prerogative really of the Speaker, and of course if a demand comes in from the opposition. It's not about the numbers, because the numbers are clearly stacked in favor of the government, and also they are non-NDA but non-Congress parties, non-opposition parties like the BJD and all, who have already made it very open that they're going to stand and vote against the no-confidence motion. It is going to be a number game. It is certainly going to be used by the government and by the Prime Minister to make the point that while the opposition wants to do its politics, the people of the country continue to have faith in his government.
Right. And also, Pallavi, yesterday when the Home Minister was responding, it was, like I said, it was a couple of hours that the speech really extended to. What is it that the Congress is now strategizing upon? Because he did go ahead and accuse the erstwhile Congress regime in the state. He also went on to say that the resignation by N. Biren Singh is not really required because he said, quote unquote, he's being cooperative.
Yes, I think the Home Minister made it very clear yesterday in his speech that whatever could have been done by the state administration has been done. And you cannot have a political instability at this point of time. The TT and the other security agencies have been facing action. Whenever there was a talk of a resignation of the Chief Minister, there was a resistance coming in from women itself. So they don't want to rock the boat. But politically speaking, the BJP certainly wouldn't ask for the resignation of a Chief Minister because the opposition is demanding it. If it has to happen, it happens at their own time frame. That usually has been the BJP. So as of now, there's a complete defense really of the Chief Minister. With the Home Minister, there are in very
okay. All right, Pallavi, there's some problem with your audio link. We will see if at all you're able to hear me clearly or not. I also would want to understand from you that you have been speaking to various stakeholders. You were just doing a live broadcast from outside the Parliament. In fact, we've been told that we've lost that link with Pallavi. There was some problem that we were facing. We will go back to Pallavi in just a bit. But this is what is the lowdown of what has happened yesterday in the Parliament and what is expected today. Like we've been mentioning, it was a fiery speech by the Home Minister, extended up to 2 hours. He went on to target the opposition, especially the Congress, in that speech. He's also, in a sense, spoken about how the Congress government really did not do much when it was about their regime in the state of Manipur, and that is also an important aspect that the Home Minister touched upon. All of this is going to be leading to what is expected of the Prime Minister when he goes about responding to that no trust motion at 4 p.m. this evening. Right now, the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, both the houses of the Parliament have been convened and the day's proceedings have started. And now we'll have to actually see where do things really go from here. Now we will wait and we will go back to what is expected in the Parliament at the moment. Like I have mentioned that both the sessions of the lower house and the upper house are currently at play. We are in fact looking at what exactly is expected in the Lok Sabha specifically. The session began with Nishikant Dubey really responding to his state, and there were some other problems that he was discussing, and the Union Minister is now responding to probably that motion of thanks. Let's now first take a look at the fiery Parliament showdown. What was Rahul Gandhi's attack in the Lok Sabha yesterday? Let's take a look at it one by one and what has been Amit Shah's response. So Rahul Gandhi said Bharat Mata was killed in Manipur. That is the aspect that he reiterated that called in for a lot of din in the parliament. He said that the Mother India was murdered in the state of Manipur, to which Amit Shah's counter was that politicizing violence in Manipur is shameful. Further attack that came in from Rahul Gandhi was that the centre is divided Manipur into two parts. He was talking about how the state is a split wide open between the Meitei and the Kuki community. Amit Shah's counter to that is that this was an extensive peace push in the northeast, and this has only happened under the NDA. He also further went on to say how under the Congress regime things were not looking as good as what they have happened in the BJP regime. Now, Rahul Gandhi went on to further attack that for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Manipur is not in India. He went on to say that because it forms a part of Northeast India, they do not consider it to be a part of the country, and that was the accusation that's coming in from Rahul Gandhi. Amit Shah's counter to that was, legacy of misrule is the root of the Manipur crisis. Once again, he has hit out at the past Congress regime in the state of Manipur. Rahul Gandhi has further gone on to say that it was the Prime Minister's arrogance that didn't let him visit Manipur. Remember, this is the essential counter against Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which the opposition is sticking to, that there has been so many months of violence in the state and the Prime Minister hasn't found time to visit the state even once. While he is been going abroad, being part of all the international arena events, he has not looked at the northeastern part of his own country. To that, there was a counter that's coming in from Amit Shah, where he said that the previous Congress regimes never took Northeast seriously. Again, he's reiterating that aspect, how Northeast was really kept away while Congress was in power. Rahul Gandhi has further gone on to say that BJP has killed the idea of India, to which Amit Shah has said that corruption, appeasement and dynasty is Congress's DNA. So this was a point-by-point attack to what Rahul Gandhi said against the NDA, against the Prime Minister. Amit Shah's counter in a 2-hour speech in the Lok Sabha came by way of that. Rahul Gandhi further went on to say BJP is a band of traitors, to which Amit Shah said one Neta launched and failed 13 times. An open attack at Rahul Gandhi's accent of what happened as far as Rahul Gandhi taking the reins of the Congress party is concerned. Let's actually take a look at what exactly has Amit Shah really said in the parliament in that speech, where we talk about that point-by-point rebuttal to Rahul Gandhi's speech in the Lok Sabha. Let's take a look at that.
मान्यवर में डे 1 से चर्चा के लिए तैयार था, मगर वो चर्चा नहीं चाहते, उनको विरोध करना था। और मैं कहना चाहता हूं, मेरी चर्चा से संतुष्ट न होते तो फिर कहते प्रधानमंत्री करे, प्रधानमंत्री विचार भी करते, मगर आप सदन में चर्चा ही न होने दो, मणिपुर जैसे महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दे पर गृह मंत्री को अपना पक्ष न रखने दे। किस प्रकार की डेमोक्रेटिक व्यवस्था चाहते हैं माननीय? और क्या आप सोचते हो कि शोर शराबा कर आप मुझे चुप कर दोगे? आप चुप नहीं कर सकते हो। 130 करोड़ की जनता ने हमें चुनकर यहां भेजा है। श्री राहुल गांधी जी यहां से वहां मुलाकात करने, मैं बड़ा स्वागत करता हूं। संवेदना है, मणिपुर की चिंता है। गए एयरपोर्ट पर उतरे, उन्होंने कहा कि भाई हमें चूड़ाचांदपुर जाना है। ठीक है भाई, अगले दिन जाने वाले थे, पहले दिन कहा कोई बात नहीं, चाहिए आप जरूर जाना चाहिए। हमने कहा हेलीकॉप्टर से चले जाइए, कि नहीं मैं रोड से जाऊंगा। पुलिस ने रोकना पड़ा। फिर 3 घंटे तक ऑल इंडिया लाइव कराकर ये नाटक देश को दिखाया, और फिर 4 बजे दूसरे दिन हेलीकॉप्टर से चले गए। भाई हेलीकॉप्टर से चले जाते तो क्या आपत्ति थी? हमने सुरक्षा की पूरी व्यवस्था की थी, परंतु इस प्रकार की काम करने के लिए वहां जाना, इसको पॉलिटिक्स कहते हैं गौरव जी। लगातार हमने यहां से काम करने का काम किया, 16 वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस करी, 36,000 लोग सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस सीएपीएफ के वहां पहुंचाए, वायुसेना के विमानों का उपयोग किया, चीफ सेक्रेटरी बदल दिया गया, डीजीपी बदल दिया गया, सुरक्षा एडवाइजर भेज दिया गया, चीफ सेक्रेटरी भारत सरकार ने भेजा, डीजीपी भारत सरकार ने भेजा, सुरक्षा एडवाइजर भारत सरकार, ये सब 4 तारीख की शाम को समाप्त हो गया था।
वरिष्ठ पार्टियों के वरिष्ठ नेताओं को बुलाऊं चाय पे चर्चा करने के लिए और कोई मार्ग निकालें इस विषय में। मैंने सर चारों को रिक्वेस्ट किया, रिक्वेस्ट ही नहीं किया, परसुएड करने की कोशिश की कि मेरे साथ आके चर्चा करें। एक आध घंटे तक तो ये सिलसिला चलता रहा कि आइए बात करते हैं, आइए बात करते हैं। उसके 1 घंटे बाद एक उन 4 में से एक सदस्य मेरे कमरे में आया और कहते हैं कि हम तो आपके कमरे में चारों नहीं आ सकते, आप और आप भी लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन क्या नहीं आओगे? सर जरूरी है ये सबको मानना, और इससे सेंट्रल हॉल में मिलता है। मेरे नाम किसी का नहीं लिया, मेरे नाम किसी का नहीं लिया। सर ये जरूरी है, सर ये जरूरी है, क्योंकि मैं आपका संरक्षण चाहता हूँ कि मानसिकता कैसी है, मानसिकता कैसी है कि हम आपके कमरे में नहीं आ सकते। मैं लीडर ऑफ रूलिंग पार्टी नहीं हूँ, सभी के लिए काम कर रहा हूँ। मुझे कहा गया हम आपके कमरे में नहीं आ सकते, आप एलओपी के कमरे में नहीं आएंगे तो सेंट्रल हॉल में मिले। मैंने कहा नहीं, अगर आप मेरे यहाँ नहीं आ सकते हो तो मैं एलओपी के आता हूँ, और माननीय पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर और मैं, हम स्वयं एलओपी के कमरे में गए, हम स्वयं गए चर्चा करने। मैं सिर्फ मानसिकता दिखा रहा हूँ। ऑनरेबल मेंबर बोलते हैं चर्चा करने आइए, करना हम आते हैं, आप हमें चाय पे
1 सेकंड,
और जब मैं बुलाता हूँ तो हम आपके
लीडर ऑफ द हाउस,
अब चर्चा इस तरीके से होती है, कंसेंसस इस तरीके से बनता है।
ऑनरेबल
मैं आपसे संरक्षण
आई अप्रिशिएट,
क्या ये तरीका है जिससे हम आगे हाउस चलाने वाले?
1 सेकंड,
पहली बात। दूसरी बात,
1 minute. I quite appreciate what has come from Mr. Keshav and Tiruchi Shiva as to who those 4 leaders were. But let me tell you, honorable members, I have had a practice that in my capacity as chairman, I will deal with floor leaders of all the parties. Now, how political parties behave is between them. To the extent the chair is concerned, if I have the benefit of one-to-one interaction with leader of opposition, I reach out to other leaders also. So I have a practice that I will be conferring with all the floor leaders. Between political parties, the mechanism may be different. So this can't be an issue here. One second.
Sir, as a chairman, you have a right to call anybody. We understand. You right to build. You right to build a confidence mechanism. You are trying to build a confidence mechanism. We understand. You can call anybody. But a leader of the house selectively asking 4 people to reach him is something which we object to. It is a privilege issue, again, as far as we are concerned.
First of all, at the outset, I've already said I never initiated it. I received a request, can you call 1, 2, 3, 4 for a chat? अब मैंने विषय भी नहीं मालूम था। अगर कोई एक व्यक्ति मुझे कहता है कि हम आपको मिलना चाहते हैं,
So Dr. Keshav,
पे चर्चा करना चाहते हैं, और मैं 4 तो उसने बताइए क्या प्रिविलेज है, और इसमें मतलब मैं अपने कमरे में, माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, मैं अपने कमरे में किसी को बुलाऊं, उसमें भी पहले मुझे सबकी परमिशन लगेगी, मुझे पहले देखना पड़ेगा मैं 4 को नहीं बुला, और मैंने तो इनिशिएटिव नहीं किया, मुझे तो सब्जेक्ट भी नहीं मालूम था, मुझे तो एक रिक्वेस्ट आई, उस रिक्वेस्ट के तहत मैंने बुलाया, जब फिर बुलाया तो एक व्यक्ति आके बोलता है हम आपके कमरे में नहीं।
Honorable leader of the house, I'm on the chair. Honorable members, Allahabad High Court, Allahabad High Court is a very premier High Court of the country. When it had centennial celebrations, it came out with 2 volumes. One incident was that during summer months, a division bench was listening to the submissions of a distinguished lawyer. Now the situation was so cool, खसखस लगी हुई थी, पानी गिर रहा था, रूम का टेम्परेचर डाउन था, it was soothing, and one of the judges went to sleep. The junior judge was a very disciplined judge. He followed the senior. So difficulty with the lawyer was how does the lawyer invite attention of the bench? The books used to be very heavy during those days. So he managed to ensure that the book falls on the ground from the table. Then said, yes, Mr. So-and-so, what happened? And the response was, my lords, one at a time. I plead with you, let it be one at a time, and I have enough time. Okay, Mr. Tiruchi Shiva, let him respond.
Sir. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, the logjam is prevailing for more than 14-15 days, sir. And the oppositions are insisting upon Rule 267 adjournment motion. And the treasury benches are insisting upon 176, a short duration discussion. We are not able to arrive at a common point. And in pursuance of your repeated appeal, sir, the India Alliance, we have evolved an alternative route. That is Rule 167, that on a substantive motion we can discuss the issue on Manipur, sir. And we have very, very magnanimously accepted it. And one moment.
He said, I have agreed to consider.
We have given a notice to the chairman and it is under his consideration.
Yes.
That's what we are telling. That's what we are telling. We want to have a discussion on Manipur, sir. So we don't want to stick on to one particular level and let them also not stick to that level, sir. So we request you, sir, kindly consider this and accept. We can start the discussion anytime, sir. Now or 2 p.m. anytime, sir. Thank you very much.
And the nation has a right to know what happened. बोला गया था कि हम तो आपके कमरे में नहीं आएंगे, आप हमारे कमरे में नहीं आओगे तो सेंट्रल हॉल में मिले। अब मैं ऐसा व्यक्ति नहीं हूँ जो पूरे टाइम सेंट्रल हॉल में जाके वॉकआउट करके या कुछ सेंट्रल हॉल में बैठा हूँ। मैंने कहा पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर और मैं आपके कमरे में आएंगे और सर हम दोनों एलओपी के कमरे में बड़े इज्जत के साथ गए, हमने कॉफी मांगी, पी। अब सर विषय समझिए वहां पे।
Those were the proceedings as they are standing in the upper house of the parliament, the Rajya Sabha. Remember, the Lok Sabha stands adjourned at the moment till noon. We will come back after this very, very short break and tell you what exactly is this parliament pandemonium all about. Stay tuned.
But he will attack the opposition and say that this is a government which is taking on the corrupt, this is a government which is taking on the dynast, and this is the government which is taking up people who are essentially doing whatever they can for their vote bank. So in the past few days when he's had these cluster meetings, he's attacked the opposition. He said that these opposition parties have come together. They did not allow Pranab Mukherjee to become the Prime Minister, did not allow Sharad Pawar to become the Prime Minister. The same people are rallying together to defeat one Modi, but that's not going to be possible. So that's the line of attack that you'll actually see the Prime Minister really take on, and it's going to be quite a fiery speech. Now, yesterday when the Home Minister spoke, Arunima, that was the longest speech of his career. It was 2 hours and 13 minutes and probably the 4th or the 5th longest speech during the no confidence motion. So we can expect at least something larger, something bigger with a larger message. The record will be set. We are hoping to sit in the gallery for a longer time, I think.
But what are the chances really? Because today the eyes are also going to be, and I'm already seeing those early morning tweets coming in from the Congress leaders where they are saying, look, it's a win-win for us. And I saw one from Derek O'Brien also saying that, we forced the Prime Minister to come inside the Lok Sabha and take a part of the motion and also, speak on the last day of the no confidence motion. But Aman, he was not there. Okay, before we go back to Aman and Payal, there are some political reactions which have of course been coming in. Let's listen to all of them.
गृह मंत्रालय का सवाल, कानून व्यवस्था पे देश के गृह मंत्री को वो कोतवाल से संज्ञा दे रहे हैं। ये कांग्रेस पार्टी का चेहरा उजागर हो रहा है। उनकी सरकार में नस्ली हिंसाएं हुई, 500 से ज़्यादा लोग मणिपुर मारे गए, तो गृह राज्य मंत्री ने जवाब दिया था। यहाँ गृह मंत्री जवाब दे रहा है और जिस तरीके का आचरण कर रहे हैं पूरा देश देख रहा है। क्योंकि आज जिस तरीके से 2.25 घंटे गृह मंत्री ने आज सदन में उनके अविश्वास प्रस्ताव पे जवाब दे दिया, इससे साबित हो गया कि केवल विपक्ष में अविश्वास है लेकिन देश की जनता का विश्वास मोदी की सरकार के साथ है।
सफलता से
ऑपोजिशन
का एकमात्र कारण है सभी जगह दुनिया में
no confidence motion which the NDA led by Honorable Narendra Modi ji cleared with a large margin. I can assure you that in this no confidence motion, the NDA led by Modi ji will be winning by a more comprehensive margin, and Mr. Rahul Gandhi coming back to the parliament is only going to increase the divisiveness among the opposition parties, and it is only going to increase the margin of failure the